Hello and welcome to another video from Fantasy Football Scout. My name is David and today I'm joined by two very special guests in what I can only describe as the crossover event of the century. It's Burning Questions meets Scoutcast on the final day of the season as we make our final decisions of the season. It's all a bit chaos here. Everybody is trying to find out what to do with their team. And if that's you, jump in the chat, let us know what your situation is, and we will try our absolute best to help you with our team whilst also making final decisions about ours. It's going to be chaotic, it's going to be fun, and it's all right here on Fantasy Football Scout. So let's go first to you, Andy. How are you doing? Tell us what time it is in your part of the world and just how committed you are to this extravaganza of football that we've got today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, David. It's 10:35 p.m., not too late. It's all right. 25 minutes to the deadline. We've got some rumors and gossip and lots to think about. And I'm in full excited / panic mode. Not really, but I'll be on my phone-ish while we're doing the stream. So hopefully I can help people out, but at the same time, I need to help myself out. So that's where we're at. I'm excited for Gameweek 38. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, good man. Yeah, Rich, how is it in what time is it where you are, Rich? It's probably the same time zone as me.
I assume it is. Yeah, it's just gone half two. Although I've got to have my windows closed because my neighbours they've got some quite loud music on at the moment. So the temperature's slowly rising in my spare bedroom, up to 24 degrees already. So I'll be interested to see how that is after 4 hours.
It's probably going to rank up about 5 or 6 degrees when we start seeing some more rumours on Twitter and you have to make your final decisions, right? Do you think the temperature in your room is just going to skyrocket? The CPU of your brain is just going to go, right?
I'll be shocked if we don't hit 30 degrees by the deadline.
Yeah, and did you mention that your neighbours were having a party as well? Do you know if that's in any way FPL related? They're sort of celebrating that there's no more decisions to make after about 24 minutes.
I mean, just from looking out the window earlier, if they're planning to do their transfers in half an hour, I'm not giving them much hope, to be honest. So I don't think it's related to FPL at all.
Oh, what a shame. Well, they do say don't drink in FPL, right? Because then you might end up with, Julian Alvarez in your team or something like that.
Yeah, although maybe that would be a good pick this week.
It probably would be, actually, yeah, which we will talk about in just a mo. Well, we'll say hi to everybody in the chat. We'll see if we can take some, I'm going to say take some questions, but I don't want to put pressure on you guys, but I'm just going to try and capture the emotion as it is the state right now. Scrambled Egg says, is Haaland definitely benched? Well, the rumours that we're seeing is that he is on the bench. That's what we're hearing. And it seems reliable information that he is not starting. And so that is unlocking, for a lot of people, I think, a possible move to Kane. So if you had Haaland, if you have Haaland, that's everybody, right? I'm thinking about Haaland to Kane myself. So hopefully that helps with people. Tom R says, Salah or Rashford captain? Well, from what we know, we think Rashford is going to start. And he's in pretty good form. We don't know too much information about Liverpool yet, but that could potentially be a bit of a judgment call. I think they're both pretty good. What else have we got in the chat? We got John who said, thoughts on Pedro Porro as a final day punt in for Mings. Well, I might go to you on that one, Rich. What do you think? Pedro Porro in for this Leeds game.
He was on my list until I found out it was quite likely Rico Lewis is starting. So for my team, I'm not going there. I mean, I like it. It's a bit more fun than some of the defender punts you could go for. Like, I mean, Gabriel, for example, at Arsenal, that would probably be quite a popular move if you're looking for a defender, but it's not that fun, is it?
No.
I think Porro's at least slightly exciting, if he starts, that is.
Well, John has another question for you, which is possibly equally as important. He says, is Jack Grealish your next door neighbour, Flapjack?
It honestly sounds like it. I don't know if you can hear this. I mean, we've got double glazed windows, so they're closed and...
We'll just go around and check, yeah? If you could just go around and ask him if Haaland starts, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will. I will.
Yeah, right. Quick break for Flapjack. We've actually got a lot of people in the chat asking about free hits and goalkeepers. I suppose the question isn't do you play the free hit, because you absolutely have to at this point. But if goalkeepers, are there any that take your fancy on the final day of the season, Andy?
I mean, I really haven't thought about keepers for Game 38. I mean...
there's so many people somehow all of a sudden need to know. It's like quite crazy.
I mean, if you're on a free hit, definitely I would not go for Ederson. I think I'd go for possibly a Crystal Palace keeper, maybe.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout, actually. Crystal Palace got a nice fixture for the final day of the season. Forest could be on the beach, I suppose, but on the beach after they had a big party. So even worse than being on the beach. So that absolutely could be a good shout.
Kelleher could be if you want a differential shout.
Who, sorry?
Kelleher of Liverpool.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Just because there's things going round, information sounds quite reliable that Alisson might not start.
Yeah, that's a really good shout.
So if you're looking for a differential, that could be the play, maybe. I mean, goalkeepers are always a lottery, aren't they? So I'm just trying to think who's low ownership and has at least a decent chance of a clean sheet.
Yeah, which is tricky on the last day of the season, to be honest. I mean, I don't think you could go too far wrong with these goalkeepers of going for someone who is going to make a lot of saves, because goals just are nuts on this day of the season, aren't they? But yeah, keep your questions coming in. Some good stuff in there, and we'll do our best to answer as many of them as we can before the deadline. But what we have to say is that the guys who are with me in our little virtual studio are also in exactly the same boat as you, wondering what to do. And so let's start with you, Andy. You are alphabetically first, according to my sort by name. I'm going to stick your team on the screen. This is the state of your team right now. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking you might do? What have you maybe already done since you sent me this probably about an hour ago? You may well have changed. So yeah, tell me what your thoughts are with how long have we got? We've got 20 minutes to go.
Okay, so at my current situation, I'm really looking for some gossip and reliable information on Brighton as well as Liverpool, but not so much Liverpool. I think Trent and Salah will start, but I really need the Brighton news because I have Enciso, Mitoma, and Estupiñán. Estupiñán's fine, I guess. Botman can come in for him if he doesn't play, but Mitoma or Enciso, depending on what the situation with they are, it kind of alters what I could do. I think here, if you look at my team, I have Alvarez, who's rumored to be starting. I've got Fernandes, Rashford, I probably shouldn't touch. And Haaland, obviously, we've been hearing that he's going to be benched. So the move that makes sense here could just be Haaland to, what's his name? Kane. And then maybe Captain Salah or Kane. And then just stick with what I have, but probably we'll get bench minutes from the rest of the players. So I don't think I'll have at least 11 players playing. I don't know if all of them will start. But what I'm trying to really do is get Son in. So I would like to know what you guys think here, because I think what I can do is Haaland down to Watkins and Mitoma up to Son. I could also do Haaland down to Iheanacho, which would mean I could do even Da Silva up to Son, and start one of Mitoma or Enciso. I cannot get to Jesus, and I cannot get to Firmino or Jota. I just short of funds there, unless I get rid of Fernandes and Rashford. And this is for a -4. So I want to do a Son move here. But if you have any ideas, please help out.
Yeah, what do you think, Rich?
I was going to ask Andy what I guess what your aim is, where you're aiming to finish, because you're 29k at the moment, which is a good rank.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think if I'm happy finishing around 29k, I just do the Kane, and then captain probably Salah or Kane. And I don't see big gains. I don't see a massive damage. I think just decent, right? Mm-hmm. But I wonder if I do I'm gonna miss out on Eze. I'm fine with that. If I do Haaland to Kane or Haaland to down, and then Mitoma up to Son or Da Silva up to Son and captain Son. Top 10k I already know is out of hand. That's not. I'm not trying to aim for a top 10k. That's not why I'm trying to do this. It's I just have good vibes about captaining Son, and whether he does well or not, I'll be happy with the decision. But what I'm afraid about is could this be really detrimental to my rank? Do you think, Rich?
It's tricky, isn't it? Because I almost don't want to talk you out of Son. I know Praz might try and do it, but I think you'll be, if he scores, you're going to be delighted. Not as delighted as you were when you were at the game a few weeks ago. I think in your shoes, I would probably just do the Kane move.
Yeah.
And I mean, because if you could realistically drop below 50k,
I know
this sounds so negative, doesn't it? But if you captain Son and he doesn't do anything,
I know.
Then it does seem fun. It is game week 38, and the way I've been playing recently, I've been boring myself with my transfers. So to actually do something different and go for Son, I don't want to talk you out of it. And I really like Watkins this week as well. I think he's probably one of the best options. So there is also that, isn't there? that the fact you're getting Watkins, who's not that much worse than Kane, and then you're getting your favourite player as captain as well. I mean, I guess you could do it and not captain Son.
Yeah, I could not captain Son. I don't have to put all the eggs in one basket. Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm thinking still. I've got 5 minutes before I make a decision.
I've not really helped your decision, have I? I just
No, you haven't, because I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's a wild move. It's a wild move for sure.
It's definitely a gut call that could go either way. And like, I mean, the thing is, the stats actually on Son, I was just having a look at them. They're actually pretty good when you compare them with Kane over the last 6. Their XGI is really similar. So it's 3.91 for Kane, 3.50 for Son. There's kind of similar-ish levels of goal threat in terms of the volume of shots, like 10 shots in the box, 5 each, 5 shots, 5 big chances for Kane, 6 for Son. Kane is a little bit more accurate, so 9 shots on target. Son's just got 4, and Kane's got a slightly bigger potential for like assists as well. 5 big chances created to Son's 2, so they're not that far apart, to be honest. But the same price, so you don't have to worry about that. And it could go well, because if they both do the same thing, if they both get a goal and assist each, you are going to just get more out of it for Son, just because of his classification. So it could go really well. And to be honest, he's going to get overlooked as well. So I think Rich asked the right question, and I think this is probably the advice to give other people if they've got questions of this type of move, is what are you hoping to achieve today? And what are you prepared to do to try and achieve it? If you're trying to get inside the top 10k, 25k, 50k, whatever it is you're trying to reach, going for a Son, if it goes well, would work, because he is going to get overlooked in this rank bracket. And so that's why it doesn't help you, because it's a personal decision. It's what are you prepared to risk? What are you aiming for? And that's probably what I would say to a lot of the questions that are in the chat. I don't know. Do you guys agree that that's generally a good approach for Gameweek 38?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree completely with that. And I mean, looking at Andy's rank there, 29k. If it starts with a 2 or 1, I'm always very, very happy. There seems to be this psychological difference between finishing like 29k and 31k.
It's a big difference.
Yeah, it does. So, I mean, it's a really good rank. So, and I'm boring myself saying it, but I wouldn't want to mess it up.
Damage it. Really?
As in, just the season will be done in a couple of hours, and we probably won't think about it again for a while. But but then I know you from listening to Burning Questions so often, that if Son does really well, and me and David have talked you out of it, you probably will think about it for a bit. That's why I'm so on the fence with this. I think the sensible play is clear.
Yeah.
And if we got news on Matoma, if we knew Matoma was starting or knew Matoma wasn't starting, that would probably help as well.
Yeah.
But the clock's ticking.
It really is. Well,
quick question.
Go ahead,
just one final question. If you went for a striker, guys, who would you go for under 7.5-ish? So that's like including Wilson, Watkins, Iheanacho, this and that.
I quite like
Wilson.
Wilson.
That's like Watkins, Alvarez.
Yeah.
You've got Alvarez, haven't you?
I've already got Alvarez. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go Watkins myself. Even though that penalty he took the other day, obviously he missed. Yeah. So maybe we can't guarantee he's on penalties, but I'd still go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Watkins looks good. Without wanting to like completely make it even harder for you, I quite like Callum Wilson today. I think Chelsea are, just in a pretty rubbish place. There's nothing to play for. Newcastle strike me as the kind of team that would go into this game and really play for pride and just cause a lot of issues, and Wilson has been in great form. And Chelsea have been quite weak through the middle as well. So, yeah, I've got Wilson in my team, so I'm biased. But there's plenty of options, which actually probably is a bad thing when there's 12 minutes to deadline, right? But as you said, Rich, the clock is ticking. So let's come to your team. How are you looking and what are you thinking?
So I have already done a move. I did it about 20 minutes before we started. So I've done Haaland to Kane already. With my only transfer, I've still got the captaincy on Salah. I'm kind of torn between Salah and Kane. I don't think I'm going to do any other moves. It's more, I've got to bench one of Solanke, Matoma, or McAllister. One of them needs to be benched. I'm leaning towards Matoma, but I'm going to keep my eye out on any rumours that come about. Already very confident that Lewis starts. Don't know about Trent. And I'm also, you were talking about Newcastle just then. If Botman needs to play, I'm more than happy with that. I think it's away at Chelsea, but it's not such a scary fixture as it would have been, this time last season, for example. So I think that's key as well. I think I'd rather play, let's say I found out last minute that someone like, I don't know, someone like Isak's benched. I'd more than happily play Botman. So yeah, I've done my move. It's captaincy that's the decision now. It's between Salah and Kane. I did briefly think about Rico Lewis, more because I'm not happy with my rank, a little bit of excitement, but I've kind of changed my mind on that because of the fixture, because it's away. It's away at Brentford as well. Yeah, I think that would be stupid, even though it's game week 38. And I think just owning Rico Lewis will be enough to bring me joy, if he does well.
It's quite amazing that we're talking about Salah versus Kane captaincy. That feels like old school, like that's back in the before times, before Haaland. That's what it was every week. So yeah, which is annoying. You'd think that by now we would know how to differentiate between the two, but it's pretty tricky today, right?
And it also shows that because Salah looks like the most popular captain, and he's been forgiven very quickly because he was very lowly owned, just a couple of months ago. And he's right back in it now, isn't he? He's right back in the captaincy discussion after the last few weeks.
I think I'm going to go with Salah. I think because while I think that Leeds are going to leave a lot of space, especially probably in the last sort of 20 minutes when they really need to go for it, kind of feel like the Southampton game is just going to be like an exhibition match in a way that does just lend Salah to just tear them to pieces. Because I think I said this on a couple of weeks ago on a stream that that Southampton team is a bit like last day of school before everybody goes off to uni. There's just going to be no structural cohesion at all. And yeah, maybe the game transpires that Leeds throw everything at Spurs in such a way that they leave loads of space open. That might happen, or it might not. They might just try and keep it as tight as possible for 80 minutes and try and sneak a goal at the end when they know what they need to do based on the other games or something. Like, they could try that, and it wouldn't exactly be outside of the realms of possibility for a Big Sam team. That
Liverpool game does feel like an exhibition game. I've got a close friend he's a Saints season ticket holder, and he was saying basically it's a good. He's going to the game today purely as like a goodbye to like Theo Walcott, Ward-Prowse, players like that. So yeah. I don't know what the Southampton team's going to be, but I'd imagine it's going to have that feel of like a pre-season friendly, which can be a good thing. If you're captaining an attacker against them. I guess it's the only thing with Salah that worries me is his minutes. Is he guaranteed to get 80 plus?
Yeah, that's the thing. But
because Kane will.
True.
Rich, you're just going to start McAllister and Matoma?
I'm going to bench Matoma, I think.
Really?
I think, yeah. I know so I've done a transfer since. So I think I'm going to play Solanke over Matoma.
Interesting.
Part of the reason is a lot of people are going for Everton players, and for good reason. I just want to get in the top 50k, to be honest. So I'd be quite happy having a player like Solanke. Hope he wipes out all the Everton clean sheets. They're the bookies' favourites to get a clean sheet, but it's a really low percentage. Normally we see teams that are like 50%. City sometimes hit 60% for a clean sheet. I think they're only like 42%, something like that. So yeah, it's a bad week for clean sheets. So Solanke 90 minutes and penalties. That feels okay, doesn't it?
Oh, I think
so. Yeah, I'm. Oh man, panic mode.
Yeah, no, I'm exactly. I'm in the same place. You made an excellent point there, Rich. Like the clean sheet situation is tricky. So I'll put my team on the board so people can see what I'm talking about. I have a very unique and unfortunate situation, which is of my own doing. Andy will remember just how happy I was to get Shaw back in when I already had De Gea. I don't have Rashford, and so in order to, I've just so you know, I've already done Haaland to Kane. That's already done. So my bus team shows Haaland. He's gone. I've done the Kane one because that one I wanted that done before the site maybe crashes. So that's done and out of the way. If I want to get to Rashford, I want to sell Grealish to get to Rashford, but I also have to sell Shaw in order to do it. And so now I'm like, who on earth do I? And to be honest, I want to start Trippier for the same reason you want to start Botman as well, Rich. Like Chelsea could easily just do nothing in that game. Estupiñán, well, it would be nice to know if he's starting. Maybe that's going to be a bit of an issue, but I'm going to have to take a -8 to bench someone so I can get to Rashford, which might be worth it because he could explode. But I'm just frantically like trawling through the Fantasy Football Scout members area, trying to find which of these teams is most likely to keep a clean sheet, whilst also trying to find any defenders that have shown any attacking threat in the last couple of weeks. And it's slim pickings.
I honestly, I could be biased here, but I think Rico Lewis. It sounds like he might be playing in midfield. I think he's a potentially attacking upside defender. and he's only like 3.9. But like I say, I'm quite biased because I bought him a few weeks ago.
No, that's a great shout actually, because this is one of those weeks where we're presented with that unique opportunity to get on someone like that. We wouldn't ever want to own them consistently, right? We wouldn't want to be praying every week that he's going to start, not going to start. Yeah. So
the best attacking stats for a City defender as well.
Oh, right. There you go. You've sold me. Oh, and I think Andy's trying to mention something there.
Yeah. Sorry to be so self-absorbed about my team right now. I really need to ask you guys because we got 6 minutes. Who's more likely to start, Enciso or Mitoma? Just this is an educated guess.
Well, tell you what, I might go to Rich. You give your educated guess. I'm gonna go to Fantasy Football Scout's team news predictor, and whilst that's loading, Rich, you jump in and give us your opinion.
I would have assumed Mitoma. However, there's been nothing confirmed, but there's been rumblings all day, haven't there?
Yeah, I don't trust those rumblings.
No, I don't trust it either. Yeah. And I mean, not to play the game with EO, but he's about 80-something% owned as well, isn't he, Mitoma?
Yeah.
I mean,
oh my god, 1056.
I've got him benched at the moment, but that's because I bought in Kane, and it feels very close between Mitoma and Solanke.
So who would you start, Mitoma or Enciso?
I would start Mitoma, unless we get some kind of reliable information in the next 5 minutes.
Are you okay with Iheanacho over Watkins though?
I do prefer Watkins.
Okay,
I feel like Nacho,
sure.
We've seen him subbed early a couple of times, haven't we? We know for sure that Watkins... Well, actually, we don't know for sure. But Watkins is more likely to be on penalties.
All right, I'm going for Son.
You're doing it.
Good man.
Yes.
Man. That's the way to go.
What about the captaincy? Honestly, I think it's a good... I think you've got... The options you've gone through, they're all good. They've all got logical reasons.
I'm going for Son. I'm going to captain him.
It's much harder picking a player for one game week, isn't it, than picking them for a run of fixtures.
Yeah. Well, so on that note, I think I'm getting Rico Lewis. We got 4 minutes to go. It's going to be... I've already done Kane in for Haaland. So then it's now Grealish to Rashford and Shaw to Lewis, who I'm going to start. And I think I'm going to bench Estupiñán, I think.
Would you guys start Enciso or Botman?
I think I'd go Enciso. So just to answer your question in terms of the official Fantasy Football Scout prediction, they actually, funnily enough, made your question largely redundant because Neil's suggestion is that Enciso and Mitoma will both start. You never know, but I would start Enciso because I just think that he's in great form, and I find it very difficult to bench attackers, to be perfectly honest, especially on Gameweek 38 when it's all about the attackers. To be honest, but that's just
I agree with that. I think my point with Botman earlier was if I had to play him, I wouldn't be disappointed. I wouldn't do a -4 to not play Botman.
Okay,
but Enciso seems a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Son captain, Son in.
Son captain. Yes, what a guy. Love that. It's so thematic as well. I mean, that's the thing is. Sometimes you just want to chase something on the final day of the season that makes you feel good, that sort of ties in with how you've been playing the game.
Exactly.
And I got to be honest, I still think, and you might blush at this, Andy, I still think one of the most iconic FPL pictures of the season was that picture of you celebrating that Son goal at Spurs. Was amazing. So, being able
there's
to sort
a rumour.
There's a rumour.
Okay. I don't know if I should say rumours, though.
Say it. You got to go.
Someone has said that Raptor has said
right,
that Matoma's benched and McAllister starts.
Ooh. Okay, nice.
But I don't. Obviously, I'm not watching that.
I'll take that.
So there's a good point. We don't even know if Raptors necessarily said that. It could be
no, it's no. That's why I've got to be careful saying things like that.
Yeah. And there's 2 minutes to go.
There's a couple of people saying in our chat, but again, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to drop a chaos grenade.
No, that's okay. I've got McAllister, not Matoma, so I'm okay.
Well, I've got him benched. I just don't want to give wrong information to...
Yeah. I'm now just checking that my team's saved, which I would advise everybody else to do because it's entirely possible. So, I think I'm captain in Salah, and I think my vice-captain is going to be Kane.
I've got the same at the moment.
Yeah. And then...
Andy's got Son.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited by that. That could be so big.
No expectations. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Let's play it down. Play it down. We don't want to jinx it, do we?
I'm ready for the pain. Yeah.
Have you considered David Rico Lewis captain?
Absolutely not, no. That really would be
You're playing for something unlike me.
Well,
like, I'd love to finish 50k, but
yeah, I've taken a -8 now. So we'll see. We've got some other things to do between now and when the deadline passes. But we'll have a look at live FPL in a bit, and it'll be interesting to see just how much I've dropped from the -8. I will definitely have dropped out of the top 10k from my -8. And it's just whether or not the players have invested in, can they just shoot me back up again? So
how many points ahead of the top 10k were you before?
I was about to look that up. I might look it up when the deadline's passed because we've got mere seconds left, and I just want to check everything's in order. So I'm going to let everybody else, before you have to put your pens down, check your team's done. check you're happy with it.
Yeah, we've literally got 10 seconds.
Here we go. Well, I should have done a countdown clock, or maybe got some sort of party poppers or something like.
It's all on Rico Lewis now.
There
Rico Lewis and Son.
The deadline is passed. Pens down, ladies and gentlemen. The final decisions of your FPL season have been made, whether you like it or not. Let us know in the chat how you're feeling after that. That was stressful, to be honest. I'm gonna take our screen. I'm gonna take our teams off the screen because they will be confusing to people because they're bus teams, and unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to show you our teams as they finished until probably about 40 minutes, I would imagine. But so just so that people know, Andy, it's very late at night for him, so he will be jetting off to possibly bed.
No, definitely not.
Well, maybe watching the games in bed. Just sitting down with a cup of tea. So because you're going to be leaving us first, let's come to you. What's your immediate emotion at the end of that? And maybe just talk us through how this season's gone for you as well. It's all sort of culminated in the moment that we've just captured on stream. How do you feel?
It feels like a relief that the season's over. And I'm just gonna have to accept whatever happens today, right? I know what Rich was saying earlier also made sense. That was something I've been thinking about this entire time, but I've had this feeling for a couple of days now. So it's not something that just happened like in the past 2 hours or something. And I was actually secretly hoping for some Haaland news, that Haaland would be, possibly, gossip that he might be benched. So it actually kind of was music to my ears. And here we are. Good luck to us all. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look, it's been amazing. I think the whole Sky Sports thing was crazy. And honestly, that's something I don't want to do too much because the whole thing was way too nerve-wracking. But I did go over. I just wanted to see pros, see Sky Sports, experience it, and then also obviously watch the game. So it was one of the best trips I've had in recent memory. And yeah, burning questions, I think. I hope to continue for many years, but obviously, doing content is very difficult, especially with all that's happening in life. Every year, it's getting harder and harder, especially with my age becoming more. I'm having more responsibility as I grow older. So at the same time, this is what we love to do, and we love to talk about football. So I'm looking forward to burning questions next season as well.
Yeah, no, I think we all are. I think we're very excited to see where the show can go. But I have to admit, I like the fact that you sort of mentioned in there sort of the rest of your life and everything, because I think the age of fantasy football manager, I think it is still getting younger because there's just so many people playing it now, and it is a young man's game now. But there's a lot of us out there, with our fantasy football beards, especially in this country. That's how it goes anyway. We've got me and Rich over here just repping the sort of like, the fantasy football beard. So in that situation, we are people who are getting older in our lives, and we have to balance FPL with a lot of other responsibility. And so it's nice to hear you talk like a human, I suppose, because I think a lot of people will really empathize with that. I mean, have you got any advice for people on that particular subject about balancing FPL with real life? If you were going to go full Dean Smith and be like, I live in the real world, any tips and advice for someone who's had a pretty jet-setting season as well? As you've talked about, balancing trips over to this country with your work and family and things like that.
This is for me, or this is for Flappy?
Oh, this is for you. This is for you, my friend.
Okay.
Flapjack has done very considerably less air miles for his fantasy team this year than you have.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, do you mind repeating the question?
Oh yeah. Just a bit of advice for people just balancing, their FPL commitments with just like their actual real lives and all their responsibilities, things like that.
Yeah. I mean, like, if I'm getting the question right, from actually, I don't know if I should say this, but I run two businesses, and so on top of this, balancing FPL is not easy because it doesn't feel like work, but we're so obsessed about it that I spend so much time on content consumption, as well as just like just working on my FPL team throughout the week, right? So balancing is not easy, but going over to London was a trip planned for many weeks in advance, so it was not that difficult. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Well, no, you're doing an amazing job. We're big fans of you, of course. It's been good to have you on the stream as well. We've got you in for another 5 minutes, but I will just quickly come to Rich.
Yeah.
You've had 5 minutes now to come down from that emotional high of the deadline. How are you feeling? How did the temperature? Did it hit 30 degrees?
No, it's hit 25, so okay. It's slowly rising. To be honest, that was one of the least. That was quite unstressful for me. Luckily, I think having to think about your teams as well. It was like a distraction technique. Yeah, there wasn't really anything exciting that I could do with my team, but yeah, it's locked in. I guess we've just got to wait and see if Salah starts now. I'm sure he does, but it's going to be a nervous wait.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we've got until about 3:30, so we've got 24 minutes now until the team news drops. We'll be joined by Karam for that as well. What I will say, actually, we've got another 4 minutes with Andy, right? If you've got a question for Andy, get it in the chat, which obviously isn't going to be about your team because it's too late now. But, while we wait for those questions, I'll just have a look to see if we've got any that I can ask you post-deadline. Today, we should just apologise. Today's stream is going to feel very informal in places, and Rich, who's going to be with us for the full 4 hours, I have been giving him permission to go to the toilet if he needs to be honest, because we're going to be at this a long time. So, yeah. Well, now I've wasted a minute of Andy's time. We could have been asking questions and just talking about the toilet.
That's fine.
That's how this particular stream, is going to go. We'll tell you what. I'll ask you a question then, Andy. You've got a couple of months off from FPL. Do you have any nice plans for like the time you would normally give to FPL? What are you going to fill it with? Anything fun?
I mean, switch off, right? I think it's best to switch off. But also I think fully switching off is not it's not easy to go back into the groove, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you guys have experienced it. And especially like if we're having to produce content from the beginning of the season, like you gotta be a couple of weeks in advance before the start of the season. We're no experts on Luton, but we got to figure out like, which players are going to be viable options. And this and that. So I really want to get away for a little bit, and then slowly that itch will come back, and I'll start looking into the teams that have come up from Championship, and then I'll look into keep tabs on all the transfers as well. I think that's very important, and sort of also see what game state or what team state teams are in. For example, I'm interested to see what happens to Chelsea this summer. Maybe some players go, maybe some players come in, maybe a top coach comes in, who knows, right? So all this stuff is very intriguing to me throughout the summer, and just have like a football mind, if anything.
Yeah, it's nice.
Football focused mind, not FPL focused mind.
Yeah, because differentiating the two is really important, isn't it? Because I think it's one of the reasons why I love a World Cup. I mean, I know we play fantasy games for that, but in a way it feels almost like a free hit because no one's going to judge you for doing badly at the World Cup Fantasy, because it's a bit sort of a roll of the dice. But that, for example, is a great opportunity to really lean into the things about football that just are really enjoyable, but don't actually involve because what it boils down to effectively is you're actually taking a rest from decisions. That's what you're taking a rest from. Decision fatigue is difficult in any walk of life. I mean, you'll know that from owning businesses, I'm going to imagine. So being able to get a break from that, it's that decisions that you get the break from, rather than necessarily a ball being kicked around, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I just also want to say, if Fianor 1977 says Andy should get a giant sun poster and put it on the curtain. I've heard even Rich asked me what's behind the curtain. I showed him behind it. Yeah, there's not much. It's like literally my home. And so I think next season early on, I'll do a team or curtain reveal and just kind of deck it out a little more. It's like it's quite messy. So I need to clean up first. Yeah, that's
amazing. I'll tell you what. I absolutely want to be all over that content. We finally get to see what's behind the curtain. And well, I mean, if I can give you any inspiration, if I move my head, I've got the Lundstrom and the Jimenez fantasy heroes from ages gone by. Any possibility of a Son shirt hanging up behind you? Maybe with a poster as well. Deck it out with a nice little shrine to Son.
Yeah, I should. But like when I first did FF Scout content, I was like trying to deck out the background with like all Sun stuff, and I have quite a few like Sun, like not memorabilia, but like jerseys and meaningful jerseys, right? Jerseys I wanted to buy at certain years, but like as time goes by, I want to do less Sun and kind of like keep it just like more neutral FPL focus, if you know what I mean, because I think my branding is already done through this guy like Son, so that's more than enough for me.
And you've done it, and you've captained Son today.
yeah, I've captained Son today, so let's see what happens.
I'm so excited for that. Genuinely.
I have no expectation. I genuinely think he can blank. I do see that possibility, so I'm trying to be like not expect too much.
Yeah, well, that's probably the good attitude to have. And, well, we're going to be joined by Karam in a few minutes. So, unfortunately, as much as it pains me to say it, Andy, it is a good
worries
from us for now. We just want to thank you very much for coming on the stream today, joining us for that very panicked space of time. And thank you once again for tuning in at such a crazy hour. So, I hope you sleep well eventually. And
I just want to say I'm sorry for being so distracted for the deadline stream. I think I was like looking down on my phone the entire time. So sorry to you both, Rich. I look forward to doing BQ or Scoutcast with you next season quite often. And David, of course, we'll be doing a lot of streams together. So thank you both, and then thank you to everybody in the stream. This is probably my final sign off before we see each other again for next season.
Yep. Come on, Son.
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on, Son, please. Yeah. Enjoy the football, and I'll be tuning into the stream as well, you guys.
Amazing. Well, cheers, Andy. We'll speak to you
Brilliant.
soon.
Nice speaking to you, Andy.
Okay.
Yeah.
See ya.
Right. So now comes the magic moment where we transition to a different screen. I think I might end up I might actually have to boot Andy from the Zoom, which feels mean, but I'm going to do it. I never thought I would. There we go. How do I get rid of him? Shall I block and report? Get rid of this guy. There we go. He's gone. Right. So I do need to tell what. Let's go back to you, Flappy. What are your plans for the summer whilst I make it so people can see you again?
There's lots of good plans. We've got Gameweek 39. I mean, actually, first of all, we've got the whole afternoon of football, and then we've got Gameweek 39. And then, to be honest, it's not that long till the next season starts. I know we're both Reading fans. I don't know about you. I'm quite excited about being in League One. Maybe we can be a big, I don't want to say a big fish in a small pond, but a medium fish in a smaller pond.
How about a humbled fish in a normal sized pond? Because I feel very humbled as a Reading fan.
Yeah, no, so do I. But I'll take that. I would take that. It's made me feel really old as well, because I remember when we got promoted, and then there was all these tweets going around about how it was 20 years ago. And then I realised how old I am. So that's humbling as well.
Yeah, well, we don't want to make it too much of a Reading loving. I mean, unfortunately for people, you do have two for the price of one here. We got two Reading fans. I remember the championship trophy being paraded through the high streets and past the station and everything. those were the glory days, man. The year we did the 106 still stands to this day, and usually it's us that manage to stop a team doing it. Because we drew with Burnley this year, right? We stopped them doing it. Is that right?
Yeah, right? I mean, technically they could have still done it, I think. But it really helped.
Yeah.
And then I think they lost the game after that. So
because we did it to Wolves the year they came up as well. I think we beat them penultimate day of the season. That was the result. Yep. So we can cling on to that.
It's kind of bittersweet, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
because we still got relegated, but we stopped other. I mean, I was celebrating, Burnley not being able to get 106 points, but then a couple of weeks later, I'm nearly in tears because we're relegated.
I know it's not fun, and well, if you're joining us and your club got relegated this year, or maybe even you're the other Reading fan outside of me and Rich, because there aren't many of us anymore, then let us know in the chat. It's an interesting time of year for teams that have gone down, because it's a very apprehensive sort of situation. And well, we could see that potentially happen to one of Everton. We could see it to Leeds. We could see it to Leicester today. Each of those teams threatened by relegation. And we will be, and just so you know, you probably guessed from the title, we will be watching those games and the games that we can watch, and tracking those games and following the evolving situation and reacting to it as it happens. So there could be a lot of relegation fears happening today. Those of you who know Chris at Fantasy Football Scout as well, he is an Everton fan and is actually travelling today and is very nervous that he's going to potentially land. His plane is going to land and he's going to find out Everton have been relegated. So it's just one of those days. Yeah. Oh, wait, there he is. He's in the chat now. Chris James, Everton are going nowhere. Well, at least he's in a buoyant mood. That's the main thing. So that's the attitude to have. Me and Rich are not going to be able to bring that energy to the table as very, very humbled Reading fans, unfortunately. So
no, although Seb's a Leeds fan, isn't he? I know he's not here today. But
I tried my best to get Seb on the stream so we could get live reaction to like Leeds relegated and Seb's head in his hands. Not that I necessarily want to see that happen to Seb specifically. You know, it's just to have anybody on the stream the exact moment that they get rid of the episode of The Simpsons when Ralph's heart, you know, you can see his heart breaking and they like pause and they like rewind. Just the opportunity editorially to have that would have been great, but he's decided to watch Leeds get relegated in the privacy of his own home, which I think is probably fair enough, wouldn't you say, Rich?
I mean, it could be similar if you finished 10,000 and first.
Well, that is a good point. I'd forgotten about
that. It's not quite the same, but that kind of not television, but that kind of dramatically just missing out.
I know.
It's always going to be good for people watching.
Yeah, exactly. We should have put on the stream like watch this man fail to get top 10k despite being in the top 10k. Like when the day started, that is entirely possible. That's what's going to happen.
I think you're going to do it. And if Rico Lewis costs you it, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, man. It's okay. We've always got the 106. We're all good. Yeah. Right. So Karam will be with us in just a moment. I just need to get him into the Zoom. So I'm just going to hand back over to you, Rich, for a moment, if that's okay. I think there was actually a question for you, possibly. Yeah. Jump in the chat. See what you can and say hello to some people as well. Well, I just get Karam on the chat, which I believe is my fault.
Because we're going to be here we've still got over 3 hours, haven't we?
We've got a long way to go.
Yeah, so this is like an Iron Man contest, but there's a lot to look forward to. We're obviously going to have the team news shortly, the official team news. We're going to get the effective ownerships. We're going to find out where they are. How low is Rico Lewis? Who's the most captained? I mean, I'm predicting that Salah's going to be the most captained, but maybe the Haaland news is going to give a late push to Kane or Rashford, for example. But yeah, just looking in the chat now.
Yeah, that's an excellent point you've raised about effective ownership. What we will do when we have the ability to get into live FPL, which of course it is updating at the moment, we will go through some of the stats to see what position people are in. I will be able to find out how much of a rank drop I've given myself by making that transfer, which I'm actually quite nervous about because it's quite concertinaed. I think I was about 15 points in or something. Off the top of my head, can't remember. Last time I checked was sort of like Thursday. So if you don't already use live FPL, then by all means head over. It's a really effective tool. And when we head to our official final day of the season match center, which is by no means anywhere near as good as a Sky Sports News or something, we will have a few little screenshots from live FPL where we will be able to show off exactly what the state of my team is, exactly what the state of Rich's team is, and it's very, very useful. So don't forget to try that out, although maybe not too many of you because it will make it crash. we are moments away from Karam joining us. We're going to ask him what he has been doing. He's very fortunate. Because unlike Andy, where we subjected him to, hey, can you just jump on the stream and can we just like watch you panic and stress? And Karam's had the opportunity to do his team without that added pressure. So he's going to tell us what decisions he made. And I actually just want to point out, I thought it was very, very kind and very sweet that Andy was like, I'm so sorry for not paying attention. But that's what people came here to see. They came here to see people in a bit of distress. So we were able to achieve that for people.
It's the reality of being an FPL manager.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. That's life as an FPL manager sometimes. And I'm sure. I don't think there was anybody in the chat who was thinking any worse of him. So if he is still watching, then don't worry, my friend. We got you covered. Right, Karam has joined us by phone, so I'm just making him visible as best I can. It's all very. There we go. I can see the bottom of your head, Karam. Can you hear us? I'm not sure. Cutting edge technology, final day of the season. This. He'll be with us momentarily, I'm sure. When
he gone again.
Yeah, he's gone again. Yeah. Come on then, Karam. Put some bets on how long it's going to take him to get in. Well,
I'm a bit gutted I don't have any Arsenal players. Here he is.
There he is. There we go. We got him. There we go. And he's dressed appropriately as well, which we like to see. I think he also is listening to us, which is great because I can hear my own voice reverberating back through. There we go. Can you hear us, Karam?
Yes, I can. Yes,
hey,
I
we
can
got
hear
there
you.
Actually. I will.
Finally,
I will apologise completely. And so something was going to give on a day like this. I knew there was something I was forgetting to do. We had the deadline come in. I've got questions coming in the chat. We got to ask Andy and Rich what's going on with their team, and I've got to worry about my own -8. I was like, there's one thing I needed to do. It was get you that link. So my apologies. It's if there's anyone who wants to hand in a complaint, please make sure it's FAO David Monday because it's all on me. But you're dressed appropriately, Karam. You're in your Man City gear, ready for the final day of the season. How are you feeling? How did the deadline go for you?
Good. First of all, hello everyone, and because I received the code in a different way, I couldn't log in by my laptop. So if you give me the passcode, I can log in from the laptop. That will be much better. For now, I'm on the phone managing things, but overall, great. I feel very relieved to the end of what is arguably my worst season. So I couldn't wait for Gameweek38 deadline to pass.
Oh, yeah.
And quite happy with that. So look forward to the holidays. It's been quite a long season because we started early in August in the World Cup and then kind of relatively end of May where the season isn't over yet. So it's been a very long season. So I'm quite happy that it comes to an end. And there is always next season where I look forward to go back into my ambition, top 100K, and even better. But overall, it's a great season. I've had the show also with the Fantasy Football Scouts every Saturday night, so that was a great fun.
Yeah, how have you found it actually? Sort of, doing a show like that and balancing it with the team. It's speaking from my own personal experience, it can be quite a challenge, can't it? I mean, Andy was sort of mentioning sometimes the personal challenge of balancing those two things. I hope you enjoyed it, but at the same time, any challenges you've had to overcome when you're making decisions for your team as well, because you sometimes feel like there's like an extra pair of eyes over your shoulder.
Did you refer to the last game week or overall?
Oh, just generally this season, sort of balancing that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I started well at the beginning of the season, and then I'm kind of a streaky person. When I pick up form and get the strong game weeks, I continue to do that. But when I dip off, then it seems like I never go out of it, and that's what exactly happened since the World Cup. It feels like I'm making every wrong decision possible and never making that up until the last 5-6 game weeks of the season. So Yeah, it was quite challenging. On the other hand, I enjoyed doing the show. It kind of helped me a bit to look into the data differently and making my own decision based on what I've seen on Saturday games in particular when I prepare for the show. So it was a mixed season in terms of doing not so great in FPL, but also having a great time doing the show. So overall, yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, well, no, it's been good to have you on the channel this year, and yeah, really enjoyed your content. So, yeah, if there's any Karam fans in the chat, then send them some love for a good season on that. Absolutely. I'm going to bring your team onto the screen because you've sent me a new one now. I'm just going to drag that in. It's probably going to cover your face, Rich. I hope that's okay.
No, that's all right. That's right.
We're going to
more important than my face.
We're going to mildly sideline you for a little bit while Karam just talks through what he did. And don't worry, all the Flapjack fans in the chat, you'll see him again in a minute. So yeah, you had the benefit, we were saying, of going through the deadline without having to have people watch you go through the deadline. So what decisions did you make?
So I made the early move as soon as I hear that Haaland is not starting. I made the move to Kane captain, and a bit of I had a decision to make during the week, and I left it to the last 5 minutes where I had Robertson, and I was almost sure that he probably is out. It's like almost sure he's probably out. What is it? That's not even. Anyways, I was almost certain that Robertson will be out, or at least will not be rested into the last game week of the season. So I made him out for Trent for a -4. So that's the last move I make this season. Nothing exciting. Nothing is Maverick. Maybe Kane captain, where others will go Salah captain. So and I don't know if you have the latest screenshot before the move, but I benched Tom and I started.
We had your best team, and then this is what it became. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I ended with starting McAllister and benching Mitoma. Part of the reason is the rumor that's going around, but even if I don't get any news, I would have benched Mitoma. Since Gameweek 29, he hasn't scored any goals. So at least McAllister has the penalties. Has been starting a game, resting in the other one. So in a way, I felt like the X minutes for this game week is in McAllister's side. The rest of the team is as I sent you. So hopefully, when the official team sheets come out in a few minutes, everything will be. I managed to field an 11, so we will see.
Sorry, everybody. I was accidentally muted there. I was basically just saying that Mitoma his accuracy has been a bit off this season. So last few weeks of the season, and I would have done exactly the same thing as Karam. I probably would have benched him. And so yeah, I've just gone back to Rich as well. We were talking about Mitoma, weren't we? Before when we had Andy. Would you have done the same thing if you had them both?
Yeah, I would do. I mean, I do have both, but yeah, and Karam's team looks fun. I'm actually quite jealous. Players like Elise, I know Eze's been popular, but I find that quite exciting as well. So yeah, that team looks fun.
I hope so. I mean, since on the show, like few I don't know, last month there was an episode where I mentioned like it's so close between Olise and Eze in terms of stats and the numbers they put together, and I decided to go against Eze, and since then Eze has been has been banging on the points, and Olise is doing nothing. So at least this game week, please Olise, please.
He's due. He is due, and I think you got unlucky there because I think people who got Eze over Elise a few weeks ago, we didn't know that Eze was going to be on penalties. That was a bit of a surprise.
Yes, indeed, and I think his role is becoming a bit more advanced. He's like a proper number 10 in the last few game weeks, which changed the whole story. Olise is more hugging the touchline, staying out wide, not involved too much in terms of goals and all of that. So I hope this time at least. If the rumor is there, as the mirror said, PSG think of him as the Messi replacement. I want to see that today. I want to see like a brace and a couple of assists to prove that. But at least maybe it's a motivation. Let's see.
I didn't know that was the rumor to PSG. So he's had a meteoric rise from Reading.
I was going to say, it's sort of sticking the Reading knife in a little bit more. We were just talking about how humbled we feel that Reading have gone down. We would have done anything to keep Olise at the MATCHCAST, wouldn't we, Rich?
We would have done, but
but we didn't.
£8 million release clause.
There we go. That's how you run a football club.
Ridiculously low release clauses.
Tanky in the chat says that he's in the same situation. Karam, he said seeing the Eze points when it was a close 50-50, probably 6 weeks ago, has been very heartbreaking. It's been tough, hasn't it?
It was a ridiculously close decision. It felt like I think it was even closer than like Isak Wilson, because we didn't have penalties to consider or anything, or we didn't think so either. So maybe there's going to be some Game Week 38 magic. But looking at picks like that, it just seems a lot more fun for Game Week 38. A lot of people have gone for Eze. I'm going to be really interested, actually, to see what Eze's effective ownership is. Maybe the Haaland benching rumours are going to affect it a little bit. So maybe it won't be as high as I was thinking it was going to be yesterday, for example.
It's a good point.
I imagine Olise is going to be at, 1% effective ownership, if that.
Yeah, not many people are going to have him because he has very much fallen into the Eze shadow. And Brian Morrissey in the chat says I sold March and Batoma for Eze and Ramsey, so there's at least one extra Eze owner. It'd be interesting, Brian, if you're still listening to this now, I would love to know what you did with Haaland to Kane, because as Rich has said, in a way, the news that we've had has sort of put us in a situation where lots of people have made the same transfer very quickly, and potentially locked us out of other changes. The
teams are out.
The teams
Sorry
are
to interrupt.
out. No, that's okay. Well, the teams are coming out, so we will transition to our next slide. And my apologies if you're all over the place with your cameras. I think we're good. There we go. Right. So what we're going to do is we are going to scroll through the old Fantasy Football Scout Twitter. I'm going to get that on the screen. No, that's my notifications on Twitter.
Olise starts.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to start focusing through all this information. So basically, it's all coming in very quickly. And so apologies to everybody watching this if this is all haphazard and all over the place. It's the last of the season. Everything is going on. Team news, as you hear it and as you see it, both of you guys, just yell it out. And we'll get some of it on the screen in due course.
So Wilson starts. No, sorry, Wilson's benched. Sorry, Isak starts.
Oof.
Ouch.
Batoma's benched.
Okay.
McAllister starts. Trippier starts. No Haaland. Haaland is on the bench though.
I got also the Liverpool. Trent starts. Tsimikas starts. Jota, Salah, Firmino front three, and Milner in midfield. Diaz and Gakpo on the bench.
Ooh.
And no Van Dijk at all. Not even on the bench.
Yeah.
Neither Robertson. And
I'm surprised because I saw Van Dijk wasn't going to be playing like you said, but then they played Matip and Gomez. So Konate's benched. Not that I've seen many people with him, but there's a couple out there.
The Wilson benching is not something I'm happy about. I did not see that coming. But to be fair, I've been saying for a number of weeks that actually he does so well from the bench that maybe it's okay. He will definitely come on, I would have thought. So that's probably, that's my immediate reaction to that. What about you guys? Is there anything in that that's particularly damaging for your teams?
No, I've got very lucky here. I think all my players start. I bench Matoma.
Yeah, did you see Brighton team sheet? If McAllister starts, that's the only player.
Oh, there's no Estupinan, is there? Actually.
Oh,
no. Okay.
I'm very happy I benched him then.
Then I'm personally down to 9 starters, Estopinian and Wilson. I've started them and they are benched. And first up is Mitoma, who's also benched. And the other 2, I will not rely on them at all. You have Bodman and Henry against Man City. So a bit of cameos here and there from the main 11 will be just fine, I think. Yeah, Kane starts, Son starts, Kulusevski starts, Poro also. So yeah, 9 out of 11 for me today.
Nice. What's your number then, Rich? Have you worked it out yet?
So I've got 11. I do have 11.
Nice.
So yeah, I realise I've got very lucky there because I've got Steele over Estupinan, which to be honest hasn't been that lucky in the last couple of weeks, and Isak over Wilson hasn't been that lucky.
Today could be the
maybe
day
it evens it out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was one thing I was looking at recently, although, well, actually, probably won't actually matter if Isak starting up front on his own. I was quite happy to hold him for a lot of games because they were playing teams that were quite weak down their right-hand side, and one of those was Leicester. And another one is Chelsea. They've been very weak on their right-hand side in the last few weeks. And Isak, when he plays with Wilson, has played on the left-hand side, so it sort of matches up quite nicely. He's obviously going to be through the middle, but you would imagine that when Wilson comes on, they'll probably stay on and do something. So actually, it's entirely possible, Rich, that maybe Isak starts to do better when he is on the wing against Chelsea. You never know. Like, that's the thing about Newcastle attackers, is they seem to have bucked the trend of late. They've been very, very hard to navigate, which is actually why I got both of them. So it saved me that decision each time. But yeah, so are you hopeful there? You hopeful there with Isak?
Yeah, I mean, he's in my team purely because I had one transfer and he's okay. Like if I was on a free hit, I would not have had Isak in my team, for full disclosure. So even if he scores a hat-trick, I've started Isak because I had very few other options. But hopefully you're right. Hopefully he does well.
Yeah, well, same here. I would say that I want you to do well, but I also want me to do well. So that's where I'm at.
I sorted out the laptop thing. If I switch now, will I mess up the order of the 3 of us?
It's entirely possible that may happen. I have to say, I think you look absolutely fine, my friend. We've had some kind comments about the just how impressive your microphone is as well. So I think the particular view we've got of you is great. What I was just going to say is that if you aren't already aware and you need a useful place to go and find the team news whenever it comes out each week, then the old Fantasy Football Scout Twitter is a great place to do it. And we are now seeing some tweets come through. So we've got some lineups in full now, because it obviously takes a little bit of a while for the old editorial guys and the social media team to bash this out. That was something that I used to do before as well, so I can say with personal experience that the second those team news drop, it's a bit like that gif of the cat that's typing really quickly. That is what they're doing. So the first one we've got in full then is Arsenal v Wolves. So starting for Arsenal then is Ramsey, Partey, White, Gabriel, Kivior, Jorginho, Odegaard, Xhaka, Saka, Trossard and Jesus. So Andy obviously was talking about potentially trying to get to Jesus. Well, he does start. Then the Wolves team then is Sarr, Semedo, Collins, Kilman, Bueno, Gomez, Lamina, Nunez, Traore, Hwang and Jimenez. What do you guys expect from this game? I mean, it's not actually a game that there's going to be necessarily a massive amount of fantasy interest in, other than potentially some dead teams. You know, the people that have perhaps held on to Arsenal players either because they stopped playing or because they had other fires to put out. So yeah, what are you guys expecting from this one? Let's start with you, Karam.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Wolves are not playing for anything, right? And generally speaking, whenever Wolves playing, I don't usually expect a lot of goals in their games. And so I won't be surprised if it's a 1-0 game. Unlike many of the other games where we expect goals galore. So perhaps the general is going to be like a kind of a 0-0 or 1-0 game. But I could be very wrong on this one, especially in the last game of the season.
What about you, Rich? What's your thoughts on this one?
See, I am so jealous of people who... I know not many people have Arsenal assets, but I'm so jealous of people that do. Obviously, we didn't know if Saka was going to be playing. He is starting. He's someone I only actually sold last week. I just didn't have a route to Saka. I think Wolves away from home, they're poor. I would love to have some Arsenal. I know Arsenal have not been great, the last few weeks. But yeah, I'm jealous of anyone who's got an Arsenal, particularly an Arsenal attacker. So yeah, I think they're great differentials. It was one of the fixtures to target. I just think it was hard to target it when there were rumours that Saka or Trossard, there were comments yesterday, weren't there, in the press conference that they've got a niggle or similar wording was used. So yeah, I think they're probably the best differentials for this game week, and I'm jealous of anyone with them.
Well, without wanting to sound like a broken record, that Haaland news that we've had this afternoon is probably going to have locked a lot of people out of anyone who was thinking about an Arsenal midfielder as well, which just makes things even more differential worthy, really, doesn't it? Because, or maybe people went for Jesus, I don't know, but I mean, the majority of people I think that went that were moving on Haaland probably were looking at Kane. But do you think Jesus can do well today?
I think Jesus can do well today. I think Odegaard will probably be the most popular one, won't he? As in, he was the safest. If someone was going for a midfielder, maybe Haaland to Kane, that's freed up that extra million. I think Odegaard was the safe one to go for there. And I think Jesus, because not many people had Kane, I think Jesus has been eliminated because of that, because people have gone for him. And plus people probably then went for Alvarez over Jesus as well. So yeah, they're good options. I think they'd be popular on free hit teams, but not one I'm on. And it's the one team out of the 20 that I'm jealous of people that own them.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I feel like an Arsenal goal is going to, when we have a look at our live FPL feed later on, I think Arsenal goals are potentially going to push both of us down, really, I think, Rich. Well, we've had another team news out in full, and so this one is now Villa versus Brighton. So this is a lot more relevant to fantasy than the Arsenal one, probably, or at the very least the decisions we've been making this afternoon. So for Villa, then it's Martinez in goal, Cash, Concert, Mings, and Dean as the back four. You got McGinn, Kamara, Louise as the sort of central midfielders, and then Ramsey, Bailey, and Watkins as a bit of a front three, really. Then the Brighton team, then Steele in goal, Gross, Webster, Colwell, and Veltman. Looks like they're the defence, I think. You never quite know with De Zerbi, but Gross has obviously played a wing back a bit. Ayari, McAllister, Buonanotte, Undav, and Ciso and Ferguson, which means that Dunk, Estupiñán, and Mitoma are on the bench. And this is this potentially could be the taste of something to come for next season. Do you think, Karam? I mean, it's a touch of Pep. He really has leaned into it quite a lot, because I know that they're not playing for anything, but Dunk, not starting the last game of the season when he's such a key figure is a bit frustrating, probably. There'll be people out there with Dunk who were relying on him probably for this, and it's probably tripped a few people up. What do you make of the Brighton situation, Karam, now we've seen the team in full?
I think that the changes that we are seeing in Brighton have come on recently, since they have been in the Cup. And since they played 120 minutes against Man United, we started to see a lot of rotation, because since then they have been playing every 3 days. And now they have been qualifying to European competition. There will be a lot of weeks where they play twice in a week. So I definitely expect that we will see a lot of this in the European midweeks and the weekends before or after that. The question is, have we seen? But the thing is with them, they were so strong that they are still a good hold, even when they miss on the odd game, especially McAllister, who we know now is on penalties. My main concern with Brighton next season is basically their prices will be pushed up, and I have a feeling they will be a bit overpriced. So we will talk about McAllister and Mitoma in the 7.5 to 8.5 bracket next season, which will be a challenge in itself, maybe psychologically first, because we're not familiar with having Brighton players at 8 million. But the fact, as the season goes on and we get into European midweeks, it will be really harder to digest a no-show or cameos from these 8 million players. And so if you ask me what I expect next season, is I don't think that we will be in a situation where we only triple Brighton most of the time that like we had. We were really blessed and spoiled by their prices and their contribution to the points. I don't think we will see that, because there's a lot of distraction will be in Europe next season. So There will not be bad options, but I think that it will be harder to justify keeping them in case of a lot of subs and cameos. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, what about you, Rich? I'd completely forgotten about those price rises. They're going to be hiked up quite a lot, would you imagine?
I'd have thought so, and I hope the pricing is a bit higher for probably all teams next season. It's been a weird one though, hasn't it? Because Brighton, traditionally, we might look at the defenders, like when we captain Shane Duffy, or a lot of us captain Shane Duffy all those years ago. There's never been many attackers in the Brighton team who've been nailed on. So yeah, I don't think we'll be having many of them next year. It might just be we go for one or two, obviously depending on fixtures, depending on the transfers as well. I must admit, I just saw this team and I actually had to Google who Ayari was. So it just shows how many players that Brighton develop. He's a Swedish midfielder. I'd never heard of him, if I'm totally honest. And they seem to do this, Brighton. They just have these players that have just appeared. It says he's played 2 games for Brighton. One of them as a 78th minute substitute in the FA Cup quarter-final win over Grimsby. So that, yeah, Brighton, they obviously find these gems from abroad, don't they? They develop them and then they sell them on. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's quite brutal actually that Dunk's been benched. I do feel for people who went for Dunk. They went for the safety, inverted commas, of minutes. And, you know, Webster started over him, which I thought Webster had a knock not that long ago. I mean, he tends to. So, yeah, with that lineup, I do feel sorry for people who've gone for Dunk.
Maybe he drank too much last week.
Yeah, maybe. That must be the only explanation.
It's like that Pep interview, and it's like, after winning the Premier League, I don't know what happened. They all got injured. It's pretty much could well be of what happened. Well, someone did once say, I don't know if you remember when Brighton came up, there was that viral tweet that the Brighton lineup just looked like the list of everybody's nicknames at a stag do. So clearly, Lewis Dunk was living up to his name, really, potentially. You know, not to land him in it or cast any aspersions, but yeah. Well, speaking of
what was Gross doing?
What was Gross? I don't know. Missing penalties, probably. That's pretty gross. Well, speaking of things that are gross or Pep, we've got some more rotation today, which we actually, to be fair, today is probably the kindest rotation we've ever had, and it is the benefit of Gameweek 38. You do have the extra information. We do have the Brentford, I should say, sorry, not Brighton, the Brentford lineup and the Man City lineup for this game. So it's Raya in goal. We've got Zanka, me, as in not David Monday, Pinnock, Hickey. I mean, I was going to say this one sounds like a like as a stag do, you know, Zanka, me, so Pinnock, Hickey, Onyeka, Janelt, Damsgaard, Henry, and Burmo and Visser. I'd be interested actually if there's anybody still with Brentford players, so let us know in the chat if that is you. But yes, the Man City team then: Ederson in goal, Walker, Ake, Laporte, Gomez, and I mean, yeah, you could be right, Rich. This could be Lewis in midfield with Calvin Phillips, which would be quite exciting to see. Palmer, Mahrez, Foden, and Alvarez with Haaland on the bench. So there is entirely possible that he absolutely destroys all of us, coming on in the second half and bagging a hat-trick. That could happen, but it will not be happening for De Bruyne or Grealish because neither of them are in the squad. So what do you guys make of this one? Let's start with the resident citizen. Let's come to you first, Karam.
Well, for Brentford, I was observing the attack, especially that Tony will miss out the first half of next season until January. I was really impressed by Mbeumo. Finally, he decided to convert these woodworks into goals. So I will be really interested in Mbeumo as someone who might lead the Brentford front line next season. I don't know about the pricing. Are they going to take advantage of the fact that he might be the main man next season and a bit overprice him? That's yet to be seen. So Mbeumo is the one that I'm having a note for next season. As for City, I actually anticipated to have De Bruyne and Grealish at least on the bench. The fact that they haven't played much last couple of weeks since Real Madrid, and they have 2 pretty much finals in a week and the week after, at least some minutes to keep the rhythm in. So I'm not sure whether their absence is injury related or pure rest. So for Haaland, it's very, very possible to see him coming on for 20 minutes, get a brace. But does he have a high EO now? I thought everyone has done Haaland and Kane to the point that Haaland will not damage us anymore.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Actually, I'm trying to see if Live FPL is loading yet.
It's tricky. Just updated.
Yeah, it's tricky to see.
Probably not yet, but for me, as a Mahrez owner, I had him for the double game week, and actually, these kind of team sheets are bad for him, because we've seen against Chelsea, he hasn't done much because we pretty much played with a relatively B team, and this one is pretty similar. So if you are a Mahrez owner, would be slightly worried from this team sheet. Is it going to be a tight game, a slow game? I'm not entirely sure. But hopefully De Bruyne and Grealish are fit, and it's only a rest.
Yeah, I know what you mean about Mahrez. He seems to only ever deliver when he's not the target of.
I only have in double game weeks. Whenever there's a silly double game week, I always go for Mahrez, and he never disappoints. So except the last one, which fair enough, because the title was sealed at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. I've never been able to get him to work for me, unfortunately. It might just be my fault. What about you, Rich? You might have to remind me of your City investment for this particular afternoon. Because I've seen so many teams now.
No, of course. I've done the standard Haaland to Kane move already. I was thinking, when we had the information that it looked reliable. It looked like Haaland wasn't going to start. And I did think, would it be safer just to keep Haaland in the team and, then I'm protected. But I don't think it's a logical way to play. And especially in game week 38 as well, I think you have to make the move, with the information that we have. I guess to use like a poker analogy, if you had a pair of twos, or like 7-2 offsuit or an awful hand, you could still win the hand, but you wouldn't be playing, in the best way possible. So I think using that information, maybe we get unlucky, but maybe it's a huge advantage that we've got rid of Haaland in our FPL teams. So it would be annoying, but I think making the right decision is the way we can console ourselves, afterwards if things go wrong there.
We've played the X-Men's, haven't we? That's the thing.
Well, exactly. So, it went wrong for me. I got Wilson's minutes wrong in the double. I know you didn't, for example, but this you can feel a lot more confident about. Obviously something could happen in the warm-up. He could come on at half-time. I was thinking that because surely Haaland still wants to score. Pep talks a lot about rhythm, but yeah, going safety first there wasn't really for me. I'm excited about Lewis. We obviously talked about him before the stream. In that game against Leeds, he actually had better stats than Gundogan, who scored a brace, didn't he? He had better expected assists than Mahrez, who got 2 assists. So maybe bigging him up a little too much, but that's the thing I'm most excited about today, and especially as David, you've jumped in as well. So
I honestly
that makes it a little bit more fun.
I was fairly confident that when it came right down to those last few moments, it was going to be Haaland to Kane, if we got the news, which we did, and then it would be Grealish to Rashford, because I think we all knew already that Rashford was very likely to be involved, and it was just who I went to from Shaw to make sure that I didn't end up with 4 United players, and I honestly was drawing a blank, and I hadn't even thought about tilting that City potentially early pieces of information that we might get treated to my advantage in that regard. And well, here we go. If this pays off, I'm saying it on the stream now. If I get top 10k because of that move, then I will get you a drink at Gameweek 39 on me.
Nice.
That's on
so
me.
I win twice because I have him, and then I get a free drink.
Absolutely. Well, that's a return on your investment.
Perfect.
That's speculate to accumulate. That is just go around telling people to buy Rico Lewis, and and some say he never ever paid for a drink ever again. So yeah, that'll be you. Let's move on to Chelsea and Newcastle now. We did sort of talk about them a little bit, but yeah. So the team lineups there then. So Kepa in goal, Azpilicueta, Silva, Chalobah, Hall, Enzo, Loftus-Cheek, Gallagher, Madueke, Sterling and Havertz for Chelsea, and then the Newcastle team, no Pope obviously because he's having his operation. So it's Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Target, Guimaraes, Anderson, Gordon, Almiron, St. Maximin, Isak, with Byrne and Wilson on the bench. We've kind of touched on this match a little bit already. I think it's sort of testament to the situation at Chelsea right now that actually I can't really think of any talking points about that Chelsea team. And it really is only Newcastle that I feel like will be affecting people today.
Hall's good at bonus points. We learnt midweek. That's about as far as it goes, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's clutching at straws, but it's not too far off. As in, like, in terms of like fantasy interest, right?
There's nothing there. I mean, even they're famed for their wing backs normally, aren't they? But it's Azpilicueta.
Yeah, the old guard.
Yeah, I mean, he used to be a great asset, didn't he, back in the day? Not so much anymore. I think he scored an own goal recently as well.
Just for old time's sake.
Yeah.
Karam, you'll have to remind me your Newcastle investment for today, what it was. I've seen so many team sheets. I've seen so many people's teams. They're all blending into one. So if at any point I'm asking people what's in their teams and you've already told me, I can only apologise.
Yeah, I still have Trippier in the 11. I have Wilson as well, which kind of a bit disappointing because Chelsea defense is there for the taking. So Wilson could well come off the bench and score. That's the hope now. And I do have Botman as a second sub on my bench. So I'm still keeping the 3 Newcastle, but for now I'm only having Trippier as a starting and Wilson as on the bench. So I do expect some goals this game. None of them are playing for anything, and especially Newcastle after ceding the Champions League spot. So I do expect goals in both sides. We'll see if Wilson gets some of the cake, gets a slice as well. So we'll see.
That's what.
Kepa on my bench. I started De Gea. Okay. I haven't checked. De Gea's started, right, for Man United. So I'm getting De Gea. So we'll see.
Yeah. With all the team sheets coming in, I've not actually laid eyes on a United one just yet myself. I probably will in a minute, or maybe one of you may stumble upon one. That's very much the nature of Gameweek 38 with all this information flying at us very, very quickly. Which, does also include... Well, let's go to another team then that people are potentially interested in. So Crystal Palace, Johnson in goal, Ward, Anderson, Gay, Mitchell, Doucouré, Eze, Hughes, Elise, Ayew and Edouard. And then, so not that we expected Johnson not to start, but there still is some interest in their defence, so it's nice to see that they seem relatively intact, and probably will give Forest a good game, because the Forest team, of all the different players that they have available to them, because there are lots of them, it's Hennessy, Worrell, Bolly, Niakate, Aurier, Yates, Mangala, Lodi, Gibbs-White, Johnson and Awonyi. So, Eze starts as we expected. Reading's finest academy product of the last couple of years, also involved as well. A wry smile there from Rich.
Very wry, wasn't it?
It was the wryest of smiles. It was the wryest of Reading smiles. So I don't know. What do we think? I mean, I personally feel like Palace could win this game 3 or 4-0, and not in any way a disrespect to Forest. It might just be that they've put so much energy into those couple of games that they were riding on to stay up, that there could be a bit of an emotional release today that just perhaps allows Palace to put on a show at home. What do you guys think?
I think that's the more likely scenario is Palace win. But I mean, it's Gameweek 38. Honestly, I don't think any result would shock me. Like, if Forest went and won 4-0, I wouldn't be shocked. Put it that way. Like, Forest have not been, they've been incredible recently. And their striker, whose name, Awonyi, I've never tried to pronounce it. I think it's close to that. He seems to be scoring regularly. So nothing would shock me. I'd favour the Palace win. I mean, they did well for people, didn't they? When people free hit in 32, for example. So maybe we see another Johnston double-digit haul.
Yeah, potentially. Well, what we do want to see is an Elise haul. Is that right, Karam? Is that what we want to see?
Yes, that's the only one.
With no Eze assists.
I really hope that Forest players have been drinking too much that no one will mark Elise.
If anybody spotted Karam like sort of trying to put things in the Nottingham Forest water supply in the last couple of days, do let us know.
For Forest players, so I've done my part. Now Elise, go.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for that for sure.
I mean, as much as I would like to hope Odese gets big points, we know that Eze is going to do it. So that's FPL. But yeah, I expect Palace to win this game by at least 2 goals. Yeah, so hopefully Odese gets all the points to finish off this season.
Yeah, I think I thought all 3 of us want that. I think because 2 of us in the chat want something to cling on to as a Reading fan, and you need the points. So we will have our fingers crossed as royally as we can. Well, let's move on to Everton. Big news from the chat, according to Chris James, that bad news for the Mopé owners, both of them. He's on the bench. So yeah, the Everton team then. So Pickford, Mina, Cody, Tarkowski, Garner, Gay, Onana, Decore, McNeil, Iwobi, and Gray. So that is the team tasked with winning this game to keep Everton in the Premier League. They will be facing the Bournemouth team of Travers, Smith, Zabarnyi, Senesi, Kelly, Lerma, Billing, Brooks, Christie, Ouattara, and Solanke. If anybody knows Down With the Sickness by Disturbed, whenever I see that guy's name, Ouattara, I kind of almost accidentally start singing that song.
Do it.
on a stream. Well, so if we can raise £100 in super chats, I will absolutely start singing Disturbed on the stream, just so that people know. But yeah, the thing is, there's not a lot of FPL interest in this game. I think we can all agree. But there is a lot of football interest. If we put FPL just in a bit of a box for 5 minutes, I say actually, as I see Sean Dyche's interview come on the TV next to me, this is a huge game because Everton have been, a top flight team for as long as I can remember, for as long as most people can remember. They've flirted with relegation a lot recently, and yeah, it's a big day for them, right? Big day for all of us. Because if we enter into a realm of Everton are a championship team, it kind of feels like the passing of something.
Yeah. I mean, it is like it would feel weird not having Everton in the top flight, right? Because it's something I've always known. But then it happened. I was thinking this yesterday when I was watching Coventry in the playoff final. They'd been in the top flight for a number of years when they got relegated. Again showing my age. So I do hope Everton stay up. I'm looking at that Bournemouth team though. So because Neto's their normal goalkeeper, isn't he? So
yeah, that's
I don't know if he's injured or something.
He's playing for Wolves today, actually.
Oh,
sorry, little name joke for you there. Just ignore me. I'm being stupid.
I can't. The thing is, I can't see your camera live, so I didn't know if you were joking. I mean, I was 99% sure you were joking.
Just always assume that if it's me, just don't take it seriously. Yeah. Well, for those of you who don't have the benefit of being behind the scenes, for basically because OBS has to pull my camera through, it means these guys on Zoom can't actually see me, and it means you guys get to see my face before he does. And so yeah, maybe I need to try a different voice when I do stupid jokes like that. Just
because it's delayed. I see you laughing at bits that aren't funny, and then I see you really serious when you're making a joke. So yeah.
Oh dear, laughing at things that aren't funny. That sounds like me.
I can't tell Rich. I watch David through YouTube, so I have another screen where I have it on mute, and David was joking, so that's good.
That is the FBI investigator doing his job absolutely to a T. He
tried to keep my eyes everywhere, right?
Yeah, he had his rulers out to measure the gaps between my eyebrows just to see and my eyes just to see whether or not I was joking. Because I mean, he just never stops. He never stops investigating. What a guy! What a guy! I also apologise. I didn't actually throw to either of you. I just stopped talking and kind of invited both of you into the space at the same time, and you both answered the question. So my apologies. Next time I ask a question, I will pick a specific person so you don't accidentally trip over each other. So Karam, then. For you, Everton in the Championship, would that feel like the start of a new, very strange era of your life?
It will feel very wrong. But if you look around teams also, like I know Leicester, it's going to be a bigger story. For me, I think Leicester being a champion 7 years ago and now in the Championship again, it just feels also so wrong here. So it's going to be really tough to see one of Leicester and Everton going down. I don't know. I don't know whether which team I want to have it staying up, but it's going to be a lot of drama here, and it will take time to accept the fact that Everton is playing in the Championship, or Leicester is playing in the Championship for sure. It's not going to be easy.
You make an excellent point, actually. I forgot about Leicester. That for those who are, when I say of a certain age, I'm not sat here now trying to say that you're the youth or anything, Karam, because I feel like you're very much in the same bracket as me and Rich. But Leicester, just wow, they were a global sensation when they won the league that year. In a way, to be honest, they could end up as the new Blackburn, couldn't they, Rich? A team that won the Premier League and then have just sort of free fallen into the abyss.
Yeah, it can happen, but I suppose it's so much more competitive now. Like all the leagues are. The Championship's really tough, that, which means the bottom end of the Premier League is tough, and even League One. Like, I know we've talked a lot about Reading today, but I was speaking to a Charlton fan, and he was saying how even League One, in the third tier, is really, really difficult to get out of. So I think it's just a knock-on impact of there's more money in football, not just in the Premier League, but it's filtered down all the way. I mean, even down to teams like Wrexham, they've got money as well. Salford City, I think they're League Two. So I think it's just the way football's developing. It's becoming a bit more flat, if that, not in a bad way, as in the hierarchy is a bit flatter. Apart from at the very, very top, of course. Yeah,
that's an excellent point. The ongoing changing situation in football is crazy. And certainly I've watched a lot of League One football over the last couple of years. My local team, because where I live now is Plymouth, they recently actually won League One, which felt like an amazing achievement because I've seen them competing in that division for a long time, or numerous times over the years, and also in League Two. And the teams that they go up against, sometimes it's bonkers. Some of the teams that the budgets they've had to compete with, and Plymouth Argyle doesn't really have much of an opportunity to compete with that. Although we should just say Luton Town going to be in the Premier League next season, basically no money at all. Although I think they're going to have some kind of revamp on their stadium so that people don't have to go into the underpass of a bridge and it's glowing like the gates of hell. Not going to have that at least we hope not anyway. Lots of things going on in football. But other teams that could change division, then we've also got Leeds, and kind of almost feels like Spurs have been relegated, not from the Premier League, but from the top six, you could say. They seem on the way out of being a team that can command that particular status. So their team, the two teams today then, so Robles in goal for Leeds, Ayling, Christensen, Verber, Cooper, Strauch, McKennie, Forshaw, Koch, Harrison and Rodrigo. And then the Spurs lineup, then Forster, Royale, Sanchez, Longley, Davis, Porro, Basuma, Skip, Son, Kulishevsky, and Kane. And so the little notations to take from that is that Nonto is on the bench and Bamford's not in the squad. This is quite a big game for fantasy now, but also a very, very big game for the Premier League situation for next season. I remember watching Leeds in the Premier League when I was probably like 10, 11, and then of course we talked about clubs that potentially could drop off like Leicester. They've been here before in many ways. So Karam, do you want to see Leeds stay up? I mean, they were great value under Bielsa. Sort of the shine's come off recently, but yeah, what's your hopes here? And then of course, let's talk about Spurs from an FPL perspective as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, Leeds have been, especially their first year up in the Premier League, have been really, really great, and we have great memories with them as well. Unfortunately, if you look at the table, I think they are the very, very likely team to go down. Not only they need a win, but also they need Everton to lose. So a draw for Everton would mean that Leeds is going down. And against Spurs, who play for something. I know Spurs are not in great shape, but they are still playing for a European spot, and I do think they have the edge over Leeds. Without Bamford as well, that makes it even harder. So as much as I'd like to see, the thing is, I really like these three teams: Leeds, Leicester, and Everton. But unfortunately, two of them will have to go down. So I really like to see Leeds staying up, but in my personal opinion, they are probably the ones that is the closest to go down, unfortunately.
You share that opinion, Rich?
It's another one of these games that no result would shock me. I feel like you can put a narrative to it. Like, I mean, Spurs haven't been great at all, have they? Kane seems to score every week, though. So I wouldn't be shocked if Leeds won, but neither would I be shocked if they got destroyed. I'd obviously lean towards, I think Tottenham do win, probably by a couple of goals. But it just feels like I keep saying this. I know it's sitting on the fence, but I do feel like nothing would shock me here. I mean, for FPL implications, it looks like looking at EO, Kane's almost bang on 100% effective ownership. So unless someone's captained him, it's kind of irrelevant. Obviously, if you've captained Son, like Andy's done, that could be huge. And Porro starts. We did mention him, didn't we? In the back five, it looks like possibly. But yeah, I'd lean towards Spurs. But honestly, nothing would shock me there.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you mentioned the EO because I've been patiently waiting for Live FPL to load and give us a bit of advanced information. Yeah, as you say, the effective ownership for Kane in the top 10k. So you can usually use that as a good means test for just generally engaged managers because they tend to make similar decisions to those in the rest of the top 100k, top 50k, whatever. Just they're in the top 10k because of decisions they made before that point, if that makes sense. So 98.47% is the EO for Kane. So that very much clearly is the result of that transfer of Haaland out. I haven't seen stats for Haaland yet. I've just spotted him 37.17%. Are you seeing that as well, Rich? Is that
yeah? So that shows how much these how much rumors and stuff can move. Like it seems like a lot of engaged managers or high ranked managers are really engaged. Yeah. That's a massive drop off.
Yeah, because if there was doubts about him starting, or maybe there was a possibility that he would still be getting captained by people, and that could still be close to 100%, even in a world where we had no news, right? So, yeah.
Last week he was 190 something percent effective ownership. So if you assume 100% of teams or close to that owned him, it means like 94% were captaining. So it's more than just not captaining him; it's people selling him as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a shame actually. Like, I want Kane. I think he's going to do well, but with the EO like that, is it going to help me? Probably not.
No, it was a boring transfer to protect ourselves in hindsight.
yeah, absolutely. Well, and I now can see how much my -8 cost me, and I'm actually not that. It's not as bad as I was expecting. It's pulled me down to 11k. So I've dropped 2k places from having taken the -8, but according to Live FPL, I'm only 3 points off the top 10k. So as long as those investments pay off, I could still just sneak in, which is nice to see.
And you need it immediate. It's only one game week left, so you need it today.
Yeah. Can you imagine if they do it in game week 1? Imagine if they do it for me in game week 1. That really would sting.
Yeah, I was going to say. And also, I mean, Haaland's definitely going to drop in price tonight, but that's not going to matter.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought of that. There'd just be a tumbleweed at the stock market, the FPL stock market. It'd just be like someone left who fell asleep in the corner. Like, what? But yeah, we'll have some more stats from Live FPL in a few minutes. We'll finish off just with the team news for the other teams then. So Leicester's team for today, we kind of already touched on them, so we won't dwell for too long here. But so Everson in goal, Castagna, Farce, sums up their season really. Evans, Thomas, Samare, Dewsbury Hall, Maddison, Tielemans, Barnes and Iheanacho. Then the West Ham team, Fabianski, Sofal, Kera, Aguerd, Cresswell, Rice, Downs, Benrahma, Paqueta, who some of you may have seen was the recent subject of a big mess in my house. Pablo Fornals and Michael Antonio. So Vardy and Bowen on the bench. So I'm going to call it now. Vardy to come on for the last 15 minutes and at the very least win this game for Leicester. Will it be enough? We will not know. But there'll be much celebration in the realms of TikTok if Paqueta gets a big haul here because he was hotly tipped, I hear, this week. We can see what he's cooking with Rice. So moving on then, before I get far too self-referential, what other teams we've got? We talked about we've not seen the United team yet. We probably will want to refresh this. I should just say what I'm doing here is I'm just going through the Fantasy Football Scout Twitter feed, because if you ever need a place where you can just see all of the fantasy lineups on match day as they come through with just the salient points, so rather than having to scroll through all sorts of additional information. You can see the key people who are on the bench, etc. It's a good place to do it. And, well, here we are. We've got the United team. De Gea does starting goal. Confirmation of that from Fantasy Football Scout. I don't want to say you heard it here first because you technically heard it first from the Man United Twitter feed. But as I said, it's a great place to go on your Saturday. Turning on tweet notifications for this will be very helpful because you get those as they come in. Dalot, Maguire, Lindelof, Malacia, Casemiro, Fred, Sancho, Fernandes, Garnacho and Rashford, as we sort of expected. Then Leno, Tete, Tosin, Diop, Robinson, Lukic, Palhinha, Wilson, Kearney, Willian and Mitrovic is the Fulham team. Actually looks pretty strong, to be honest. And then, so Shaw is on the bench. He wasn't fit to start, but he will lose his flag, so don't worry. He will be unflagged as of tonight, just like Haaland going down in price. It's one of those useless pieces of information, and Martial as well. So let's talk a bit about Man United. What you guys expect from this game? Let's start with you, Karam, who I'm sure will be completely objective and not biased in any way based on the colour of your shirt.
I mean, I do have the Gea still, right? So the first bias is I need a clean sheet. But seeing Maguire up against Mitrovic doesn't seem really ideal. I do think there will be goals. I'm not sure Man United will keep a clean sheet, but at least there will be goals. And this is one of the few games that I'm really worried about from a fantasy point of view, because apart from De Gea, I don't have any. Well, I don't have Bruno, right? I was gonna say I don't have any Man United attacker because I was looking at Rashford. I don't have him, so he is the one that worries me. But I do have a Bruno, so hopefully he does outscore him. But as a Rashford, I hope he stays quiet today. But we will see. But yeah, if you have Rashford, I think there's a good chance he will be on the points today. And I do expect that goal. Maybe this is one of those 3-2 game, right? So let's see how it goes. And I'm sure if you have Shaw and you see you didn't take him out before the deadline, it's gonna be a bit of annoying thing, right? Because in those situations when you take a hit to get Shaw out for another defender, not many defenders are worth the hit. So probably most of us have kept Shaw in the 11 or benched him. So not ideal. But since Man United have seen the European spot, it made sense probably to do some rotation.
Yeah. Well, some of us who live in the year 3023 sold Shaw to get Enrico Lewis. So, but that was only those of us who were brave enough to follow Flapjack's advice. Because Rich, did you bench Shaw? Is that right?
Yeah, I benched Shaw. I mean, it didn't sound likely he was going to play, did it? From the press conferences. I mean, annoying for me because I bought him last week for a hit. I was very slow on actually getting him. And this fixture, this game week was, part of the reason. But it's let me play Rico Lewis, so it's all going to work out well. But like Karam says, with these, I can see goals in this game. I can see a lot of goals. I've seen some narratives that Mitrovic will, be hungry after what happened against Man United last time.
That is very true.
Equally, I could see him getting sent off again as well. He's he's that kind of player.
Yeah, that's very true. This game could go either way. I mean, I think probability is that United will win it. I personally think comfortably, but it's a bit like what you said earlier. You never really know, and I kind of always like to think of football is a bit like a multiverse. You can imagine certain teams. There's a parallel universe where United go and win this game 4-0. There's a parallel universe where this game is a 3-3, like you said, or 3-2 or something, Karam. There's another parallel universe where Mitrovic gets sent off or gets a hat trick or something. The problem is, how do you know which of those those universes you're in? You've no idea. You're not really going to know because the margins to create those different things are so fine. You just have no idea. And this is another one of those games. There's not very many games that I would be confident putting money on or something about it definitely going a certain way. And this is one of them. But I just feel like balance of probability is at the very least there will be goals for United. Yeah. So I'm confident in my players, if not necessarily the result. So, but I'm actually just looking again at your team, Rich. Like me, we both got Fernandes and Rashford. Do you feel quite nice having them both?
It feels a bit like a safety blanket. I mean, it's funny because I've only captained Rashford once this season. his ownership's always been quite high, so I've not particularly enjoyed owning him. I know some people had a triple captain that was enjoyable with him, but and again, Bruno was one I only bought in last week. I owned before, and he didn't do me very well. They kind of just feel like a bit like players like McAllister, how Matoma was before this week. Just players you kind of own. They're not exciting. It's why I keep talking about EO quite a lot, because players like Rico Lewis, less than 1% EO, it's fun. That's why with Karam, with Elise at low ownership, they're the ones you really look out for. If Rashford scores, so what? I think his EO is like 100.04% in the top 10k, for example. So it kind of feels irrelevant. And I know I know it's not really selling selling Man United assets there, but
no, but I mean, the thing is, the handy thing about Fernandes, so Fernandes being 62.75% ownership in the top 10k,
that's low.
That is enough to make a difference. And those of you who've watched the Scoutcast back over many years, when Joe was on it a lot as well, he had this fantastic analogy about swords and shields, where Rashford is the shield, because by owning him, you just cover yourself off against a rank loss. And if you just have that player, it means when United get their goals, the chances are you're just going to stagnate. If you can combine that shield with the sword of the guy who is quite often involved in that goal, either he scores the goal, Rashford assists, or he assists the goal, Rashford scores, you get the points for the shield, but you also get the points for the sword, and it helps just propel you even further, because you've gone that extra step. We used to have it with, say, for example, like Salah and Firmino, probably about 5 years ago, maybe, or 4 or 5 years ago. You're owning them both. Well, then Salah and Mane, for example, Son and Kane. Sometimes it's a really nice pairing to have, and the numbers today, it looks like Rashford and Fernandes are going to be that sword and shield pairing, and they have helped each other to each other's goals in recent weeks. So it's having that extra player, I think, will make the difference. I think. So yeah, we got one more team sheet to go through, so let's do that now. It is, of course, the last day of term at the St Mary's High School for boys. Before they go off to uni. So we got McCarthy in goal. We got Bree. I mean, again, I don't even know what that is, to be honest. So it's a bit like...
I think he played for Luton.
Oh, you might be right, yeah.
I think he did.
But I mean, this just sums up the Southampton season, to be honest. It just like, we've got Bree, we've got Wensleydale. It's just full of cheese. So we've got McCarthy, Bree, Bednarak, Lianco, Walker Peters, Walcott, Ward-Prowse, Lavia, El Yunusi, Alcaraz, and Sulemana. So that's the Southampton team that I think we all are hoping that they just fall apart. Kelleher in goal. And by the way, I don't just say that as a Reading fan. I say that as someone who owns Salah and has captained him. So Kelleher, Alexander-Arnold, Gomez, Matip, Shimikas, which I tell you what, I've only just noticed that there's no Robbo. I toyed with him for thinking about putting him in for a while. So yeah, good news. I didn't. Fabinho, Milner, Jones, Salah, Jota, Firmino. And then it's, Gakpo on the bench. And then Alisson and Van Dijk not in the squad. And Robertson and Darwin also not in the squad as well. So, yeah, Robertson actually is a Gameweek 38 kind of legend. I think he got like a huge 20-something point haul probably about 5 years ago that sort of went down in folklore. But there will be no repeat of it today, which is a bit of a shame, really. Karam, what's your reflections on this Liverpool team sheet?
I think it's a strong enough. I actually thought there would be a much bigger rotation within the squad. So it looks fine, apart from the few absences in Van Dijk and Robertson. For FPL, I think when I looked at the live FPL to see who are the players who are threatening me the most, it was Salah with 134% against me, and Rashford with 100%. So if they do anything, they might wipe out everything that Olise might do today. So that's a risk that I'm going to take. I do expect goals in this one. I'm not sure. I made the move from Robertson to Trent because Trent is so dangerous not to have, especially that I don't have a cover at least in Robertson. But do I expect the clean sheet without Van Dijk and what we have seen from Liverpool this season? I'm not sure. Maybe Southampton will have the chance to score. But overall, I'm hoping for some attacking returns from Trent. And somehow I would be surprised if Salah blanks today, but that's the thing that works for my team. So but I do think that he has a chance to contribute today. Probably this kind of a 3-1 game to Liverpool, I do expect.
Yeah, what about you, Rich? What are you hoping for other than a Southampton humbling?
I mean, I'm very glad that Salah starts, because there was always that Gameweek 38, little bit of doubt in the back of my mind. So that's the thing I'm relieved with. And Trent as well, of course. I suppose, not to mention Rico Lewis again, but Simicast could have been the other, exciting and cheap defender we could have looked at. Obviously, if we knew Simicast was starting, which, we couldn't be sure despite, murmurs in the press conferences. I'd expect Liverpool to win heavily. Like I said, Southampton, it's almost like saying goodbye to a few of their players. I mean, Walcott does start, Ward-Prowse starts. I did look up Bree. It is the same one. I thought he played for Luton, but hasn't played many games for Southampton. So I guess preparing for the Championship. You'd expect Liverpool to win, but I've expected that a lot with Liverpool this season. It's not always materialised.
Yeah, that's true. Something about Gameweek 38 just helps me think that maybe that it will be okay. But I know what you mean. Like, they haven't been... And I captained Salah. Why? Then now all of a sudden I'm doubting it,
The thing was, if we knew Haaland started, I think I'd have still captained Salah. So I do feel like this is the game that could go big, because you look at that City game, it's still Brentford away is a tricky place to go. Yeah. I don't think going to St Mary's is. So
no, that's
just got to hope what multiverse we're in today.
Yeah, we've got to work out which one it is. I'll just ring up Doctor Strange, get him down here to help us out. Yeah. Well, we are moments away from kickoff, and I believe that Karam is going to be shortly sort of heading off. Again, I feel really bad. Like, I've never done this on a stream before where I boot someone off. So I just want to clarify before I do it that it's obviously nothing personal. We've massively enjoyed having you on the stream, Karam, and always a big fan of your work. Looking forward to see what is to come in the future. Before we say goodbye properly, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've got planned for your summer? And if the answer is not playing any kind of fantasy game, it's absolutely fine. Because remember, we're all human beings first and Fantasy Football Manager second. So if you've got any exciting plans, we'd love to hear about it.
Definitely not going to play any fantasy game, that's for sure. We might actually have a game during the summer. I don't know. But yeah, I think this season has been very long, especially in Premier League and Bundesliga. These are the two games I'm playing at the moment. I was playing. Both of them are finishing this weekend, so it's really good to reward myself with a break, a long break, to come fresh and do better next season, especially in FPL. For the summertime, I don't have any plans yet. We just came from holidays. So we had our summer holidays a bit earlier last week, myself and the family. So probably I will take some time and have small vacations or weekends of touring around the Netherlands, some places I never explored. So it would be mainly around that, and it's not gonna be too long until the game reopens again. We start thinking about the pricing and have they overpriced this player or underpriced this player? Did they have good options? So I think last time was it last mid-June when the game reopened. So we literally talk about 2-3 weeks from now. So yeah. As much as I'd like to stay off until 2 weeks or 1 week before the season starts, I doubt that. So depends how the game refreshes and updates to opens the new season. I'll take the chance to rest up and look forward to the next season. And hopefully we continue some stuff and work next season with the shows and everything. So I look forward to that. And enjoy this stream. Enjoyed joining this one. Thanks everyone for contributing on your shows. The Scoutcast, the Sunday show as well. It's been a long season, so well done everyone.
Well, thank you, Karam. That's very kind, and yeah, lots of love for you in the chat as well. And Brian is giving you a big thumbs up and saying thank you for your work this year. So, big fan.
Thank you, everyone.
What I am going to do is I am going to remove you from the Zoom, and I'm just saying that now because I don't want it to come across as just really harsh of just like David Monday has removed you from the chat. So I am going to do that imminently.
I'm offended.
Oh no! We've offended Karam. Oh dear. Well, thanks for coming on, Karam, and yeah, good luck with your team this afternoon. And yeah, we'll see you in the new season. So
yeah, of course. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, Elise.
Yeah.
Oh, for the show. Fingers
Do it for the Royals.
crossed. Then
Here
you
we
miss me.
Right. Cheers, Karam. Speak to you soon. Right. And then there was 2. So, as before, there may be a bit of jiggery pokery here. I think we're good. Right, we're good. For now, we're good. We've got everybody's cameras in the right place. That's exactly what we want to see. We've got 2 minutes to kick off. And so, yeah, where's your head at right now, Rich, as we head into these matches? Where does when you think, the game's about to kick off, which player is at the front of your mind of the one that you really want to see something from in these next 2 minutes?
Well, first of all, that 2 hours has flown by.
It has, hasn't it?
I'm sure the next, yeah. But just on players wise, I mean, I've mentioned the name Rico Lewis a few times. That's what I'm excited about. Salah, I feel like there's a lot of redemption he owes me and other FPL managers. The reason my rank, I was about 800k at Christmas, and a large part of that was because I kept captaining Salah over Haaland. So I feel like if I could end Gameweek 38 with like a Salah brace, captain, Haaland comes on for a 1-pointer, that's it. I feel like I could be content with the season, I think.
Yeah, no, that seems fair enough. I think Salah is one of the ones I'm thinking of. I mean, Rico Lewis all of a sudden is now the one I'm super excited by. And I love the fact that before I even started streaming this afternoon, I had no intention of getting him in. And now all of a sudden I'm like the biggest Rico Lewis fanboy in the world. I'm going to go and get myself a Rico Lewis shirt and everything. You're getting a drink at Gameweek 39 if he does well.
Yep.
So I love how easy it is to get swept up in these short-term, quite literally the shortest of term punts for the end of the season, because it's just how Gameweek 38 goes. Well, we are 1 minute away from kickoff, so I will take us to our little match center and readjust your camera angle, because we've had guests in and out. It's a bit of a new thing for Scout to have people coming in and out. A nice little experiment for the new season.
While you do that, do you mind if I nip away briefly?
Oh, absolutely, yes. He's going to nip away briefly to somewhere we shall not disclose.
I'll be back before. I'll be back before kickoff. As in, I won't be long.
He'll come back and it will be like someone's 5-0 up. But yes, we will
Rico
see.
Lewis has scored.
Yeah.
As in, he hasn't. I should be careful saying stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
careful,
hypothetically, in another multiverse.
Oh yeah. Well, in the multiverse where you need to go somewhere to be private for a few minutes. Let's go with that, and I'll talk everyone through our match center.
Awesome. I'll see you in a sec.
See you in a second. So, yes, what we've got on the screen, we're going to track a few things throughout these games. And, we've got all 10 on at the same time. A couple of them are on TV, not all of them are. So, if you want them to capture some immediate reaction to what's going on in those games, then here is the place to do it. What we've got on the screen, then, we've got a few options. So, I haven't refreshed these yet since Live FPL updated, so we will do that in a minute. But we will have my team on the left. We'll have Rich's team on the right, updated as we go through Live FPL. It's entirely possible that it may crash because there is so many people checking it today. But we will endeavour to keep you live and updated on our ranks, and we'll make sure we're updating our little boxes as well, so you can see what our live ranks are. I can confirm that I'm about 11k after my -8, so that's where I'm at. Let us know in the chat what Live FPL says your rank is, because especially if you've taken a hit, or even if you haven't taken a hit, then you actually might already be on a green. So do let us know. So we have the power to turn off the teams and turn on where we're going to see the tweets coming in from the Scout account with the goals as they come in, and we're also going to have the live Premier League table as well, because we obviously appreciate that there's so much that could change today. Everton, Leicester, Leeds, 2 of those clubs won't be Premier League teams by the end of the day, but it's going to chop and change. You just know it will be. One of those teams will go ahead; they'll jump above the other 2. It's going to change quite a lot, and it's not quite as set in. It's not quite as up for grabs, I should say, in the higher end of the table. A lot of those things are already locked in, but we will be keeping an eye on the table as well. And then just finally, the goals as they do go in. We will be able to see those update down the bottom with our live scores. So, as far as I am aware, it is still 0-0 absolutely everywhere, but the second that changes, we will, of course, let you know. So, Yeah, that is the situation for this afternoon. We will when Rich returns, we will go through live FPL so we can get a live fix on our teams, because they have probably changed. And the thing about Gameweek 38 is when you've taken a hit or you haven't taken a hit, it is going to change things. It's going to change things. And I always try and go into Gameweek 38 to try and go in with 2 transfers, because having not taken a hit, or maybe taking a -4 to change 3 players, can be really, really powerful on this final day of the season. And I always say, to be honest, that I think that what should really be happening is that we should be all saving the free hit chip or the triple captain for this particular game week, because just so much crazy bonkers stuff happens. So Rich has returned. That was some well timed popping away somewhere else. Iceman and the surgery fan following would be very proud of your little break, shall we say?
Yeah, he would. And the amount of water I'm consuming, because I know that's why he tends to do that, because he drinks a lot of water. And we've just hit 26 degrees here as well.
Well, speaking of hitting 26 degrees, I think everybody's teams just went to that temperature, because it is already 1-0 to Spurs, and Harry Kane has just scored inside 100 seconds at Leeds. So we can put our first goal on the board, which is just down here. It is Leeds 0, Spurs 1. That is the worst possible start for Leeds, but probably the best possible start for everyone, right? Because that's an immediate return on the transfer. And it's not a mountain, but it increases the work that Haaland would have to do if he came on as a sub. So what's your immediate reaction to that then?
It's relief, because, doing a transfer immediately repaid, it's hard. Even if he misses a penalty or gets sent off now, it's hard to feel bad about that move. So, and it keeps him. It means if Haaland comes on and scores, Kane's still probably going to outscore him. So, yeah, it feels good. I guess maybe we could have thought about captaining him more. I just couldn't resist the lure of Salah, really. Yeah, that would be the one thing. Because I guess if you captain him, you'll be sitting pretty now, wouldn't you? You'd be like, 10k guaranteed.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know, because that Kane goal has immediately crashed live FPL straight out of the game.
I'm not surprised.
So there's people like, we're going to track our teams using live FPL, but immediately it's broken it. So yes, unfortunately, we'll just have to wait a little bit before we see what that's done to my rank.
I'm also glad we're not sat here after half an hour with no goals.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to Rich. It's still 0-0, Jeff. Yeah, we could have had that. That would have been a bit naff, wouldn't it? So I'll pull up the goal notification for Kane on the left hand side, so we're making sure we're on top of this. But 100 seconds. That's just wow. It's one of those things where if he hadn't scored, you'd have gone, oh, I knew he would have let us down. But actually, now that he has scored, you can turn around and be like, that was inevitable, right? It did feel there was an inevitability about it, right?
I feel a little bad actually, but I suppose people who've held Kane, I know Joe's had Kane over Salah for weeks. And it would have been his nice little differential. And that differential has just been wiped out. I think he might have captained him, or he was at least talking about it. But so I guess the people I feel sorry for are the people who had Kane as a differential. A lot of we wouldn't have jumped on if we didn't suspect that Haaland wasn't going to start.
Sorry, I've got just tweets flying past me, and I saw something about Son, and I immediately thought of Andy.
Okay.
We'll have to wait on
I didn't even see who got the assist then.
Oh, that's true. Son got the assist.
Oh, nice.
So, right, so I've even put it on the screen. There's just so much going on. I just had missed that. Right. So Andy has captained Son and immediately has already got some returns. That is the perfect start. That start.
Yes, that is.
I'm very pleased to see that.
Because that's 6 points for his captaincy. He could have gone for Kane and got the 4, but 6. And Son could still score. So
could do.
Yeah, he's not going to go to bed early tonight now.
No, absolutely not. Well, and the thing is, this is basically the best possible start in terms of the flow of this game. Because, obviously it kind of goes without saying that there's, we all signed the guy who scored, great. But it's about the timing of the goal, because now Leeds have to chase this game. Because we talked about the situation whereby there was a possible parallel universe where Big Sam was going to Big Sam this and just try and keep it tight and try in some way just to stay in the game in terms of the table, and then just go for it in the last 10 minutes. He can't really do that anymore. I guess he could, but there's going to be more opportunities, I think, now for Spurs to get in behind, because Leeds probably will have to open up a little bit. Although such is the craziness of Gameweek 39. Now seeing suggestions that Kane has had to go down because he's feeling his groin. Just this day already.
Oh, he's actually down.
Actually gets even more chaotic. That would be so. Wow, just wow.
Well, I mean, at least he scored. I mean, at X Mins, if you knew Kane was going to get 5 minutes and score, this is going to be chaos, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
This has only just begun. And it's a great point you make on Leeds having to go for it now, because if they're going to have to go for it for 80 plus minutes, plus the refs are playing more stoppage time as well in recent weeks.
Yeah, that's true. We already have some comment from Andy because he's gone back into the live chat with the Scout account and gone, let's go, and has put in brackets Ronaldo. So yeah,
like we couldn't have guessed.
I know, it's so good. So yeah, very very pleased for you there, Andy. Especially
well done, Andy.
The way that transfer all came together, and in a way we were all part of that, weren't we, Rich? He asked us for our advice, and we both felt that thematically it worked well for his team. So yeah, there we are. We've got our second goal of the day. It's at Aston Villa. It is Douglas Luiz. And so...
he's been scoring a lot recently. Yeah. It always seems to be Douglas Luiz or Ramsey.
Unfortunately, not that big for... well, it is big for FPL if you've got Jason Steele, actually. I've only just...
Oh, yeah, I've got Steele.
Right, yeah, so it's so hard to remember who's in our own teams because so much has changed.
That was a differential clean sheet, actually, wasn't it? With no Stupinan or Dunk.
Yeah. But we don't go to Gameweek 38 for clean sheets, do we? Let's be honest. That's not what we're here for.
We do for goalkeepers. Although Steele does get assists, saves penalties.
Well, he may well still do. You never know.
That's true.
I haven't seen any updates on if you do see anything in relation to that Kane injury. Do let me know. I think
there's not been anything since.
Yeah, I've not seen anything. I think that Newcastle just went 1-0 up as well. We're hearing that Anthony Gordon has scored at Chelsea for Newcastle. So the big question is who got the assist on that, because I don't think any of us have Anthony Gordon.
Got Isak.
And yeah, I've got Wilson's firmly on the bench. Could be Trippier potentially. So we'll be waiting keenly for that one.
Trippier's EO must have gone back up. Well, only 78%.
Yeah, it definitely took a hit in recent weeks.
Last week it was 48%.
Yeah. Well, so what happened with me in 37 was I benched him, but then because I think Grealish didn't play, it meant that Trippier came in for him, and I went up an additional sort of like 2 or 3k like post auto subs. So he is potentially quite powerful again now. Which is quite nice in a world where he has really just been kind of an auto include / the safety pick or whatever. So it's nice
a lot
to
like
see that.
Rashford.
Yeah,
although he's not got the assist there apparently.
Has he not?
Looks like Elliot Anderson assist.
Oh, it's a shame.
And then Visser's just hit the post.
Oof. It's all
and
going
I
up.
think Xhaka's just scored.
Oh, what, for Arsenal?
Xhaka's just scored for Arsenal. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that too. Yeah, so we got ourselves another goal. So the question is, who got the assist for that? I thought you said Saka.
Sorry.
Was nervous.
Xhaka.
And Jota scored for Liverpool as well. So
wow.
The goals are flying. I mean, this is the perfect start we needed. This is exactly the start we needed. So 1-0 Liverpool as well. Who's getting the assist for these goals is hard to say when they're all coming in this quick. And I do apologise as well.
Anderson's been given the Newcastle assist, so that probably helps no one.
Yeah. And speaking of helping no one, as I said, I am live FPL. I think there's just so many people on the site that it's very difficult to track the teams as lively as we wanted to. But we will endeavour to get that to you soon. So
Jesus assist.
Oh, okay. I'm also
for
seeing
Xhaka with an X.
Yeah. I'm seeing no assist for Jota as well. Is what I'm seeing.
It's difficult this, isn't it? With 10 games. This is honestly my favourite game week by far.
Oh, it is. There's so much can happen.
Doubles.
Oh, completely. Yeah. Having all 10 games at the same time is like days gone by. A time of football that I've never been able to participate in because. It's been like Boxing Day 1953, we hope. With that,
it's getting close already.
Yeah.
So, no assist for the Jota goal, like you said. Strike's just been booked for Leeds. It's crazy already.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to be talking about the Kane goal for at least 10 minutes.
I know. And then we were talking about the Kane injury that seems to have disappeared. I think Kane must be okay. I feel like if he had to go off or was still hobbling around, there would be... There's people I know at this game who I trust who have very invested in FPL. And so, yeah, most notably, one of my ex-colleagues who actually covers Leeds, for example, has beaten me a couple of times in my old work mini league. He knows what he's doing when it comes to FPL. He probably has Kane in his team. So I know for a fact if Kane was hobbling, I'd have a few DMs and I'd see a few tweets as well. So I think he's probably okay. It also means that Kane has now scored in 26 different Premier League games for Tottenham this season, which is level with Andy Cole's record from 1994. So he continues to smash those records and potentially is helping people in their FPL teams today. So what a guy. It's gone quiet. I haven't had any goals in 2 minutes. What is this?
I was just trying to... Sorry, I was just scrolling there. I was trying to catch up with actually what's happened.
No, I didn't mean you, my friend. You are doing exactly the job you need to. I just mean we need more goals. It hasn't really changed the table, which we've also got on the screen as well. It does make Leeds' life harder. Goal difference has gone down by an additional one. They can end the day, I think, level on points with Everton, can't they? And so then... or maybe they can't, sorry, because I don't think they can. Sorry, there's so much going on at the same time. If they end level on points with anybody, their goal difference of the three is the worst. So, they're in a tight spot, you could say. So, yeah.
And so half the games have a goal already, haven't they? There's
nice.
been 5 goals in 5 of the 10 games.
Yeah, we'll take that. Nice little stat for you there. Coming to you live from the ding. We can go live now, not to Stockley Park, but to Reading to discover that stat.
Saka scored again.
Another one.
I think he scored a brace. Charles Watts.
Oh yeah. And the only thing is though, when you're at a game, 4G is awful.
Unless he said no, it is. He scored a brace.
Oh wow. Well, if you're a Granite Xhaka owner,
I said I was jealous of the Arsenal people who had Arsenal players, but that was not one I was looking at.
That was not the one you were thinking of. I mean, there was a period. Was it last season where he went through like a great patch, or was it earlier on this season? Because this season has felt very weird.
It was early on this season, because there was talk of people were starting to consider him because of his slightly different role. But yeah, he's on a brace.
It's also 2-0 Liverpool. Firmino's just scored, according to Sky Sports. So fingers crossed for an assist there.
We need the Salah one, really.
We need that Salah one, don't we? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I still don't know what this means for my team because I sent everybody to go live FPL, and now all of a sudden it means that I can't actually find out how my team's getting on. But I'm very used to that on the last day of the season. It's when everybody's on all at the same time. So it does mean we should just clarify those little rank bits we've got. Me being 9k and Rich being 56, probably not accurate at the current point in time.
It's for Fabinho assist.
These
goal scorers, though, we're getting the goals.
Yeah, nobody wants for. Oh, that's classic. That is.
Yeah, and I do feel for people that they've got Odegaard, they might have Saka, Jesus. I mean, Jesus got an assist, but then Saka gets the brace.
Classic last day.
Whereas Spurs, you get the classic Spurs goal, don't you? You get Son and Kane.
There we go. Well, there's not anybody else really to step up, to be honest, is there, in that squad at the moment? Could both be leaving, to be honest. Brian Morrissey's pointed out that Xhaka obviously is in his last game for Arsenal, so he could be on a mission. That is one of those, sometimes when you make your transfer decision, sometimes the X narrative stat is one that's worth considering, and maybe we overlooked that one. I don't know. Because Firmino's also just done the same thing for Liverpool, hasn't he? So,
yeah, he was one a lot of people were talking about, but a bit like we said, not many people went for Jesus. You were going to go for Kane over Firmino in most scenarios. Yeah, and to be honest, it would be the same right now. So it's a nice story, though. It's a nice story that absolutely. He scored in his last game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, have you got any moments or spells in your fantasy career where Firmino's really helped you out? I had him for a double game week. 2 or 3 years ago when
I know the one you mean.
Yeah, when he got a hat-trick of assists in one game, I think. So I've had some great moments with Firmino. I wondered if you had some similar.
I've not. I recall owning him when he was relatively new to the game and he was a midfielder. I think he was a 7 million midfielder.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's what. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the only time. But I don't think I've got any amazing memories of him. I think he was quite popular back then. But
Yeah,
his
he was,
returns weren't that big. So no, not really, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, he's one that passed you by.
Yeah, I've just got the standard Salah and Mane and Trent and Robertson kind of stories. The more less exciting ones.
Yeah, that's why I ended up having some really good joy with him, because it was very easy for people to go in on Trent, Mane, and Salah, and then sometimes it didn't. Sometimes it was just a couple of weeks when I felt, oh, do you know what? I'd look at some numbers and think Firmino's actually in better statistical form than Mane, even though he's the smaller name and known by fewer people. Mm-hmm. And so he, in a way, Mane and Salah and Trent being such big names and highly owned paved the way for Firmino to be a differential at various points in time, because it would have been amazing at one time if we could have owned all four. But, that was never going to happen.
It wasn't. That's what's been so weird this season with those players being, differentials, basically. There's been a few moments when I've missed Mane as an asset, because he always filled a nice price void as well. I think a lot of people ended up going De Bruyne because they had all this money available. He was always a nice alternative to Salah.
Yeah, that's very true.
Also just realised, because Xhaka's leaving, isn't he? So a lot of these players are scoring in their last games for their clubs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see. As Brian says, he's on a mission. He is on
Kane as well.
Mission. Well, yeah. Well, we don't know he's leaving, but I think we all know he's leaving.
less confirmed than the others, anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there was a lot of waving of hands, wasn't there, in his last game? Not last game, his most recent game at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah.
All Southampton have pulled one back. Is Ward-Prowse in probably his last game.
Oh wow!
Probably his last game for Southampton.
A Walcott assist.
Could be. As long as if he can get a hat trick, so we can have the 3-0 Walcott headline, that'd be great.
Yes.
Well, there we go. There goes
final time.
Yeah, just one last peep show reference for you guys there. So there we are. That is unfortunately the Liverpool clean sheet busted. So there we go. I believe that Brighton just equalised as well, courtesy of Dennis Undav.
I swear it's always him. Yeah. We own all these Brighton players, don't we? And then Undav.
It's all of the people we don't want to score at the moment. Oh, yeah. I'm just seeing a clip of it now. So Enciso on the left hand side, just cutting inside on his right foot. He's clipped the ball in. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's an Enciso assist, definitely. So
Mandy. Oh, and United are 1-0 down to Fulham.
1-0 down.
Yeah.
Kenny Tete. Wow.
Tete.
Yeah. Wow. Right. Wow. So we got some. Okay.
Shaw owners rejoice.
Well, true. I got
David De Gea. I'm assuming Andy started in Ciso.
We did
last
encourage
second.
Him to. We did encourage him to. If you're still watching, Andy, let us know what you did with. I can't because off the top I can't remember. So many teams, so many things going on. It was Alcaraz that got the assist for the Ward-Prowse goal. So the Liverpool clean sheet and the United clean sheet busted within a matter of moments, which is annoying but not shocking because it is game week 38, and this unfortunately is quite often what happens. That is very annoying. That is very, very annoying.
I don't think we're going to see many clean sheets here.
Sky Sports have just put on their video printer Villa 1, Brighton 0 score correction. So I wonder if the goal's been ruled out. Because on the clip I saw, there was a possibility. I wondered if he might be offside. Yeah, according to Andy Naylor, who is he covers Brighton, I think, for The Athletic and previously for The Argus, which is their local paper. Looks as if there is VAR check going on that for.
Oh yeah, it's offside.
It's offside. Yeah, so
for the Brighton Twitter, Enciso was offside in the build-up for Undav tapped home.
Yeah, there we are. So, unfortunately, our celebrations on behalf of Andy were premature. That goal has been chalked off.
Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, but it does give.
And the Tete goal was Willian assist from a corner.
Oh, Willian sold him about 3 years ago. Last time
it's another throwback, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bobby Firmino goals.
Yeah.
Willian assists.
Yeah. It's like 2016, 17, all over again. Probably that season.
Yeah. Just need a Salah hat trick.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Especially if with Liverpool. Yeah. This is not actually a good this is not a good start. If I'm being honest, I'm not getting the things I needed out of the first few minutes. How are you feeling from these first few goals? Do many of them feel like they're going to be propelling you in any way to something that you want to get to?
I don't think there's been much so far. I think the clean sheets that we've lost haven't done any harm. We haven't got De Gea, or do you have De Gea? Oh, you do.
I do have De Gea. Yeah, so the United clean sheet that does sting. If I'm honest,
that was bad for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say people like me where I've got Shaw on the bench, like that's a good thing, really. But yeah, I don't feel like there's been any goals. I don't feel like I've missed out on anything. Obviously, captaining Kane might have been one, but I'm still happy with Salah captain. As things stand.
Yeah, I mean, this particular point in time, I'm still not unhappy with the decision. It would just be nice if the decision could be the right one. That's what I need.
Of course. I mean, there's so long to go as well.
Yeah,
this is just not even the starter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is like the packet of crisps you have before you go to the restaurant if you're feeling particularly peckish.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have managed to get live FPL up and running for my team. Let's see if we can get yours up as well. So I am 11. I am outside right now. Actually, Rich, yours is struggling too. Oh no, we're not. No, I've got you now. You are on a green arrow now, and I'm on a red one. So you've got 21 points. You're up to 52k. I am on 20 something points, but down to 13 because of my hit. So yeah, not a good start for me. But not a bad one for you, by the looks of it. Your plans. We didn't really talk about that at the beginning in terms of what you were trying to achieve. My guess, or unless we did, but it was so long ago I forgot because we have now been streaming for 2.5 hours. Inside the top 50k is my guess.
50k, yeah. I'd ruled out. I would obviously like to finish higher, but I just ruled out I can't really do much better than that. I could have Hail Married it. Like if I'd captained Lewis, honestly, I thought about it for about a couple of minutes and just thought, it's ridiculous. There's going to be so many goals. You can't even count on the clean sheet. So what? So he gets a point extra for his goals than the midfielder. So yeah, if I get 50k, I'll be happy.
Well, you might do it at the moment. You are giving yourself the best opportunity to, because being 52k.
I do have two huge differentials because Solanke as well. He's 3%.
Yeah, 3.1%. That's crazy.
Yeah. So if he can score against Everton, that could be nice as well.
Yeah, because I mean, he was in a lot of teams, and then he's dropped out of them again because it was a lot of the blanks, especially were game weeks where he was going to be useful for people, and then people have moved him on. And then sometimes you end up holding on to a guy because you had bigger fires to bow, and they can come back and help you out. So yeah, well, fingers crossed that he's going to do the job for you. He
reminds me a lot, though. I always like having those cheap 90-minute strikers on penalties as first subs, where you can rotate them in. I like doing it with like Pookie, for example. They're always my favourite first subs. So that's kind of why I've held on to him. I didn't fancy going down the Greenwood route, which, I mean, that was popular to get a lot of money out of the team, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's one worth doing. But I mean, you just saying Pookie there just sort of absolutely transported me back to a before time as well. A very confusing time. It's been a long time since we've talked about him.
Yeah, no, it has. I mean, he's still playing, just in the Championship, and he's not as prolific as he was.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, I am going to try and update our little numbers underneath our faces, so that we're giving the most accurate reflection here. So I'm going to hand the floor over to you. If there's anything you've spotted at these games, or anyone in the chat that's taken your fancy, I'm going to hand over to you to keep us ticking over while I get our. We don't want anyone thinking I'm 9k, because otherwise it's just fraud and false advertising. So I need to sort that out.
Well, it's hard to know. It's going to change so quickly. I mean, I'm just looking at your team, who you want to score. I mean, McAllister would obviously be a nice one, but Lewis is your main one as well. Like
he's my guy.
He can do anything. If he can do anything, that would be huge. Because yours is the exciting one. I'd just like to finish top 50k, but I'm not going to win any mini leagues or anything like that. But yeah, if you come top 10k, I've also found it really interesting because I didn't realise where you were ranked until were you on Burning Questions last week, and you just
last week,
yeah, you just suddenly appeared with like an 8k rank out of nowhere, and I was, genuinely no idea.
I'd kind of kept it quiet.
So quiet.
Yeah, well, I think my season had been going so bad before the World Cup that I had got very used to not keeping it quiet necessarily because I was trying to hide it, because we sometimes get accused of that, don't we? I heard a gasp.
Mitrovic has missed a penalty, and I think De Gea saved it.
That would be
Sorry
amazing.
To interrupt you, but I thought
that would be amazing, because then it means because it's a differential against people who have another United defender. But
and Watkins has scored.
DDG penalty save. Yes, get in. Right, there we go. Right, the comeback is on. Here we go. Top 10k. Here we go.
That's huge.
That is massive. Oh, yes. I can't actually put that on the screen in any way. I don't have a box for that in the score card or whatever you want to call it. Oh, There we go.
Annoyed about Watkins though.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to annoy you though.
No, mate, I don't care now. De Gea penalty save. Although apparently, sorry, I'm now seeing we got a Trippier own goal, but it's hard to tell. Is that not true?
No, I was saying like no, like please no.
Well,
Ramsey's got 2 assists.
We're all in the same boat on that one, surely. So,
well, 77%. We were just bragging about how his EO was a bit lower.
Well, that's true. 7 out of 10 of us are in the same boat. It makes me think I shouldn't update these numbers now. If we've got Trippier and goal confirmed.
Oh, Saka's scored now.
Saka's now scored. It's 3-0. Wow. It's okay. So we had a moment of brief pause. It's all
and
kicking
Chelsea
off
have
again.
scored.
Yeah. Well, it's the Trippier own goal.
That's the own goal.
That's the own goal. Yeah. So.
Oh, it is. It's down as an own goal.
Yeah, and that's crazy as well because he's caused people so much pain this season. And there will be some people that have maybe benched him. They maybe benched him. I mean, I benched him in 37 when he got the 9 points, and I only got the 9 points because of Grealish not playing. There's going to be people out there that didn't get his 9-point haul, and then and will get this one, and that's going to sting.
The Newcastle Twitter has given it to Sterling, but obviously they would, wouldn't they?
It's 2-2.
Southampton have just scored as well.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
this is mental.
No, it's -1 for Trent.
The 2 players I was quite jealous of were Saka and Watkins. They've both scored back to back.
Yeah, they have. Oof! Wow.
Ramsey's on 2 assists. I know FPL mode. Andy was considering him.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great differential. That is.
Yeah, this Arsenal game's going the way I feared. 3-0 after 29 minutes.
Yeah, well, we were in that parallel universe after all.
Yeah, we just didn't know it.
So the Chelsea Twitter account is saying, looks like Sterling's shot deflects in off Trippier, but the Blues are level, is what they're saying. Sky Sports are giving it to Trippier as an own goal, I should say, which presumably means that then it would be a Sterling assist, but really obviously depends on what Opta are going to go with. Oh, the official FPL account have now tweeted 22 seconds ago, it is an own goal for Trippier. And I mean, I have to say, the comments are already kind of hilarious. We've got one person saying, "You must be joking me, admin." Then we've got, "You are kidding me." Lol, you can't make this up. Lol, end the game week already.
Unbelievable.
I don't believe it. And then someone's posted the Jurgen Klopp meme where it just says, "It's painful." This is good. This is great. If nothing else to do this afternoon, just go and read the replies on this tweet. The Trippier own goal has been as it's the level of carnage I was hoping for. It's beautiful.
There's too much to digest here. So Saints are 2-2. Theo Walcott got the assist.
Oh, did he? Oh, 1-0 Walcott, right? We need 2 more assists and then we've got our peep show headline. Oh dear, it's all kicking off now. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, updating my rank is taking a while with all these goals just going in and just constantly changing. Let's see if Live FPL can keep up.
Someone's just tweeted at me, John, because I did say it on Scoutcast about a De Gea pen save.
Oh, you did? Of course you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got Mystic Rich, right?
He's not very good at saving penalties, so I didn't fully believe it.
Yeah. When was the last time we saved one? Well, 5 minutes ago. But
yeah.
that has put me back in the top 10k. That save, I'm back in the top 10k. I'm 9.8k, 9,800. So I've dropped. It's still a red arrow, but right now I am just like my fingernails are in the top 10k, and the rest of me is hanging outside of it. But it doesn't matter. You've just got to have one fingernail in, and you're in. So.
True.
Come on.
It's true. You've got to be in it to win it.
In it to win it, exactly. So I'm quite pleased with that. Your team has now crashed, unfortunately.
Literally, metaphorically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I can't lie.
I meant on live FPL. I meant on live FPL, not in real life. Or have we got it back? We have got it back. So I think some of those. Okay, so the Trippier own goal has not been kind to you. It has now pulled you down to 57k, so you're now on a red. But that's bonkers because 5 minutes.
It's a very small red.
It is. Oh, it's very small, very a sliver. But
and as annoyed as I am about Saka, his EO must be like literally 2 or 3%. So yeah, I'll get over it.
Yeah, you will. You will. I mean, it's crazy just how much it can all change in a short space of time. Because 5 minutes ago, pre-pen save and the own goal, I was on a red and dropping outside of the top 10k, and you were on a green and just about to poke into the top 50k, and then a couple of things happen, and the swing of rank places is quite nuts.
Yeah, well, I guess Steele's now technically on. Well, not technically, he is on 0.
Yeah.
So he's matching Estepinian and Dunk.
There's no technicals about it, my friend. He's
We need to wait for the 60th minute so he can get another point.
I mean, that's the thing. Live FPL will probably break around the 60th minute as well, because that's going to be when everybody's clean sheets gets thrown on. But I mean, this is exactly what Gameweek 38 should be. There's just so much confusion, so much going on at once. It's good fun.
I can't believe how many goals there are. I mean, the only 0-0s, ironically, are the Man City Brentford game, which we've talked about a lot, and then the Palace Forest game, and then Everton Bournemouth, which were all very popular games.
It's worth saying that actually the focus of the goals so far has not been in the games where it means something.
Our mate
Forest
scored for Forest.
Yeah, I won you. There we are.
Yeah. I thought I'd let you say his name.
Yeah. Sorry, whose name? That guy.
I won you, I believe.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. You got it.
I just copied you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, we still don't have any goals. Well, we have the Spurs goal, but we don't have many goals in the games that really mean something outside of FPL, which maybe isn't that surprising. The goals are coming in games where everyone's just here for fun, right? So it does mean that in those games, possibly things are a little bit more cagey, which I suppose we've come to expect. So yeah, they could go
taking
down
it more
to the wire.
seriously.
Yeah, rather than sort of like going in like it's I don't know, summer barbecue or something, kick about in the park. But honestly, like some end of season games end up being like that. It's very informal. So yeah, they're taking it very seriously in those games because you ain't got any goals. Come on, you want to see? Oh, just as I say that, Leicester have gone 1-0 up. So there we are.
Oh wow!
I'm just watching it now. So it looks like, is that Harvey Barnes? No, it's all Brighton, I think. Oh no, it is Harvey Barnes. He played a 1-2 with, I think, Castagna, who was in a very, very advanced position from what I saw. Let's have a look. Some people still have Castagna, I think, because he was possibly involved.
Barnes,
it was Barnes got the goal, and the assist. Come on. Oh no, it was a 1-2 with Iheanacho. It must have been that Castagna ran past Iheanacho because I don't know how I've mixed them up.
Just realised Andy got Watkins, didn't he? He got Watkins and Son.
Oh, he did. Yeah. Oh, well, what a start! What a start he's having.
Yeah.
Incredible. Well, so we've got that goal then at Leicester. I manifested that. So there were no big goals in these games. What that does to the table, let's have a look. Let's see whether or not we can update people on what it does for the table. So let's turn off our teams for a second whilst Live FPL works it all out.
Get rid of those.
Yeah. Yeah, the horror shows. So let's see what it does for the table. So the Leicester goal hasn't quite hit the table yet. It will soon, I'm sure. But it should, I would imagine, take them level on points, I think, with Everton. Because, Everton on 34, Leicester currently on 32 if they were drawing. And so Leicester do have the lower goal difference, though.
Yeah, so Leicester are safe.
No, I think
stands.
No, I think that they would be they'll be lower than Everton on goal difference, I think, is what it would be at the moment. Unless
Leicester are minus 17.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong part of the table? I probably am. Let's have a look. Leicester. I missed the minus. I couldn't see the minus. You are absolutely right. Yes, it would take them above on goal difference. So Everton do need a goal for sure. Yeah.
Yep. So Everton need a goal. Leeds need several.
Yeah.
Several goals.
Yeah, from West Ham as well. Like the current position makes it very difficult for Leeds. I think that does make it very difficult for them. Gibbs White with the assist, by the way, for the Awoniyi goal is what I'm seeing. So it's actually a few people had gone for him. He's a nice differential. I haven't kept track of Mark Sevens' team as much as I could or should have done this season, but I know that he's obviously a big fan of Gibbs White and Brennan Johnson. So
just looking. So Rico Lewis with 2 key passes so far.
Yes, there we go. And we can now go live to our Rico Lewis correspondent, Rich Flapjack FPL.
Who's just checked his heat map.
Yes.
That's all I've done there.
Heat map is it's 26 degrees in this room because I've been cooped up in here doing a stream for nearly 3 hours.
It actually is 26.1 now.
26.1. Oh, wow. Green arrow. It's gone up.
On a red arrow and it's 26 degrees in it, David.
Yep. We've got Flapjack coming to you live very much under pressure. Okay, so I'm now outside of the top 10k again. I'm now down to 10k 79. So it's close. I think we can.
I was going to say it's all on the clean sheets, but there's not many left.
No.
That penalty. I mean, you imagine without that penalty save, though. That's
Well, I mean, I do like it when it's weird. Sometimes you don't want your defensive player to concede necessarily, but sometimes it can be of benefit if you haven't got if you've got someone in the defense and other people have other players in that defense, and then they concede, and then you get an assist for that player. That's actually sometimes better than you all getting the clean sheet because the differential is bigger. I mean, obviously, a lot of people they probably got short. I can't imagine people have like a Dalot or a Maguire or a Lindelof or something. But I will take it. Like, if I was offered either a clean sheet and everybody else gets one versus no clean sheet, but you get the penalty save at De Gea and other people don't, like, I would take that. So it's probably best case scenario, but you don't hope for it because it's a bit of a convoluted thing to wish for.
Yeah, it is a little bit, but then and you get the bonus points as well, as you can see where you're on 9 points.
Yeah,
you get an awful amount of, like, as in an awfully good amount of bonus points for pen save.
Yeah, he's max bonus at the moment, as you can see there. So yeah,
ahead of Tete.
Yeah.
So really, you do need United to score, or he's gonna steal De Gea's bonus.
Oh, yeah.
But we're a few minutes away from that yet, where you have to be worrying about that.
Oh, yeah. Imagine being worried about Kenny Tete's bonus points on the last day of the season. It's just somewhere we never thought we'd be.
But that's where you could be in the 89th minute.
Yeah,
clinging on to the top 10k.
Right, let's get these numbers updated behind us. I keep trying to go to the Photoshop file, and then it's just another goal goes in. It's like, here we go again.
There's not been one for a while.
Yeah, and then there'll be one. I probably jinxed it, haven't I? So, right, here we go. Oh, nope. There's too much going on. Everybody's taking a breather because they just know we got to get things updated.
It does seem like they are like buses, though. We're not getting like a goal and then the little break. It's like 3 goals going at the same time.
In a way, it's not fair.
It's not.
No, exactly.
Especially when they're not all going our way.
Yeah, that's true as well. So
see if Salah's had any shots yet.
Yeah, that's actually a great shout.
He hasn't had a shot.
He's been very quiet and
or a key pass.
Yeah,
well, that's not good.
That is not what we want to hear.
Have a look at Kane. How many shots has Kane had? Oh, United have scored.
And it is Sancho.
Was it Sancho?
Right, there we are. Numbers are updated on the screen. There we are. That's good. Right, so Sancho then, by the looks of it. Can we get a Rashford or a Fernandes?
Or De Gea assist?
What the heck can you imagine? That would be something else. I'm seeing from Lee... Oh, no. Okay, Lee Ryder from the... He stressed me out here. Lee Ryder from the Chronicle, Newcastle, said Bruno down with an injury. I didn't realise that he was the Newcastle version. That was a scary couple of seconds.
Version.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we're all good on that. Can't see who the assist is for this United goal yet, though. Fingers crossed for... De Gea. So, United, 1-1. Oh, Undav has now scored for Brighton, according to Sky Sports. So let's find out. You're right. They definitely come like buses.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's a Fred assist.
Oh, it's like that scene in The Office.
There's been so many DMs getting goals and assists today.
I know. It's like that scene in The Office when David Brent turns up to his date and he just goes,
yes.
Like, you just see the assist. Well, Fred. For goodness sake, like, who's got Fred? Who on earth's got Fred? And we got
maybe someone in draft. Oh, and Gross got the assist for Graham.
So gross. Like Gross and Undav. I mean, come on.
I know.
Come on. Where do I make an official complaint about them being the goal scorers? Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful.
Tally John out almost scored.
Oh yeah, so him and his mum, the 2 people that own him in FPL, will be very upset. These are not the players we want to hear from.
Well, Rico Lewis is clinging on at least. That.
Oh, what, to his bonus?
Well, I don't know if he's got bonus actually.
Oh no, he's on just 1 at the moment.
Oh, is he? I hadn't actually looked at that.
There's in 1 point.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no bonus yet.
Yeah, he's not showing up. Ake's doing well for bonus.
Oh, Ake.
Then again, there's all these goals, and I'm talking about bonus points for,
for a Man City
for one of the only 0-0s in the. Actually, is that the only 0-0? No, there's 2. Everton as well. Everton, Bournemouth.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So my 2 differentials, Solanke and Lewis, playing in 0-0s.
And also, well, so as Brian points out in the chat, Trent on 0. It's like, come on.
But better than Trippier.
True. Yeah. They say that 0 is, well, -1 is the new 0. So, yeah.
Well, what a game week this is!
I know already, just incredible. I haven't seen yet what those. I mean, like an Undav goal and a Sancho goal. I don't think is going to be damaging my rank too much. I'm clinging on. I'm where I want it to be. I've kind of gone into. I'm kind of now in the frame of mind of maybe being a little bit like Big Sam could have taken this Leeds game of. Can we just cling on and go for it in the last 10 minutes? If we can get if Wilson can come on and get a couple of goals. That could be enough because I'll take 10,079th for now. Like if we go to halftime on that, which we might do because we've got half times coming up, I would take it.
And Sancho has just edged De Gea for bonus points so far.
Okay. Well, in which case I've probably dropped a little bit more then.
Oh, I wasn't trying to break bad news, but that's the things we're going to be looking at in the second half.
You absolutely have to. Don't sugarcoat it, my friend. We've got to swallow the medicine, the pill of the bad news. You're right; they are so coming like buses because we just now have another lull again.
The lull before there'll probably be a few in injury time before the half times.
Yeah, that's true. But we might actually have a lot of injury time because there's been a lot of that this season, hasn't it?
Yeah, they seem to be playing more of it as well. As in, when the ball's out of play, they seem to be adding it to injury time. I think more for the second half, although. Actually, saying that, there was a game the other day that the first half had about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, well, not quite as extreme as the World Cup, but it's quite nice to see. It's always a misconception. I mean, this is now nothing to do with FPL, but I think people probably would appreciate this. Is that the actual amount of time that the ball is in play in a football match is something like, wasn't it like 54 minutes or something? It's really low, and it's technically less time than the ball is in play in an NFL match, and that's usually the comparison people make because the ball is in play in an NFL match for 60 minutes. On the dot, because that's like the point. I mean, the clock does sometimes go on and on, but because the play doesn't always stop. But yeah, if it's a way of just getting the ball in play a little bit more, I'm all for it, to be honest.
Yeah, and there's some teams that seem to probably have less time with the ball in play than others. Like I know Newcastle got a bit of heat for it earlier in the season, around about Christmas time. Well, after Christmas time, because obviously that was the World Cup. But I think it was their game against Arsenal. People were highlighting how Newcastle had the ball in play a lot less than other people.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting. I wonder if that will be more common next season as well.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I think it's a nice direction to send football in, just to sort of like take more care of keeping the ball in play and keeping the game going. We have a super chat, which I actually anticipated. This is actually from someone I actually know, who super chatted, I think, burning questions the other day. Someone who, outside of football completely, I had a mild argument about Frozen with, but seeming as how we've had the super chat, we do have to discuss it, Rich, because that's how it goes. What's your knowledge of Frozen, the film, like?
I have never watched it.
You've never watched Frozen? Wow. No. Okay. Well, when we get to the end of
the
stream,
have kids.
So I watched it before I had kids. I wanted to know why everyone kept banging on about this hilarious snowman. Well, anyway, when we ask you what your summer plans are at the end of this stream, when all is said and done with the FPL teams, I'm going to expect you to tell me you're going to spend your summer watching Frozen. So I'll have to take this question. I'll have to take this one. Clearly, the question is: I reckon if Elsa from Frozen could play in the Premier League and was captain, she would get a higher score than Haaland. David and Rich, what are your thoughts on this? Well, Rich, why don't you have a go, and then I'll clear up.
What's her superpower? Does she freeze stuff?
She's Iceman. She's like Iceman from X-Men, but
okay, not
songs.
As in James Drury.
Yeah, actually, Elsa's superpower is that she's like 7 foot tall, like the fittest human being of all time, and has
a massive beard.
Has a massive beard. Came off injured in Gameweek 39. With possibly a career-ending injury, and then just came back in the second half absolutely fine. That's Elsa's superpower.
Okay, then she would outscore Haaland.
You think she'd outscore Haaland?
Yeah,
because I mean, she could just freeze everybody else. So yes, Noob Master, I know who you are. I won't read your name out on chat. I won't do that to you. But yeah, I think she would score more than Haaland because if there's a genuinely superhuman person in the Premier League, they probably would do pretty well. Now that is something I would love to play actually. If there was like a superhero version of fantasy football, I think that'd be quite a lot of fun. Maybe we can have words with Live FPL because Ragaboli, the guy, the brains behind it. Did you play the Live FPL like meta like FPL where it was like Live FPL during lockdown? Do you remember that?
I did. That's why when you were talking about the metaverses, or was it metaverse? You weren't talking about metaverses.
No, I was talking about multiverse.
The multiverses.
We're not far off.
You were talking about when you were talking about multiverses, I was thinking about the simulations you could run in Live FPL. Like, and same as like the Championship Manager one as well.
Oh,
so
great game.
Yeah.
Well, if we can have a chat with Dragon Ball, we could get a superhero powered version, one of those. And well, this is something that people probably in the chat have no idea. If there's someone in the chat who knows what I'm about to talk about, then let me know, because me and you will be the only ones. There's this thing in Warhammer called Blood Bowl. Have you heard of this?
I haven't.
And so,
No.
Obviously, Warhammer is a game that's sort of based around sort of like moving your soldiers around a board and fighting each other. But they have a spin-off game called Blood Bowl, where the models that you use, like the orcs, basically, for this, you play American football with them, so gridiron. And so, you like Sabutio, where you obviously sort of, I mean, that is, like a board game that is football. You can do that with like little monsters and stuff, and they can, like use their superpowers to play NFL. So somebody needs to make that for FPL, clearly, and then we might be able to give Noob Master a better answer. What do you think?
Yeah, sounds good.
yeah. There we go. I don't know what you're talking about, David.
I was sort of checking. I was listening, but I was also just checking. I didn't know if it was a goal alert or a half-time bet. It wasn't a goal alert. But yeah, I mean, Ragaboli, I'm sure he would. I mean, maybe he's got other things to do, but I'm sure he's open to suggestions.
Yeah, well, we're going to need him to do something over the summer because there's not much else to do. Brian Morrissey says Elsa would be too greedy on the ball because she'd never let it go.
See, I got that one. I understood that reference.
Yeah, which actually is a quote from a movie in and of itself. Do you know what?
Let it go.
No, well, no. As in, I understood that reference. Do you know what movie that's from?
Oh, no, I don't actually.
Oh, have you seen Avengers 1?
Do you know what? I haven't seen that many films.
Oh,
I possibly have.
What an eye-opening stream. We came here for the goals, and there have been basically none. I think half-time has come and gone, and we're sat here talking about Frozen and the Avengers. That's the last time they let me do a stream. But we've also got David Jones pointing out that Frozen is a bit of a summertime classic, but I think there's a mild level of sardonic attitude going on there, which is a fair point.
I think we're half-time in every game.
It looks like half-time has hit everywhere. So what we will do, we really made the most of injury time, didn't we? Yeah. Speak of time wasting, and here's us talking about bloody Frozen. Right. Anyway, so the half-time scores then, if we've got these correct, hopefully we've not missed any goals. Arsenal 3, Wolves 0, Aston Villa 2, Brighton 1, Brentford 0, Man City 0. So I don't want to jinx it, but we all know what that could mean. Chelsea 1, Newcastle 1. Palace 0, Forest 1, Everton 0, Bournemouth 0, Leeds 0, Spurs 1, Leicester 1, West Ham 0, Man United 1, Fulham 1, and Southampton 2, Liverpool 2. So when I say has that gone as you expected, I guess you could broadly answer yes because there's been a ton of goals. But yeah, what's the standout halftime score that really makes your eyes pop and go, wait, what? So far, what's the most Gameweek 38 halftime scoreline? Do you think?
I mean, Southampton scoring twice is probably the most surprising for me. The rest of them, I feel like they've gone kind of as expected. Like, I think we knew Villa Brighton would be a tricky game. Did expect there was, in several multiverses, there were chances, Arsenal were going to win heavily against Wolves. We did talk about that, obviously, before the game started, that had the potential. So I don't think the actual scores are that surprising. There's just been a few outcomes that are a bit like, I mean, Kane scoring so early. It's not surprising that he scored, but obviously he scored so early in the game. And then there's been nothing since then. So that's kind of surprising.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping that it would open the game up because that's what we sort of were talking about. And it looks like that is not what happened, annoyingly.
No. And I mean, most of the goal scorers we expected to do well have done well. But, I mean, Watkins has scored. I'm trying to think who's not scored that's surprised. I think De Gea is the biggest, shock thing, as in, a penalty being missed.
Yeah.
But then it is Mitrovic taking penalties. So maybe it's not that surprising. I did think, so the thing I mentioned on Scoutcast was I thought that, Mitrovic could miss a penalty, but then so could Watkins. So maybe Steele gets the penalty save in the second half.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, I mean, you could do with that actually, because Steele's currently on 0 points, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. He's on nothing.
Yeah. You have to steal
Nothing.
yourself,
Same
steal
as all the
yourself
Brighton
for the second
defenders.
half. That's what you're gonna have to do. I've just pulled up the Premier League table whilst so we can have a look at that while I try and refresh live FPL to see what the halftime situation is for our teams. But yeah, the big thing as we assessed earlier is yes, Leicester currently staying up because they have the same number of points as Everton, but they've got a superior goal difference, and it's quite a big gap. It's -17 to -24, so you would be needing a 7-goal swing there if the goal difference was going to do anything. But a goal for Everton would keep them up, I would imagine, because it's all happening so quickly, and I can't actually have either the radio or Sky Sports in my ear, because then I definitely wouldn't be able to concentrate or hear what Rich was saying. So a lot of these permutations I'm working them out on the fly. But yeah, Everton, it's all in their own hands, isn't it, for Everton? Which is probably the way they like it.
Everton need to score. So I think it's going to get interesting the further we get into that second half. Stuff remains the same. It's one of the scenarios I was happy enough playing Solanke if he stays on, because I guess they're going to have to go for it.
Yeah.
There's no point. There's no point trying to hold on to 18th or whatever. You either stay up or you don't.
Imagine that, going in holding on for. Yeah, we're going to try and hold on to 18th. Well, I mean, in a way, you can argue that's what Leicester did in their last game, because they benched a lot of their attacking players and they just went super, super defensive.
Yeah, that could actually work out for them, because he did get some abuse, didn't he? Very, very little abuse, but I think he thought they had no chance of beating Newcastle. That could end up being what keeps them up.
Yeah, it could be. Although I have nothing against Leicester, and I don't necessarily have all that much against Dean Smith, but I do kind of like the opportunity to potentially, if they do go down, tweet and ask him if he, in actual fact, likes the real world over the fantasy world.
Oh, yes.
I really want that. I just want that tweet to happen. But there's no disrespect to Leicester fans or as a club. I like a good laugh, as you've probably already worked out. So yeah, that's just the way I roll. I think I can update you on the teams. Live FPL is doing a bit better now. So I have dropped a little bit more again, as you said. The bonus points as they trickled out towards Sancho, I think it was. Or is it Tete? I'm not sure. But basically, he's just on 8 points now, is De Gea. And so I've dropped down to 10,427. So I'm still very much clinging on. But again, it's a bit like Everton. I have dropped down to 18th. But one goal could just get me back up all of the Leicesters that are between me and where I want to be. So I'm not... It's not the best start, but it's also not the worst either. So I'm okay, I think, so far. As for you then, Rich, you're down to 59k. So yeah, but again, same sort of thing. It's quite concertinaed, and I think a goal would push you back to sort of 52, 51, and get you hanging on, ready to just traverse that final hurdle over to the other side.
Yeah, looking at it, I mean, my live score's like you say 15, but the safety score's 17. So that would be where I'd get a grey arrow if I got to 17. So it's all very, like you say, very close. It's interesting because our teams are so similar. We've got very small, I mean, we've got the same 3 defenders, for example.
Yeah.
Then you've got De Gea, I've got Steele. That's like an 8-point difference.
Yeah.
Our midfielders are then exactly the same. And then basically I've got Solanke and you've got Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very, very small differences in our teams.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show a lot of the work has obviously been done at different points in the season, I suppose. I'm trying to think necessarily where my biggest greens came from. I had Fernandes probably like slightly ahead of the curve, I think, and when people were sort of more interested in Rashford, I had them both. But this in and of itself shows you how difficult it can be on the last day of the season to make those big gains, because especially with so many engaged managers all tuning in at the same time, the pure proof of that, putting in terms of a stat, is Kane and then Haaland. The effective ownership there, when everyone has maximum usage of information, and we're in a world where people like Andy, who's on the other side of the world very late at night, can stay up and get access to that information just instantaneously. It does sometimes make it harder to push past other people, because we are a big crowd who've all sort of made very similar decisions. And so, yeah, it's only 2 or 3 players that have the potential to make a difference. I mean, obviously, we're not necessarily directly competing with each other, but our teams are going to be very similar, probably, to those of us all around. So, yeah. Simon Thompson says, "Hey guys, 2 people with Lewis in their lineup is a rare sight." Well, in a way, this part of my team was very much a tribute to Rich because I had no idea. Those of you who missed the stream earlier on, I was like, I don't know who to sell Shaw for. And he was like, "Why don't you go Rico Lewis?" And he convinced me very quickly. I was very, very happy. I was very
it's a
proud.
snap decision, wasn't it?
Yeah. And just to remind people, if Rico Lewis does help me get into the top 10k this season, then Rich is getting a free drink at Gameweek 39. So, yeah. Well, actually,
win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win for everybody. And I was about to say it's a win for charity, but I'm not saying your charity. But it was just a bad plug. But let's do a better plug. I am just going to briefly plug Gameweek 39. It's on a slide where I need to readjust your face again.
Oh, that's all right.
This is one of my other slides. So, yes, Gameweek 39, that is something that is coming up very soon. And it is a lot of fun. And we would love for you guys to get involved any way you can. So, those of you who know what Soccer Aid is, that is, of course, when they get lots of famous people together to play football matches against each other. Well, those of us in the fantasy community like to pretend that we're famous when really we're not. And one of the things that we did was, as a community, was create this event. But the brains behind this were FPL Hints, who you may know from Twitter and other places, and Benny Blanco came together and came up with the idea of why don't we do a football match of fantasy football content creators playing against each other. They settled on the format of North versus South. Many of you will know a little bit about this because this is the second rendition of it. We had it last year already. And lots of us have been involved, all in different capacities. So I'm on Team South. I'm one of the players there. And I have the privilege of sort of managing and organising that team with Iceman of FPL Surgery fame. And Ash as well, FPL Hints. We've got Az on the team, we've got Harry on the team, we've got Focal on the team, we've got some big names, we've got some good players. And then the North, they got Ben Dinnery, they got Benny Blanco, they've got Ben Krellin, they've got Gianni, who famously is very northern. So yeah, all coming together to raise some money for Street Child United, which is a fantastic charity that does a lot of work in helping raise money for children that have come from really challenging backgrounds. And last year, I think we raised about £5,000 or £6,000 off the top of my head. Can't remember exactly how much we raised, but we sort of raised that through tickets for the event and just generous donations from people as well. So if that's something that is a cause you'd like to get involved in, you don't even need to be in this country to come and see the game. By all means, come to Castlevale Stadium on Saturday, 3rd of June. That's just 6 days away now. To come and watch the revenge or the repeat. Can Team South hold on to the trophy, or will Team North finally get their hands on it? You can come and watch that game. You can get a ticket for that if you just go to it's Gameweek 39 North versus South.co.uk, I think is the link. Or you can just make a donation independently from that, even if you can't quite make the game. The one thing that may give you access to the game, and I'm going to come to you on this one, Rich, because I believe you're on the commentary team this year. Is that right? Do you want to talk listeners through that? Because they may not be able to make it, so they might be thinking of ways they can access it.
Yeah, I am. I don't have the full details yet. As in, I know it was Twitter Spaces we used last year when it was Andy FPL Mode was doing it along with Rich, another Rich, not me, Rich FPL. They did it live on Twitter Spaces during the game, and then it was on YouTube after the game alongside the video. So I must admit, I'm not sure, even though it's on Saturday, I'm not sure what the deal is with that. But yeah, I'm doing that, which is a much better job than last year when I had to give the assists.
Oh yeah.
We had that one that was impossible to decide, who had touched the ball. We had players lying to me, saying, "Yeah, definitely touched it."
Yeah.
And when we got to see the video the next week, I could tell they were lying, basically. So since that day, I've had sympathy for people who have to give assists in fantasy games.
Yeah, I have to. So I did feel for you, because just to give people a bit of insight into that particular day, Rich was sort of standing on the sidelines with his laptop, and everyone else around him is sort of in football mode, and just sort of like, either on the sidelines cheering on the team, maybe on the pitch playing football, and he's very studiously trying to just keep up with all the substitutions and getting the assists and everything.
It was mainly Elf, I must admit. But yeah, it was hard. It was hard trying to find out who'd been subbed. That was actually the hardest part.
Yeah.
Because if you imagine, it's not just because you had rolling subs. It's not just a straightforward, he came off at 61 minutes. It was like, Az was one of the only people who almost got a clean sheet.
Yeah, he won't let
because
me
it was
hear the
like
end
he'd
of that.
play 25 minutes, then it come off for 20 minutes, then it come on for 7 minutes. I think he only hit 58 minutes in the end.
He
from
did.
Memory.
I have two apologies and official apologies to make here. The first one is to you, because the reason why there were so many rolling subs was because of me, and I do apologise, because my tactic for the team was we're going to roll those subs and keep everybody fresh, and then I turn around and there's you guys frantically, who came off?
What is going on?
Yeah. and then I do owe one to Az as well, because I cost him the points by bringing him off. So, that's just how it goes sometimes. I now know what it's like to be Pep, because I pissed off lots of people that day, because we didn't start Raptor either, who a lot of people went in on. And because he'd had a bit of a niggle, so we couldn't quite start the game, had to come on in the second half. That was a lot of fun too, because Rockstar ended up leaking. Well, we all did it on purpose. We had this thing arranged where before the game, Benny and Ash made sure that we had one leak from each team. And so I had the privilege of having a chat with FPL Rockstar before the team sheet came out to be like, Raptor needs a rest, and it was brilliant. So if you want to be involved in that, then definitely stay tuned on Saturday 3rd. And just to also point out, there is a really fun fantasy game for this as well. If you've we talked about Championship Manager FPL earlier on. If you've played that, you'll know that you can play that on, of course, Gaffer.io. They also do a game for Gameweek 39 as well. Did one last year. Those of you who played FPL Harry would have been very happy with the bonus points, for example. Nacho got some points too, because he got 2 goals. Az came this close to getting this clean sheet, but I pepped him, unfortunately. But so we're all in the game, and hopefully it's not too disgraceful that this is my team and I've captained myself, because when else will I get the chance to, is the way I see it. And so I've got Iceman as well, Nacho and Lord Ophicus up front. So yes, head to gaffer.io if you want to play the game. Keep an eye on the Gameweek 39 Twitter feed for updates on where you can hear the lovely dulcet tones of our own Flapjack FPL commentating on that game. Very much with the South focus, I hope.
I'm going to try and not be biased. But I was trying not to be biased last year. But we'll see. There's some good players, some really good players on both teams.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to doing my fantasy team as well. I think my captain's going to be your vice captain there.
Ooh,
Same as last year.
Pete is very good. So Pete is the brains behind FPL Team. Many of you probably use FPL Team, but not necessarily know the man behind the app. It is amazing, but he is possibly one of the best people I've ever played football with. He is very, very good.
He is very, very good, isn't he? I don't play it. I'm awful, but I've watched him. Because I even came to watch you in the trials.
Ah, yes. Of course, we did it in Reading. Yeah. In your backyard.
So I had to go, didn't I?
Yeah, had to go. Yeah, but no, Pete's very good. So I probably will end up captaining him, because he will definitely do better than me. Is my imagining. But it's a fantastic event, all in the name of a great cause. Street Child United are a fantastic charity that Gianni Batice, who you all know obviously from the videos he does on Scout, he's very heavily involved with them. And he's brilliant, and so is the charity. So do get involved. Let's get back to the football, because I think Southampton just gone in front of Liverpool. We've restarted. Sure. I think
I'm seeing that Estupinan's come on at half time.
It's just come through on Sky Sports on the video printer. It's 3-2 Southampton. Wow. Well, they're making me look like a mug, because I was like, they're all ready to go home. Well, not go home, go to uni, and there they are. They've gone 3-2 up. So it's Kamaldeen Sulemana who's got the goal. Wow.
So is that a brace?
I think he might have got the assist for the other goal. I think. But it's so many goals going in. So many goals going in. I couldn't tell you, but wow. Well, back into the second half with an absolute bang then. Wow. Come on, Liverpool. Oh, still nothing for Salah. And the game means nothing now for Liverpool, really, because they're not playing for anything. Sorry, you are right. It is a brace. It is a brace for Suleiman.
Not that any of us have him, so it doesn't.
Well, yeah. So who got the assist? I've just tweeted.
And it's not even like we can look at him for next season, because they're relegated.
Exactly. Who got the assist? So Tom from there has just put. He's laughing at the content creators missing out on Suleimana's haul, which is all of us. It's just like, come on, of all the people. Yeah, it looks as if
we haven't missed out on Rico Lewis's haul.
Well, we've got to tread carefully. We don't want to jinx it. That's all I will say. All I will say, because he could be the difference. At 10k and 10,427, it could even just be a clean sheet that tickles me in.
It's not what you want in Game Week 38 to be hanging in by a clean sheet, is it?
And well, the other thing is that we might not know. We might not know until a fair few minutes after the full-time whistle go, because the game will possibly crash. The apps and Love for FPL could potentially just go down around full-time when everyone goes, oh, I'm going to check. And we might have a real wait for the site to come back online again. And it could be in that, and then find out. Oh, it's going down to the wire.
The olden days where you'd find out about 8 or 9 p.m.
Yeah,
where your rank is.
I know. Yeah, well, we've
I'm
all
guessing
become.
Ali, who's top, is pretty set right now.
You know what? That is a good point. We haven't really had a look.
Because he did a hit I saw, but he's so far clear.
Do you know what his idea is? Because if you can get it for me, I can stick it in.
I can get it off.
2-0 to Spurs. I don't know who scored it yet.
I kind of want it to be Son.
Oh, it's Pedro Porro. It's Pedro Porro.
Oh.
Wow, that's a huge goal. That's big.
Who's got the assist then?
That's the question.
I'd actually rather Son than Kane right now, because Kane does nothing for us.
Yeah, that is true. And it would do everything for Andy.
Well, exactly. I'm just getting Ali's.
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, I totally distracted you there.
Rank. So it's 158,332.
158. Oh, hold on. Live FPL. 158.
I'll try and see who got the Spurs assist while you're doing that.
Yeah. I think. Well, it's good team effort, my friend. Right. 158. 332 or 322.
332.
32.
158,332. And if it's correct, you'll know pretty quickly because
it was a 1.
One.
He is still top. He took a hit. The hit he took, I don't know. Will it tell me what his transfer was? Okay, yeah. So he was Haaland and Mitoma out for Kane and Ødegaard, and he's still top.
Wow.
In terms of the gap, yeah.
I guess that might be hard to tell, actually.
Yeah, because his gap to first place is 0.
Yeah, so he's just on a grey arrow.
He's 67 points clear of 100. It doesn't. Oh, Kane got the assist. Kane got the assist for the Porro goal.
Oh wow!
So I mean, I would take it. I mean, his. It's one of those things where it's not going to make much difference in my rank where I am, but it might just maybe push me around a few places in a couple of mini leagues. So
I mean, it's still going to be a gain. I guess the only thing is looking back on it, you'll kind of wish gone for the Kane captain, but.
I mean, true. But I
was never that serious about captaining Kane. I don't think.
Yeah, exactly. Because clearly we've misread Southampton, right? But I don't think it was a mistake to do that. I think we can all be fairly confident.
Yeah, they've still scored 2 goals.
Yeah, absolutely.
They scored 2 goals quickly as well, didn't they?
Yeah, and Southampton might start rolling the subs now. You know, potentially if they're going to try and get some guys on who are going to leave or something, and it could be when the game starts to break down that Salah maybe squeezes in. I don't know if that's me clutching at straws or being far too hopeful. I don't know. Well, let's see if we can refresh Live FPL. And what I'll do is I'll stick up on the screen. I'll stick up the Premier League table.
I'm going to have to take one more really quick break.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. Right, yeah, I'll carry you over. Don't worry.
You're like the Iron Man. You just you don't need to move.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you what, normally I'll be the person who needs lots of breaks, so I'm going to make sure I tell all my family members that apparently I'm an Iron Man in that regard.
You won. You're 2-0 up now. I'll be back.
Yeah, 2-0 up on breaks. Love it. Right, see you in a bit. So then, the Premier League table as it stands then, no change in terms of the relegation. So I'll leave that up there right now. Just trying to find out what that Kane goal has done on Live FPL, see if that's done anything for my team, to see if it's... Because it's what he's... Yeah, so it has helped me. It has helped me because it is 98.5%, so it means that it's just going to push me... It's pushed me up 200 places, which could be... That could be all it needs. You know, to be 10,227, that is my current rank, which means I'm so close. I'm so close to the top 10k. That's what I want to see. I want to see just points just tickling in and pushing me over the edge. So I'm quite happy with that. And it's nice because it means that I can celebrate these Kane goals, because that right there is showing me that it does just enough. It does just enough. Some good just a good conversation in the chat as well. It's nice to see that Brian Morrissey is very aware of the fact that Focal does take a very good free kick. That is something I have noticed. Do not be afraid of that. He played in a sort of exhibition game. I think it was a So Rare event at Anfield. If you have the opportunity to go on Twitter and go to Focal's account and have a look at his free kick that he took in that game, it is beautiful. And so yeah, well done, Brian, for pointing that out. So yeah. Yeah, it is. It's very stressful. It's very stressful. Last game of the season, being this close to what I'm trying to achieve. But I'm relatively happy with my transfers now. I was a bit nervous taking the -8, but I kind of just subjectively felt a bit, should I take a -8? It's a bit risky, but I was confident in the investment that I was making, that they would be ones that would work. So I mean, one of them was Shaw out, one of them was Haaland out, and Haaland hasn't come on yet. So Kane. Very much already is he's raced ahead of Haaland. So Haaland's got work to do to match Kane, which is nice. So that one's worked. Rashford hasn't done anything yet, but Grealish, of course, not involved. So it's still an investment. It's still an investment that is paying off. A -4 for someone who's only scored me 1 point. Maybe it's not the best in the world, but it's still better than I think he needs to get something. He needs to get something. But I'm still happy. I'm still happy that with the transfers that I made. They are if they just get me over the line, it doesn't matter. I just need to get in the top 10k. I'm not going to be picky. I'm not going to be choosy about where exactly in the top 10k I end up. I will take it. I think that actually that Kane assist hasn't actually updated on live FPL, which might mean I'm actually even higher. So let's find out. Right, so I'm 10,353 now. Might be. I wonder what's impacted that. It's possible. It's all happened so quickly. We were just working. There we go. He's back. We're just trying to work out the impact that Kane assist had. It's hard to say because I think it has just pushed me down a little bit, but it's hard to understand exactly why. I was on 10-4, then I was on 10-2, and now I'm on 10-3 again. We haven't had too many other goals. Oh, Fernandes just scored. Bruno Fernandes. Yes, get in. Wow. That is the goal that I need. 60% ownership where I am. Oh, there we go. That's what
everyone's been waiting for, that's held on to him so long.
Oh, I know. And it could be, let's just hope. Let's just hope it's a Rashford assist, because I was just saying that about my transfers, that Rashford hasn't done anything yet. But an assist.
The Kane thing may just be like where you are in rank, because I've noticed in a few mini leagues, there's more Kane captainers than I thought.
Oh, are there? Of course.
Yeah, so I guess there's EO, then there's mini leagues. There's a few like rivals of mine that have got Kane captain.
Yeah, that's not fun.
So that's going to be a big decider. Yeah. I think it's pretty moot though. I'd imagine your drop wasn't that much, was it?
No, if there was a drop at all, it was about 100 places. So
and now it doesn't matter. Bruno scored.
Yeah, like you say, it was
Fred again.
It was mute, a mute point, a cow's opinion. Yeah. So, did you say Fred assist again?
I think it's Fred. Oh, he didn't get the first assist though.
Oh, did he not?
There was no assist. No, because I was just thinking for your De Gea bonus points.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Like Fred would have then overtaken him.
Yeah, that's true.
I think you're okay there.
So what's brilliant? And you might have to remind me of your FPL ID, because I popped in Ali's one.
Of course. Yes. 32700.
Sounds like
one of those things I'm never going to remember again after today.
It sounds like a number you text to like enter in like an ITV competition to win a holiday. That's what that number sounds like. Just text ITV on 32700.
Ask the bill payer's permission.
Yeah. Come on. It's not loaded now. I can't see what
before I went downstairs, I dropped to 60,000.
Oh, had you? Right, okay.
Yeah, well, I started at 56,000. So to be honest, I'm just hovering around, waiting for Rico Lewis to save us.
Yeah, there's a Nickelback song about that, I think, for a hero to
save
about
us. Rico Lewis?
Yeah, about Rico Lewis. Yeah, they say a hero will save us, so...
Oh, yes.
Come on. Right, the Fernandes goal is taking a while to go into live.
I saw when you refreshed your one, I thought that was my rank then.
No,
I haven't gone to 10,000.
Imagine that. Right, so we've got yours back now. So get rid of the Premier League table, which hasn't changed all that much. So Rich, here's you. Although this is pre-Fernandes goals going in.
So I'll be like 60,000 because I can't see it on your screen yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. So at your rank, Fernandes does more for you at your rank. His rank, his OR at your rank is not OR, his EO. Sorry, is 54.9%, and
yeah,
62.7. So he's going to do even more damage.
I think I'm on a green with that. Once I'm on.
You should
so
be.
I've just refreshed it. 53,000.
53, nice. When actually,
So I'm so close now to 50k.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. My feed is all over the place. I just dropped to 12k apparently, and then I'm back up to 10k, and the Fernandes goal still isn't in yet.
I wonder how common the Everton clean sheet is. Again, I think Haaland.
Everton just scored. Everton just scored.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
And Arsenal.
Yeah. And Jesus 4-0. Wow.
Yeah, that's the drubbing. And they had a party goal disallowed.
Oh yeah, too much celebrating. Everton 1-0. I tell you what, the scenes at Goodison Park, because I just caught some of them on the TV, look incredible. Because that is the goal that changes things. That is the goal that takes Everton above Leicester, and would save them from. I didn't see the goal. I just saw him run away from it, but it sounds like it was a quite exciting one.
There's not much Leicester can do here, really. I mean, well, they just need to overturn this goal difference. So
yeah, they need.
I think they need to score 7 goals.
7 goals, yeah. It was Trossard who got the assist for the Arsenal goal, by the way. So he was in a couple of teams, wasn't he? He sort of was a nice little differential for people.
It is annoying me that was the one that looked like it was going to be the high-scoring game, and there was just not an easy route to go there. Didn't really know who was going to play, because they would have been the differentials in that Arsenal game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The thing is, you can't really complain, because it could have gone Jesus over Kane, but that's the same outcome anyway.
Yeah.
It just wasn't meant to be unless you were on free hit.
Okay. 9.5, so 9,574. That is my rank currently.
Nice.
So I've tucked back in. Oh, it's tense. It's so.
Has Lewis got his clean sheet yet?
We're not jinxing it. We're not jinxing it. Oh, this is so close. This is. De Gea has lost a bonus point. I think it's gone on to Fernandes. Let's have a look. Yeah, Fernandes on max bonus now.
You'd rather De Gea max bonus for you just because of the ownerships.
I really would, but I'll take it. So 9-5, and then let's refresh you as well. So hopefully that means it's Fernandes goals on for you as well. Did you say 53?
53.
Yeah, or 54. Yeah, there we are. But yeah, not far off. Oh,
it's gone down again.
Yeah.
They say this is tense.
But it's a green arrow though. It's a green arrow. So. Which is all you can ask for on the final day of the season, right? Just
look, do you know that Live FPL does the star, the flop, and the killer? The killer for my rank is Firmino.
Is it? Wow, that's so random.
Yeah.
I have to say, I do love the features on Live FPL. I can't really promote it highly enough, to be honest. It's brilliant. In terms of mine, then, who my killer is Watkins, but my loss to him is only 0.68 points, which is crazy. So not many people own him. But
I think this is the thing. There's been lots of hauls, but they're not players that are going to hurt us, really. And just you having De Gea over Steele, or I mean, actually, Ray is on a clean sheet at the moment, isn't he?
That's true.
On my bench.
It's hard to. What's his situation with saves? Because it's hard to. I mean, how persistent have. That is basically the game that we just have had nothing. We've just basically gone nowhere near it, right?
It was the one people were talking about.
Yeah.
As in. People want to have Alvarez. People want the team news, the leaks. But yeah, nothing. So Reyes had 2 saves. Edison's had 2 saves.
And who's on for bonus then? Ake, Laporte. Ake and Zanka and Laporte all on for max bonus.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to look at the XG for that game.
Oh, that's a good shout. Edison's also made 2 saves, by the way.
0.35 XG, and then City 0.55. So it sounds like it's been incredibly boring.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is I mean, we've a lot of the Sunday streams I've done this season, I've been inundated with Edison owners who are just like, not again, as in not another one, just another week when Edison just completely trolls them. Well, he at the moment potentially on course to troll people again if they've got rid of him, because he's made 2 saves. He's only 1 away from getting that additional point and possibly sneaking into bonus.
He was a villain a few years ago in Gameweek 38. I actually won a mini league because of it. I don't know if you remember, he got benched, but then he got booked on the bench.
Oh,
and it was back when we didn't have, it wasn't common to have a backup goalkeeper because pricing was quite harsh. And that cost people mini leagues. It won me my mini league because if you didn't have a backup to come in, you just got stuck with the Edison -1.
Oh, yeah. I remember that now. That was awful, wasn't it?
Yeah. Because that was one where, as well, the rules of FPL weren't.
It was not very clear, because he didn't, because his minutes played. I mean, I mean, off the top of it, I'm trying to, because sometimes with rules like this, you have to almost treat it like being a lawyer. You know, which law, which precedent outweighs the other. He has been booked, yes, but he hasn't played any minutes. And traditionally speaking, playing 0 minutes means you get replaced.
But you only get the auto sub if the sub has played any minutes at all.
Well, that too as well, actually. That's true.
Yeah. So just the Edison rule, basically.
Oh, Leicester are 2-0 up. It looks like it was
Wout
fast.
They're going for it. They're going for the 7.
Yeah. Well, and also
6 more.
I've just seen footage of the Decore goal,
face.
and it is. I mean, I've only seen it in very small. I'm just watching it again, bigger. It looks like it was quite tasty. Oh. If you've not seen this goal yet, it is unbelievable. If that's the goal that keeps them up. Oh, Southampton are 4-2 up on Liverpool.
Adam Armstrong's just scored.
What's going on?
He's only just come on the pitch. They brought on both the Armstrongs. And Adams scored.
And now they've strong-armed the game against
Actually,
Liverpool.
that was confusing when I was saying it. Adams. By Adams, I mean Adam Armstrong.
Oh, and they brought on Shea Adams and Adam Armstrong. They brought on both Adams. Some say they're brothers. That is, yeah. Right, so 2-0 to Leicester. Well, let's have a look and see what that does to the Premier League table then.
These goals are not slowing down, are they?
They're not.
Porro's going to be on for a 14, 15-pointer.
Ooh, yeah, that's huge. Well, that's the thing. We are probably approaching clean sheet time, as in them being thrown on.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
I hate it. I don't like doing it because it's like, I'm trying to think. Like, you haven't actually achieved it yet. You haven't actually won whatever it is you would achieve, and then you lose it. I tend to normally I try to not check my live rank after the 60th minute if I've got some clean sheets I know are still going, because then you start getting all comfortable with the rank that you have achieved, in inverted commas. It's a very scary time.
It feels almost like if you had a striker, they scored, but the VAR check wasn't done till the 90th minute.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And then it was removed.
Oh, it's not fun.
It feels like a lot of players we talked about before the deadline are holding. Like we talked about Porro, we talked about Watkins.
Yeah.
We talked about the Arsenal assets.
All of the ones that we talked about that we didn't get.
No, the ones we didn't get. Yeah. Oh, Palace have scored.
Oh.
And it's that popular asset, Will Hughes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Classic Gameweek 38.
I wonder if he's got his Elise assist, Karam.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. That's what we want to see.
We didn't actually see what Eze's effective ownership was.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get a chance to check that, actually. Yeah.
Have a look.
Yeah.
36%.
Okay, that's not bad.
Because I was thinking that was going to push close to 50, but I suppose it's the Haaland.
Yeah, it's the Haaland thing that's made that impact.
That stopped him going full bandwagon. Or if we had reliable news that Matoma was benched, for example.
Yes, that's 1-1, isn't it? Yeah.
Elise assist.
Is it Elise assist?
Karam.
Hey, well done, Karam. That's brilliant. Right, so 1-1 there. And, well, in the chat, we've got...
I feel like I'm missing out here. We've had Andy's got his Son captain. You've got your De Gea penalty save.
Yeah.
Karam got the Elise assist.
My apologies. I can only, I apologise.
I don't want to will on a Solanke goal because I don't think Chris would be over the moon. No,
that's true. Well, I mean, unless Everton win like 4-3.
That's true.
So...
And then I can get a Solanke hat-trick.
Absolutely. That's what we want to see. Tom R says that he's now 40 points clear in his mini league. Happy days. Well done, Tom. But he says he still regrets not captaining Kane. I am coming around to that same level of regret. But it will all depend on how things go with the top 10k. If I end up missing out, and then technically speaking, captaining Kane would have pushed me in, that would be a bit disappointing. But yeah, Salah's still got a bit of time. Simon says Estupinan on for a 1-pointer. Yeah, absolutely. I benched him, and that was just because I wanted to play a hero who should go unnamed because I don't want to jinx him. Who was my latest defensive signing. And Simon Thompson says he's very happy that assist wasn't Eze because he was worried that would hurt his rank. So Elise isn't really damaging anyone, but is really helping Karam. So I think that's a fair point. But sorry, I interrupted you there, Rich.
No, I was just going to say, I can't remember what I was going to say. I was just going to say on Estupinan. I mean, people like me who had Steele, he was basically going to end up on a 1-pointer as well. So it's not really a loss. I mean, if Brighton had kept a clean sheet, it would have been obviously very, very different there. And I suppose just with Salah, I feel like if he scores now, he's not going to go into the bonus points. So we are talking about, hoping he hits a 7-pointer if he scores.
Yeah, that's all we can hope for now, really, isn't it? To be honest,
yeah.
Well, so the
But
clean
it
sheet
is hard in these one game weeks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like to pick, and it's picking between two good assets as well.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm guessing Haaland's not come on yet.
It's like the old days, picking between those two, Kane and Salah. Well, the clean sheets are on, right?
And Ake's been subbed off in the 63rd.
Oh, so he's banked his clean sheet then?
He's banked it.
Nice. Well, the clean sheets are on, and it is not good news for me because the clean sheets going on elsewhere seem to have not helped. So I am now down to 10,029. So at the moment, I'm missing out on the top 10k by 29 places.
Oh, David. This is tense.
Oh, I need a goal from anyone. Just any, like at this point, I think a goal from anyone would potentially push you back in.
Or a bonus point.
Or even a bonus point, yeah.
There's Lewis in the bonus.
Nothing at the moment, but I mean, he could be potential. Well, Ake going off. Ake was in the top 3. So it's possible that he could overtake him just by having come off.
Just trying to see how Lewis is on 23. Walker's on 26. Lewis is not far behind, as in BPS. Not
BPS. Yeah. Oh, it's
tense. Pinnock's doing quite well.
Oh, we don't want that. Tom R said that he has actually had Kane for ages, and so you referenced, but he's only 260k at the moment. You referenced the fact that the Haaland injury today is very frustrating for the people who had Kane and were looking forward to him being a differential because he ends up. Oh, Leeds have just pulled one back, Jack Harrison. So that does limit. But I tell you what. I don't know what Porro's ownership is, but I've just given Leeds 13 goals.
Or a few Forster owners.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many, though. I think that's very minimal.
Yeah. Well, but
again, you're
29 places.
You're in a tiny mini league here, as in, because you're just outside the top 10k. It almost depends what the handful of people above you have.
Exactly. If some of them have Porro, that could be what helps me. And I mean, would anyone have anybody else in the Spurs defense? Probably not. Be very surprised if they do. But either way, that's a clean sheet busted that I don't have. So I have to celebrate that, even if it's mildly forced. Like, yay! So let's see what it does. It's hard to tell because I don't own. Oh, it's put me back in. I'm back in the top 10k again. So I'm 9-9. 9969 is my rank. So actually, if that was influenced by the Porro thing, then I've gone up by 50-ish places. Liverpool.
Gakpo's just scored.
Oh, come on, Salah assist. That's what we want to see.
Didn't even know Gakpo was on.
Yeah, they
did a load of subs.
Oh, hopefully Salah's still on the pitch.
Yeah, no, he is. That's harsh, actually. So Simicast went off in the 57th minute.
Kane's just got another one, I think. 3-1. Kane, another goal for Kane. And
no way.
It looks like Callum Wilson just came on. So that's an extra 1 point. That could be all it needs. Right, so Kane, another goal for Kane. It's 3-1. So the thing is, I'd like to think that because my Kane ownership is 98... Well, sorry, the EO of Kane around me is 98.5%, then that means that surely it should just tickle me a couple of places up because it's not quite 100%, right? Am I getting my maths right there?
It sounds about right, but I guess
it's very marginal.
Oh, he has actually scored, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, Trent assist. It was a Trent assist. Right, that's more points. And he's only 77%.
He's 77%
yeah.
for you,
73 for you. Oh, I think it could be on. Oh, right. What does that do? Let's see if we can get some... Oops. Yeah, there we go.
There's not many clean sheets knocking around here.
No.
There's the Everton one, which I haven't seen many people actually go for, despite the chatter.
Well,
Arsenal.
Chris, I believe, as in Chris James or Fantasy Football Scout, went for Tarkovsky, I think, if I saw that correctly in some of the
Jota
in the chat.
Sorry.
Jota's just
scored.
Wow. Also, things are getting...
Salah assist, I think.
Ooh, that's what we want. Also, things are getting very heated at Goodison Park. So I've just seen a screenshot of Solanke going head-to-head with Pickford in such a way that it would only take a twinge of the neck for one of them to potentially headbutt the other guy in footballing terms.
So my differential.
Yeah. 4-4. I mean, wow, it's Boxing Day 1953 all over again. We manifested it. How
This
quickly
is
those
mad.
goals come through as well. They came through so quickly. Like the official FPL account has only just tweeted 4-3, and it's already 4-4.
Now they're going to go for it.
Well, Liverpool, yeah, they flipping better
Yeah.
go for it.
They've got to go for the famous win, and then 5-4 win.
I've just seen Gianni tweet, "I need a Salah blank so bad," which might be
Thank
premature.
you. So Gianni with the assist then?
Yeah, Gianni with the the jinx assist. I want confirmation of this Salah assist. Emmanuel Dennis is on for those of you who remember that.
You can feel it getting more and more tense.
Yeah, right. Isn't it? Yeah, Salah assist confirmed on the official account. Take that. Kane up to 13 points. Right, I'm going to do a refresh now to see what that's done for our teams.
Is Kane only on 13?
Yes, I believe so. Okay.
2 goals and an assist. Or have I got that wrong?
Oh, actually, no, the points aren't on yet. I don't think. Goal scored 1.
But he'll be on 16.
Yes. Oh, but yeah. So I think at this point we can all agree that Haaland to Kane was the move, but captaining Kane over Salah was the right captaincy in hindsight.
So far.
That is a fair point.
There was a few Rashford captainers as well.
Yeah, that's true. Right. These couple of goals are taking a little while to go on. Oh, it's just got the site's gone down again. I have to say the site has been doing really well especially in the second half. It had a bit of a bump in the first sort of 5-10 minutes, but we've had a really solid period of probably about an hour where the site has held up really well to everybody logging in. So big well done to Ragabolly. And then Kane
scores.
Yeah.
And then Salah gets an assist and it crashes.
Yeah. So well done to Ragabolly for keeping the site going for a long time. Yeah. It's a lot of hard work keeping the site going on the final day. And so if at any point when we've made comments about it crashing, in no way are we in any way disappointed. It comes with the territory. This is very much what it's like on the last day of the season.
That was a Porro assist for Kane as well.
It was it. Oh wow. Okay. Porro won for the big haul then. He doesn't need the clean
he really
sheet.
is.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for these points to go on then, which is tense because just looking at it, it's another 4 for Kane, another 6 for Salah, another 3 for Trent. So that's 9. So another 13 points going on to my total. It's just what that means for everybody else around me that is the thing. Oh, it's tense. So
Kane is on 16. So then Salah will be on 5, won't he? I'm assuming he's not going to be on any bonus.
Okay, so
one assist in a 4-all.
Okay, so weirdly, the Kane points are on, the Trent points are on, the Salah points aren't, but I'm down to 10,034.
Oh my! Oh, Dave.
This is.
Have you got
horrible.
your Wilson point yet? Did you say Wilson came on?
Wilson's on, and he hasn't got the point yet. I mean, okay. So one thing I will say actually is that the live FPL is of course reliant on the points being put into the system. Now, in terms of how that works, they are inputted, I think, manually from my understanding, and when there's so many games on at the same time, the time it would take to put into the system that Wilson's on, that Salah's got an assist, probably is going to go up. So any delay could be coming from that as well. It's worth remembering that it's just a human thing. How many pairs of hands can input so many goals and substitutions all happening at once. Well, Rich, you absolutely had first-hand experience of that Gameweek 39. Like, wait, who's come on?
Less pressure though. Less pressure though than this.
Well, yeah, that is very true. Right. So, also, I do find it quite funny that because
they've added it.
Oh, have they?
I'm 51,300.
Hey, right. Oh, and I'm 9. Oh, right. I've gone up loads. Right. Okay. I'm now 9,774. So that's a nice 230 place gap. That's probably the healthiest I've been in for a little while. So I'm on 60 points, take off 8 to 52. And yeah, up to 51, did you say, for yourself?
51,347.
You might just squeeze into the top 50.
It's auto subs that are knocking me out.
Oh, really? Oh, do you know what? I hadn't even checked that. Oh, my days.
I reckon Brentford defenders.
Oh, okay. So my pre-subs is 8-7. I hadn't spotted this. Apologies, it's actually off screen for people. Pre-subs, my rank is 8,786, and it's post But the number that's in that box is the post subs. So yeah, it's the subs.
Matoma, I imagine Matoma's going to be very heavily auto subbed unless he's come on. I'm just going to double check. Oh, Matoma is on actually.
Jamie Vardy is also on for Leicester as well. That doesn't really mean anything for fantasy, but it feels like a key moment. There's not much they can do because Everton would need to lose, but
Slanky's been booked
probably for going head to head with. Oh, Kivior's just made it 5-0 for Arsenal. Ali is down to second actually.
No.
Yeah. Which I did accidentally. I was trying to refresh your team.
Is it a Kane? Oh, I guess whoever second's probably Captain Kane.
Yeah, that's probably right.
So he probably needs a Salah goal more than we do.
Oh, and so now we can see how far he is off 1. He is... I think he's 8 points behind first place. That's pretty big. But, I mean, if it's a Kane captaincy, then... Yeah, let's get your team back, though. Because that's what we want to see. Well, I mean, we want to see Ali as well, but I asked like FPL for you, and it gave me him. So, 52. Yeah, you've still got a chance here. And also, I hope people have enjoyed seeing my ads on Live FPL, because one of them a few minutes ago was for the Back to the Future musical, which I would love to see. So thanks very much, Ragaboli, for that. For knowing me inside out. So his question is, who got the assist on this Kivior goal?
Saka's gone off injured. Oh, Smith Rowe.
Yes, Saka did go off injured, didn't he? Yeah.
That domination by Arsenal there.
Yeah, huge. Oh,
City doing nothing.
West Ham have just pulled one back at Leicester, so that is not good news. It's Pablo Fornals. Paqueta's already gone off, unfortunately, so I might have to go find another packet of rice and throw it around my house.
Have you replaced that rice yet?
No, I haven't actually. Seeing all in the carpet fibres has made me think I probably need to have a few days rest before I next eat rice. But yeah, so Pablo Fornals pulled one back for West Ham at Leicester. Might be a goal that actually largely means nothing if Leicester keep hanging on. If Everton keep hanging on, I should say. Still nothing at Brentford, though. And that's the only 0-0 now, obviously, with Everton getting that goal. And I feel like it's the only game we've just had no updates from. It sounds like it's not even really a contest, to be honest, which might be all we need, but we will see. So that's. I don't think I need to refresh. I think we are just hovering along. We just need... It's interesting that the Wilson points haven't come on yet. Is it possible that maybe I just saw erroneous information?
No, it says on... I just looked on SofaScore. It says he's come on.
Oh, yeah, he is on, actually. I think it's just not pulling through visually.
It's not been booked or anything.
It was Danny Ings that got the assist for the Fornals goal. So, yeah. Hanging on. We're hanging on here.
Rashford's been subbed off.
Oof. So I think my -4 for a guy who's come in to get 2 points when Grealish would have got me nothing. Does that even it out? Is that one of those moments where we're supposed to say it's a -2 if you replace a non-playing guy?
Yeah.
That's the way we'll look at it. We've got just going to shout out to a couple of people in the chat who've been keeping an eye on their live rank. So Simon Thompson says, my live rank is 10,059th. Oh, so he's in exactly the same boat as me. Kane captaincy, only one of us can succeed here. Oh, he's calling me out there. This town ain't big enough for the both of us, says Simon. Well, I hope we both.
Why not both?
Yeah, exactly. Is it too much to ask for both? I hope you make it in, my friend. And then Kenzie 3 says, I made 3 transfers for a -8, so a bit like me, to cover the benchings. Shaw, Haaland, and KDB to Trent, Alvarez, and Salah. And then he's put F for respect. So I think if we can get some Fs in the chat for Kenzie for how his transfers have gone. Gareth Pashley says, at this point, I've gone up 13.81% in rank. So he's had a 13.81% increase in rank from doing Rashford captain, no Salah, but he's got Gakpo and Jota. Nice. That's very nice. This going
and Edison's on double digits here.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is... The trolling is fully complete, isn't it? He's done it. It wouldn't be a Sunday afternoon without, us talking about Edison, would it? in that it be it just being a general troll. So yeah, well done, Gareth. I have to say that's incredible because as things stand, you have handled that Liverpool game perfectly because Salah has not gone as orbit melting as we'd wanted him to, but Jota and Gakpo have chipped in and will be very much differential in that way. So I don't know necessarily what your actual your raw rank number is. A 13.81% increase in rank on the Founder season is very good. Well done. But yeah, let us know where exactly you are. He's got Wilson as well. Actually, Gareth, he's just mentioned he's got Wilson too, so his points are on. So we're trying to manifest a nice Callum Wilson goal at Chelsea. I'll be very happy. I mean, I think if the Callum Wilson goal might be all I need at this point.
I think Ali's top again.
Is he top again?
Yeah, I just looked on FPL Gameweek. It's got him as top, but I don't know what the difference would be. I don't know what's changed, if anything has. Or maybe it's because he got his Wilson point.
Oh, yeah. Good old Callum Wilson. Oh, Simon Thompson says Lewis has got a yellow card.
No.
Oh.
So my two differentials, Lewis and Slanky, got booked.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll still take 5 points because, Shaw isn't going to get anything. But, Rico. Uncle
can
Rico.
become 1 very quickly.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
He's not going to cost you top 10k, is he?
Oh, can you imagine? Well, it's only 1 point shouldn't. 1 point shouldn't, you'd like to think. I don't know. Fernandez just got subbed, as in Bruno has just come off. Pellistri is on for United. So that means if Rashford and Fernandez are off, then they are locked in. Although, bonus could change, I suppose. Let's have a look. Let's see if the Rico Lewis yellow card makes an impact.
Has he definitely been booked?
That's a good question. I mean, could we... I'm not casting any aspersions on the chat, but I have only seen it in
Brentford
the chat.
have scored anyway.
No. Well,
there's not many clean sheets left now. So it's just going to be Brentford.
Yeah. Well, I'd gone up to, which could be damaging with Raya, to be honest, because I don't have Brentford defence. I had gone up to 9,400, which is not bad. That's a nice 600 point. I don't know where that's come from, because I feel like I haven't had any goals in the last few minutes. Oh, that is gutting, that is. So 4 points, what's that going to do?
There's not many clean sheets out there.
Okay, it's all changing very quickly because I've just refreshed again and it's now 9,200. So if that's what it takes to just get me away from that 10k line without, as in losing the clean sheet, might help me here. Oh, Andy, as in FPL mode, says you should be in Dreamland from the Pinnock goal. He's just put on Twitter. Yeah, he says Pinnock, Flapjack FPL in Dreamland.
Oh, no. So I had Pinnock a while ago.
Oh,
he knows this.
Oh, right. So he
scored for me.
He's rattling you,
yep.
is he?
Yeah, he knows. I've just seen it. Yeah. Thanks, mate.
yeah. He's always looking out for you, is Andy. Fair play. Oh, wow. So Gareth is just letting us know about his rank because I asked him to let us know where he is. And he said that he went into the World Cup 3.7 million, right? But he right now is 401k. That's an incredible turnaround in the short space of time.
3 million jump.
Yeah. I mean, that's huge. That is massive. I mean, that makes... Yeah, that's a... Well, tell us how you did it. Gareth, tell us a few of the big moments where you got your big greens because that is a huge turnaround. Right, let's see. We've both lost the Lewis points. Let's see what it does for both of us. Let's see if it's updated yet.
I mean, how many people have got Edison? Because that's brutal. Because he was on 10 points.
He was.
Edison.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
at least we were only on 6.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about Edison being a troll. About, he's going to troll people by finally getting some points. Lewis hasn't lost the points yet on Live FPL, so it's hard to say exactly what that's done for us. But we are in.
How many times have we mentioned his name? The L word.
I know. Well, we manifested this. We know what we did.
What have we become?
Yeah, we know what we did. We did it to ourselves.
And did we have fun? Yes.
We did have a lot of fun. Yeah, we did. Yeah. We recode some havoc.
Glad I didn't captain him.
Well, yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I had? Tom R said Edison was on his bench, so he's very glad to have lost that. I mean, you are not going to be the only fantasy manager. I'm sure you can find a little group somewhere to celebrate Edison losing those points because if you sold him very recently, it's very nice to see the clean sheets continuing to get busted.
Was it? So Brentford have beat City twice, haven't they?
They have, yeah. That's incredible.
This was the reverse of the fixtures before the World Cup when Tony scored. I know obviously he's suspended now. Yeah. And Darwin scored a brace against Southampton in the return.
Oh, yes.
Or in the reverse fixture, rather.
Lewis's points are still on. I need to see them come off, so I know.
Maybe they just let him keep him. He's so low owned. They'd just be like, yeah, just don't worry about it.
Unless, did we miss him being subbed?
No.
That's all I wonder.
The only sub has been Ake.
Okay.
And someone called Shay Charles came on for Ake. So I assume that's a...
What, as in formerly of Robot Wars?
It was like...
Craig Charles.
Oh, Craig Charles.
Yeah.
No, this is Shay, like
right,
SHEA. Okay. But I imagine that's some academy prospect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. They got some good ones at City. Yeah. So yeah. No. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Rico Lewis is still on.
Right. I was 1 point off top 50k.
Oh. Well, you might still get
now.
You know, Rico Lewis might score a worldie.
I can't see many scenarios here that will help us. Salah goal would probably be the...
Yeah. Well, as in a realistic expectation. Isak maybe. An Isak goal would be pretty good.
Yeah, I said realistic.
Oh, well, it's Chelsea. They're not great.
He is low owned. He is, isn't he? 25%.
Yeah. Well, oh, no. Nope, no, it's still not there. As in, the points are still on. The one thing to point out is that Haaland still isn't on, which is actually good, I think. This is going well.
I don't know, actually. I'm looking at these auto subs, because the auto subs take me from 47k to 51. I'm wondering if some people are getting something off the bench for Haaland, and it could be stuff like Pinnock, me.
Yeah, that's true. So Haaland coming on for a 1-pointer could potentially
be something.
Bump both of us up a little bit because it's with us.
Yeah, it seems to be the sub points are killing us. Shaw as well, I suppose. Has Shaw come on yet?
Oh, good question. Let's have a look.
Basically, our teams can't do it, so we need some.
We need other people's. We need some. Yeah. Some move blocking.
Yeah, so Shaw's not come on, although they haven't got any subs left, so that's not going to happen.
Oh, well, there we are. So that means some Shaw to subs, but I think a lot of people would have benched him anyway. I can't imagine many people would have started him on the final day of the season with an arrow.
23%
flag.
23% did start him. Wow. I mean, you can't really resent that anyway.
No.
Haaland's at 49.2%. At my rank.
You know what? All of a sudden, these games are very nearly over. It feels like it's flown by because it's City are in the 90th minute now.
There's not been a goal for a while.
No, it's sort of.
This is meant to be when the goals are.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, do you know what? Rico Lewis, would you please get rid of your clean sheet on Live FPL so I can see what that goal actually did to my rank?
They've removed it.
Oh no!
It's gone.
I'm outside. I'm 10,354.
Oh,
that's no. That's probably the lowest I've been all afternoon. How? From just 4 points? Because I don't think anything else has happened to have made that happen.
I guess the issue is no one really had.
And I think it's the auto subs. Let's have a look. So that's right. So that's me. So yeah. So the pre subs I'm 9.5 and post subs I'm 10.3.
There's two things I thought of there. Not only is it Haaland's sub, but probably people have vice captains.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So there could be Kane and Salah vice captains where they've captained Haaland. So as horrible as it is,
he's not going to bring Haaland on for the last.
He's not going to come on in injury time. I don't think he'd do that to him.
No.
I can't believe he's not played at all.
Oh, come on! I need something, anything. Oh, to be this close would be so gutting. Oh, especially I was feeling pretty comfortable about 5 minutes ago.
How many points off are you?
Oh yeah, that's it. That's what we've got to check. So.
4 hours leading up to this moment.
I know. And it's all going to end in disappointment. I am 1 point. 1 point of the top 10k. 1 point.
Something. All right, I'm going to look at some bonus points.
Yeah, can you see if you can throw a few on?
Let's find you some glimmer. Yeah. I can't add them, but I can...
Oh, do you know what? I didn't even actually update the Brentford score on our little box down the bottom. There we go. I've done that. Maybe I'll be rewarded for keeping things going. Come on. Okay.
Can't really see many scenarios here.
Yeah.
It's got to be a Salah goal. Rico Lewis attacking return.
Yeah. Or Wilson or Isak just nodding in with something.
McAllister's still on the pitch.
I think he is. Just basically anyone in my team getting me anything should put me over.
Basically.
Unless it's someone who I get less than 1 point per point. Like Kane. How many?
Kane doesn't really matter.
Kane doesn't... He doesn't really gain me 1 point. because he just
No, I
yeah.
wouldn't.
Oh,
Or just Newcastle scoring for you would be big.
Yeah. Or, to be honest, it could even be City scoring and busting the Brentford clean sheet, and then I just go above anyone with Raya.
The main thing I'm annoyed about, though, is Arsenal. I had 3 Arsenal players just
it's
2
fine,
weeks ago. I've got none.
Yeah, I'm trying to think when I got rid of mine.
Double defence.
I got rid of most of my Arsenal players on my wildcard. Actually, I was trying to work out earlier, what were the decisions that I made that led to a point where I am where I am and you where you are, with us having similar teams now. I jettisoned Arsenal probably... Well, yeah, on my wildcard, so like game week 32 or something. So I've not owned an Arsenal player for like 8 game weeks.
It's probably what's done it, because I kept them. I kept double defence and Saka for ages.
Yeah.
And the only reason I have none now is because I sold Gabriel instead of Zinchenko. Then
Okay.
Zinchenko got injured for the season. And I seemed to bench them against Newcastle when they kept a clean sheet. And now look at them.
Yeah.
5-0.
Yeah. Oh, we got some full times coming in now.
Oh,
So, Palace.
thought it was a goal alert.
No, it's well.
So Palace have drawn with Forest.
Palace
so
won
that
one. But it's more just the fact that we're getting the full times. It's really squeaky bum time for this top 10k. Oh, this is horrible. I hate this.
so you just need a point,
I just need a point.
or someone to lose a point.
Yeah, I mean Brentford conceding I think could be it, because
I think so.
because there's got to be someone around me who's got there's got to be people around me who have Raya or Pinnock or me or something.
Or Haaland coming on.
Haaland coming on and doing some sub blocking. Come on.
It hasn't been a huge advantage knowing Haaland was benched. I know we
No.
got Spy Kane, so actually it has.
Yeah, but then
if
we all
people are
got
going to
Kane.
get vice captains anyway.
Yeah. Ooh, someone just Tom's just pointed out in the chat about Kane wasn't that far behind Haaland for top scoring player this season. Be interesting to see if he's actually gone above
Oh,
it.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, that's worth checking.
Maybe Pep will bring him on so he gets that 1 pointer.
Brentford just finished, so clean sheet locked for Brentford, 1-0. But there is so for example, at Everton there is 10 minutes of injury time being played, and we've only had 3 of it so far. So if there are other games like that,
I need Solanke to score.
Let's do another refresh.
I need Everton to get relegated. I'm sorry, Chris.
56 points. I'm still 10-3. Still 10-3.
I'm almost on a grey arrow.
I mean, they're impressive. Like, you can frame those. Right.
Because it's not even. It's like I've gone up 700 places.
United just finished 2-1. So the full times are... right, Newcastle just finished. So I'm not getting those points either. Oh, man. Did
you say Newcastle's finished?
Yeah, Newcastle finished 1-1. So
and Isak have been subbed off anyway.
To
Maybe there could be some bookings in the tunnel.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah. Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm staring at.
The thing is,
nothing happening.
Something good for you is was there a punt defender that could have outscored Lewis and got you in there?
Not really. I don't think anyone.
Could you have afforded Porro? That would have been ridiculous. Though.
I could have afforded Porro, but I didn't fancy it. Maybe I should have done. I didn't back any Spurs player other than Kane, just because of how they've been this season. But maybe that was an oversight. Maybe I should have paid more attention, and because Porro was a good shout. Like, he has done a lot. He's done a lot. The full times are rattling through now. 5-0.
It was
Arsenal.
if he started though.
Yeah. 4-4. Right. So nothing out of Salah. I think all my players are done. United's finished. Newcastle's finished. City's finished. Liverpool's finished. Brighton has not finished yet. Could we get
6 minute stoppage time?
Could we get a late Alexis McAllister penalty again? Oh. Yeah.
That's the only hope. I mean, I've got Solanke. Basically, I need Solanke.
Oh. Come on. Oh. Leeds hasn't finished, and it's 4-1 Spurs. Who scored it?
4-1. I'm hoping it's Son.
Oh, Villa just finished, so no points for Brighton. No points for McAllister. Who scored that goal for Spurs? I mean, if it's Kane, it won't make a difference. Lucas Moura. Who needs that? Right, come on. Right, come on. Who got the assist for that? This is tense. Come on, who got the assist on that one?
Oh, at least they got a bonus point.
Oh, brilliant. That's good. Good for Karam. And I don't think Eze got anything, right?
No.
So
Just 2-pointer.
He's got one over him, finally.
You gained 4 points, yeah. Which is something.
Yeah?
I can't see you got the assist for Mora. Just as Mora.
I mean, I kind of feel like
Leicester have won.
Leicester have won, but I think they're not down yet. It would we've got to wait to see what happens with Oh no, I think they are. Oh no, as it stands. All right, as it stands.
I think what you need to do is see what Everton clean sheets are at your rank.
Oh yeah.
And then
pray for Solanke.
Yeah.
One of my other rather silly TikTok picks this season. See if he can come through for me. Right, so let's have a look. Can I?
And Kante.
It's really annoying because actually he hasn't scored the 11 points he needed for FPL Fella to donate to Gameweek 39.
Oh. I didn't realise that was a thing.
No, it was. Yeah, he was like, if he scores 11 points in the last 3 game weeks, I'll donate. I can't remember how much it was. Oh, apparently it looks like Mora had the opportunity to square it to Kane and he didn't take it.
Oh.
And it's Sarr. Sarr got the assist. Oh, there's just no games left. It's just Everton.
There's only one game on now.
Spurs just finished.
Bournemouth.
Yeah, Everton Bournemouth. So I think this is done. I think I'm done. I think I'm finished.
There can be bonus changes.
There could be bonus changes, which I was just thinking. The bonus changes, right? Okay, whatever they've happened somewhere. I'm now 10,065. Oh, come on. This is so. I can't. I would have been happy if half an hour ago I was just comfortably 15k. It's the fact that I've been walking a tightrope the whole time. You
could touch it.
Yeah, I could. It was. I could smell the pie. Cooking in the kitchen, and then it's just fallen out of the window.
The only good thing is there's nothing you could have done differently.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously you could have captained Kane, but
I was never going to. I would have felt.
I'm the same. I was never really going to captain Kane.
Yeah.
The only reason I even bought him is because we had information that Haaland may not start. Buying felt enough.
You know what? Those bonus changes could so we're going to have to hang on. And
they normally do update pretty quickly if they do.
Yeah.
They're not like they used to be.
Yeah, they did used to take a while, didn't they?
I guess if anything's close, for you, maybe if De Gea stole some bonus, I don't know if that's even possible. I'm going to have a little look now.
Yeah, it's a good shout. And also, I'm going to see what because it could be to do with people's subs getting bonus as well. I don't know. But I'm
Fernandez got max bonus.
I'm 9,500 pre-subs.
There's no chance you're going to get bonus for De Gea.
Yeah.
5 points off Tete.
Ugh.
As in 5 BPS off Tete.
Yeah. Oops.
What else have you got? I can't see a way, to be honest.
Yeah, 10,065.
It's just the Everton clean sheet. I'm going to look at, I guess, Pickford and...
It's fluctuating loads. I'm now 10,124, so it's hard to tell. So Everton are still playing, aren't they? But they've got about 40 seconds left.
It's a somber end.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So that's finished.
Yeah, so I'm 2 points off 50k.
So there's just I'm now watching scenes of the Leicester players just hanging on to the Everton result, which sort of kind of feels like exactly what I'm doing. Oh, come on. I'm going to keep refreshing this and just refreshing it.
And hope it changes.
Yeah, exactly. If I refresh it enough times.
Like checking your bank balance at
Pretty
the
much,
ATM.
Yeah.
I'll just check again.
Yeah.
There must be an error.
If there's any way that I can buy some points, do let me know. I think it's
on the
finished.
Steam store or something. Yeah.
Yeah. From the pictures I'm seeing from Goodison Park, it does look as if that's finished, and so Everton stay up. So Chris will be very happy with that. Absolutely. I mean,
yeah. Well
done, Sean Dyche. Should say. It was at no point was it pretty, but he got the job done. So that's full time everywhere. So the football season is finished. We have reached the very end, and now it's just squeaky bum time about any bonus shifts and or glitches in the system that we're hoping and praying on for this top 10k finish. And now live FPL has gone down. So, as predicted, we're now in that stage where we play a waiting game, knowing that probably it hasn't worked. But the thing is, I will take it absolutely. If I end up not making it, which looks likely, I very much like Gareth. I went into the World Cup not in a particularly good place for my OR. I was 800k. And so to have even been in with if someone had told me on the first day of the World Cup that I would be in with a shot of finishing in the top 10k by the end of the season, I would have laughed you all the way home. So to even been able to go on this journey has been a lot of fun, to be honest. It will be my best ever finish as well, which is also quite nice. My previous best was 17k, so I shouldn't be too sad. To go from what could have been my worst ever finish, because 800k would have been my worst ever finish if I'd ended there. To go from that to my best ever finish in half a season is probably one of my finest, like my most proud FPL achievements. To be honest. So I have to have my head high. I think is going to have to be the attitude. We don't want things to be too somber. We don't want it to look like all the Leicester players now. That's not the attitude I want to convey.
No.
Yeah.
Botman has stolen a bonus point.
Ooh. Okay. So what does that do for you? Do we know?
I don't know what that really does. I mean, he's on my bench as well.
Oh, he's on your bench. Okay.
He's on my bench. He's on your bench. Both of us have benched him.
The problem is, who's he stealing it from? Would that make a difference for me?
No, I really don't think it would because of the goal scorers in that game. I think so. Basically, Trippier's cost.
He has.
He giveth and then taketh away.
He did, yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. So I've got back in. I'm 10,180. And did you say you've seen the adjustments have just happened, or?
I just noticed. I was just refreshing, having a little look. I mean, to be honest, I don't think much is going to change now. It's very rare anything changes more than 5 minutes after kickoff in this season, anyway. From what I've seen.
Well, one silver lining, because I've just seen him come up on the TV. We do have the opportunity now to tweet about Dean Smith's Real World.
There you go.
Because they have been relegated, and you can now all officially make you that joke. Oh, Karam says that he can give us his points. That's so kind. Thanks, man. I'll have a chat. I will have a chat with FPL and see what they say. Yeah, we should see how everybody else is getting on. Actually,
I think Ali's won it.
He has he? Oh, okay.
I think by about 6 points.
Well done.
Person in second, Kane captain. Oh, no way. The person in second benched Pinnock and a Stupinan blocked it.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
And Wilson, of course.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that is so much more painful than what's happened to me. So
do you feel better now?
I feel much better. In the words of Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a bigger fish. So, he was the fish. That was the worst story. It's always worse for somebody else. Karam got 74 points in the end, down to 70 for his -4. So big green to finish off.
Very
so well
nice
done there. Blake is up 51% rank thanks to Kane, just outside the top 5k. Oh, wow. Well done. So there we go. Somebody got inside the top 10k who was involved in the stream. So well done. Gareth got 64, -4. So down to 60. So big green for me as well. Fingers crossed. Yes, we are still crossing a couple of fingers just in case there are some last adjustments. I'm totally not just going to go on the phone and ring people to get the bonus points changed. I'm totally not going to do that. Then NC said, should I be happy that before the World Cup I was 4 million and I am now 329k, or upset that my most points ever and with that rank? No, I think you should be very happy. I think it can be very easy sometimes to be disheartened by your FPL score and then you lose a bit of confidence in some of your decisions, or maybe lose a bit of confidence in the ability to take the right risks to come back from it. And certainly one of the things that I have enjoyed in the second half of the season is that having such a bad season up until that point, and just other things in my life as well, I kind of asked myself, what's the worst that could happen if I take this risk of trying something a bit out there? The worst that can happen is I get a red arrow, but actually once I let go of how that would make me feel, like, would that make me feel really upset if that happened? Not really anymore. I've somehow managed to let go of that fear. It really can propel you on to have a lot more confidence in your decisions, and it's very easy to let a 4 million rank allow you to it would just hamper your confidence to make risky decisions. So NC, you should absolutely be very proud of being able to turn that around in half a season. So yeah, well done. And yeah, Gareth agrees. He says in the chat as well. He said awesome work there. He's gone from 472 to 39k this week, so not bad for actually his first season. So you've done very well on Gameweek 38. Gameweek 38, we said right at the top, it's very, very difficult to get a sizable green arrow on the last day of the season because everybody has so much information. Teams get very similar. Rich obviously has a relatively similar team to me, and so making that much ground up on the last day of the season is impressive. I think for sure. So yeah, we haven't really focused much on your green arrow actually, Rich. What was the official jump in the end? Was it 50?
It's barely a jump. I've gone from 56 to 53. 56, but a bit like you. I was the World Cup. I was like 800, 900k.
Oh right, okay.
So I'm pretty happy. It was just an arbitrary number.
Yeah,
that I was trying to hit. You know, going for 50k. So yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I hadn't realised that. Sorry, I hadn't realised that you were in the sort of similar boat. Well, then, yeah, absolutely. Then you know very much what it can feel like.
I can't complain. I can't complain.
Exactly.
And to be honest, if I finished 49k, wouldn't really make any difference in the grand scheme of things. It was just fun to try and aim for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I mean, it's interesting you've mentioned that as well. That was the similar situation for me. Was I didn't actually set myself a target either. Once you get to 800k, you don't go, oh, okay, I want to aim for this particular rank bracket, because when you're that far down, it would feel silly, and it's somehow almost like the thing is that I now actually understand why Premier League managers go, we don't look at the table, because I stopped looking at the table. And then when you stop looking at the table and you just focus on other things, sometimes it can help your decision making process. I think live FPL,
to you,
yeah, live FPL is now saying I'm finishing 245th. I don't really know what's going on there.
And I finished 1,300. It has this error sometimes. Yeah. So I'm sure he'll fix it. But
right, so
it doesn't take into... So the safety score goes to 0.
Stop the count.
So this would have been your score if no one else... Or your rank if no one else had any players this week.
Okay. Well, stop the count. Right? Nobody else had any other players. I finished 245th. Top 10k achieved. See you later. Like, done it.
Yep.
Well, so... I'm just trying to think. No, I think we're good. Yeah. So we'll probably stick around for another 5 minutes. To be honest, I think we have firmly established that these are our final ranks, which was 10,200 and something, 53,264 for you, Rich. Decent achievement, I think, for both of us, bearing in mind where we were. So we'll stick around for another 5 minutes, take a few questions if you want to stick them in the chat, because we appreciate we've been in front of you now for over 4 hours. Rich may well need another break. I'm actually quite proud of the fact that I didn't need one, so I won 2-0.
Yeah, I'm proud. I almost need my third.
Well, while we're waiting for a couple of questions to come through, or if they come through, no worries if they don't. Rich, why don't you... I'm right in thinking this was your first season on the Scoutcast, or had you been... I'm trying to think when you joined it.
Yeah, it was only in December. I'd been on it a couple of times before, like brief cameos when I'd had a message. But yeah, it's been fun. It has been fun, but they're normally a lot shorter than these. So
very true. I mean, you have been an absolute stalwart today, but I just wanted to congratulate you on joining the Scoutcast, a prestigious achievement. You must be very proud.
Yeah, no, I am. I've really, really enjoyed it, and I mean, to be honest, that's when my rank started improving.
Yeah, that's good. Well, yeah, the thing is, when you make content, sometimes it can make a huge difference. You just bury your head in all the data, and it does make... It
can go both ways, though, can't it?
Yeah. True. I mean, that is true. It can add on a bit of pressure, but yeah. And in terms of what you've got planned for the summer, obviously, you're going to be our very own Clive Tilsley in 6 days' time for Gameweek 39. But once that's out of the way, any fun plans, any nice holidays, any projects outside of FPL?
I'm trying to think. I don't think that far in advance. I'm going to put the barbecue on in a minute.
Nice.
I'm gonna, commentary on Saturday, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Holiday wise, no, something in the immediate future anyway. I'm sure Reading will have a few interesting fixtures.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna
Green away or
Exeter City. I'll be able to go see them this year.
Oh yeah.
I was hoping to be able to. Well, I was hoping that they would be just down the road, like Muse were last night in Plymouth.
Oh yeah. I was jealous of that.
Oh yeah. Oops, I mentioned it again. But no, I was hoping that seeing Reading at home park would have been brilliant. But in the end, Argyle and Reading swapped divisions. So yes, we'll be licking our wounds over the summer and eyeing up the League One calendar. And yeah, Exeter City will be my nearest away game for Reading this year. So yeah,
so be seeing when that is. Hopefully they get a nice one, like the Bank Holiday Monday in August instead of like...
Or even just like if it's over Christmas or something, that would be pretty good.
Yeah.
So you could potentially do it on Boxing Day. So
so we've got the fixture list to look forward to for Premier League and for the league as well.
Absolutely. We will have Scout content throughout the summer. Obviously, it will be slightly scaled down because there's no football actually on. But we'll be looking back on some of the best players from the season. We're going to look ahead. We're going to do a special Game Week 39 stream, I think, as well, just to sort of needle into some of the more specifics of that. So stick around for that. And yeah, we might do a few sort of bits and bobs over the summer, some advice and interview some of your favorite managers and glean some expertise there. So definitely stick around and make sure. And I haven't actually done this yet. I've got to stick it on the old screen, because what you have to make sure that you have done is that you have liked this video and that you have subscribed to Fantasy Football Scouts YouTube channel and hit that bell notification, because there will be content over the summer and you want to make sure that you don't miss it. So yeah. That, I think, is everything from me, unless there's anything you wanted to add, Rich, before we let these fine folks have their Sunday evening.
Oh, I think that's it. I mean, I was looking forward to the Rico Lewis haul, so you'll get me a pint, but
of course,
never mind. But honestly, it's such a great season. I think don't let an arbitrary number take the shine off of it, especially when you look at where you were at Christmas.
Exactly.
And to be honest, I didn't even know you were ranked so highly until last week. So
yeah, well, there we are. Exactly. So. Yeah. It was a nice surprise.
Sometimes the order of the arrows can make it more annoying. You always want to finish at your peak, don't you? But you finish pretty close to it.
Yeah, and in the end, it was just the subs, because according to pre-subs, I made it. But so to miss out on that, like you're right. There's nothing I could have done. That's just bad luck in terms of what everybody else's subs did. So yeah.
But then look at Ali. He didn't only win it. He only won it because Wilson came off the bench. That's why when you checked it, he was behind.
Yes. And then it was the auto subs the non-auto subs happening that did it.
Yeah. But then again, if the guy had won it because Pinnock scored in a 1-0 win against City, that would have been very fortunate as well. But yeah, my point is it's fine margins.
Very fine, yeah. And you're right, like the number is just a number. And even though I'm this far off, I don't have a top 10k finish. It's fine, because that number still looks good, especially in a season where I was aiming to get World Cup. So yeah, thank you. You've helped me see it in a positive light, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's technically still 10k. It starts with the 10.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll have a quiet word with the FPL merch. Does some really nice chips. Have you seen those where you can get a chip based on?
Got some behind me.
You've got some as well. Oh, nice. Well, I'll have a quiet word with him. I'll see if I can get myself a 10k one. I'm sure he'll let me have one. He's
see if you're doing an 11k one.
Yeah. I'll see what you can do. But yeah, well, so yeah, thank you very much, Rich. You've been, as I said, a stalwart on the stream. Done a good job, good shift, and thank you to everyone in the chat as well.
And you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, everyone in the chat's been great as well. So yes, congratulations if you have had a good final day of the season. Commiserations if it wasn't quite as well as you didn't go as well as you were expecting. But as Rich said, it is just a number. Make sure you glean the positives. Have a good rest over the summer. Check out some of our content between now and the new season. And we will see you when we see you. So it's a goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.